conceive. So again, which one is it?
Okay.
Because we can go talking point for talking point, but again, we have to make it make sense.
And that's where it becomes problematic. If we're not hearing and understanding what we're saying, then just going talking point for talking point, the conversation goes nowhere. And I think that's where the black community is stuck at this particular point in time. So
no, the reason why we stuck is because people bring up bullshit arguments for no reason just to talk. Your story is not the majority of the conversation, so why bring it up and say I think that is most men? It ain't. No. You're bringing up bullshit for no reason. Who gives a fuck? Is somebody that walks across the street and get hit by a goddamn car? But most people are not getting hit by cars.
No,
it doesn't make no sense to bring it up for no reason. It doesn't help. We need to start getting men to understand what is actually helping. Just bringing up that point. Useless information does not help.
So may I ask you a question, right? Do you think most men are fathers? Do you think 51% of black men are fathers?
Yes, most men are fathers.
Okay.
Again, another useless. Okay. Point proven. I don't know why y'all like to just add in these useless information into the conversations for no damn reason.
I don't believe most men are fathers.
Well, the stats prove you wrong. Most men have a child.
What stats can we look at?
Literally,
I'll look it up. Let me see if I can find it.
This is crazy. What you mean? You think you can't look up the children in the world? Majority of men have children. What the fuck? This is wild wicked to me.
Probably a 40s, 30%, 58% in 30s. Yeah.
I promise you, it's not Sharon being correct. It's just me reciting the correct information. I don't need to lie.
In a relationship with a woman at all.
What? Excuse me?
And have very little experience.
And so this is what they do. Like, they just say, huh? This is what they do. Men keep bringing up things and doing things that do not help a conversation whatsoever is the problem that we keep on having. I don't understand why they do it. It's mind-boggling to me. But clearly they're not real problem solvers.
Relationships with women, or if they are in a relationship like Andrew Wilson, it is with the exact opposite of the type of woman that they deem desirable for like a worthy man. And the reason for this is very simple, if you're wondering why. The version of masculinity pushed by the manosphere is not attractive to women, it's attractive to men. I mean, let's look at...
That is a bar right there. That is a bar right there. Majority of the masculinity that they push out in the red pill is the manosphere, the no good suckers. It is not. Fido, what is it that? What's up, Fido? Why you came back? I thought you said you had a problem with me. What's going on? Yesterday was the smoke show.
Honest, I got a problem with you. I'll fight you. Then.
Okay.
Your microphone no good, my friend. It's no good.
Fire, what's going on with you? You have not been behaving. You all right?
Your microphone no good. I don't know.
I'm so going through a lot.
All right. Your microphone. You have a microphone issues that we can't really hear you.
When's the last time you worked with your hands?
See, this is what I'm talking about. Stupid ass questions.
Now you're a typewriter. You on the keyboard. That's what you do.
This is wild.
You getting sore.
I don't. I really don't understand. I really don't understand at this point.
It's deflection at its finest. It is. But that was definitely a bar as far as the manosphere as we know it today. and since it's been conceived, it's just been, especially what we know as a Black manosphere, it's just been a circle jerk of complaining about women. And that's why I even said yesterday, if people could read the room and kind of rise up to the standards that they even say that they want, you might get better results. But it's so much easier, instead of looking in the mirror for a lot of people, to be like, how can I change my own life and get the results I want? No, it must be someone else's fault. It's the government. It's the court system. It's the woman. It's all these things that we can kind of just point the blame to.
Go ahead, Willie. You want to say something?
It's the man, right?
Yes.
Because I was agreeing with you.
I'm just saying, Willie, if I was a man in a patriarchy,
blaming, right?
If I was a man in a patriarchy, I don't know. Respectfully, I might be able to get the results that y'all say y'all can't get. Whether I was Black, white, Asian, I really don't think it would matter. If I was a man in a patriarchy, because I'm gonna keep saying that. You guys,
how many Black men have ever been in a patriarchy? Right.
What? What you mean? Do you not live in America? Do you not believe in a Bible? Those are both patriarchies. What are you talking about?
I could actually argue that they aren't, but that would be too much of an uphill battle for here. I would say.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask AI real quick, because at the end of the day, luckily we have technology. So let me just ask AI real quick: how do Black men benefit? And I'll even say, how can they? For the men that just really act like they don't know, because that was what the manosphere was originally for you all to actually have a place to come together and kind of make plans. And shout out to Solution Based Gang, but to actually have solutions. Y'all didn't do that with that information. So we're going to ask, how do Black men benefit, and how can they benefit from the patriarchy that we live in?
Ooh. All right, while you get that, I'm gonna let the video run for a little second. Whew, this is crazy. I'm getting hungry. I'm about to start getting aggravated.
Red Pill King Andrew Tate, right? And
Red Pill King. Red Pill King.
Yes.
Oh! Wait.
It's a boxing fight.
Tate dates escorts. That's it. Everybody knows this. I'm sorry to break it to you. Every woman that he's ever been with is a known escort in this industry. And obviously, I have no.
You sure about that? You know that 100%. Of course, if they work for him, I guess they are.
Problem with that, but
I saw that. Hold this.
I think the fact that he tried to disagree with it and then he agreed with it right after.
Crazy.
It's not possible that. You know what? I'm gonna leave it alone because they keep saying that I'm trying to make men into something that they're not, but clearly it's something really wrong.
No, go ahead, elaborate.
It is something really wrong, bro. That the way how men communicate, the way how they think, the way how they argue, the way how they would disagree and then agree at the same breath is insane to me. It's wild.
Walking contradictions.
Walking double-mindedness. He just want to disagree just so he could disagree and then wind up agreeing.
I engage with him.
I sent this to
Why engage with them? And I'm not going to ask that question disingenuously, right? Like the reason why you kind of have to engage with them because they gain steam and, they start to have some influence in these spaces and whatnot and give these lame dudes every talking point to say, see what I'm talking about? But I mean, why
So the reason why we have to talk to them because they are influencing men in the wrong direction. And nobody seems to want to make a correction. Majority of the time, no disrespect, Willie, but they act like you and say, well, sometimes I understand that. And, sometimes this happened as well. And, there is a lot of people that do this as well, too. And, every once in a while that happens. And, so I can understand why you feel that way because even though that is the problem, People want to be on the fence on every fucking conversation when it comes to
Nah,
men.
fam, that's not the problem. The problem is polarization, right? With polarization, understand, for either side to get better, and both sides got work to do, there has to be a common agreement, right? If the goal is better relations between black men and black women, at some point you do have to hear the other party's argument, right?
No, you
We
don't.
are at
No, you
war.
don't. Okay.
Well, then you'll never get
Okay,
peace.
stop. Because it doesn't make sense, right? We keep having the same circle, and I keep explaining to you why it doesn't make sense. Willie, if I want to become a millionaire so freaking bad, who should I concentrate on? Myself and all the things that I need to do to become one, or should I pay attention to Elon Musk? Which one of those two things is going to get me to that million? If those are my two options.
I mean, yeah, because logically, you could get to a million without thinking about Elon Musk at all, and you do need to push yourself forward. So I'm gonna go with A. But I mean, I don't
So that's what we need
get the
men to do.
relevancy.
That's the relevance is that's what we need men to do in relationships. Focus on yourself, push yourself forward, and the money will come. So if you push yourself forward, the same thing, the woman will come.
So what I'm saying is, though, focusing on themselves is what has created this
No,
entire.
but they don't.
Nah,
focus-
hear me out.
No, I'm not going to hear this bullshit out
I
because
ain't getting a sentence.
and
Willie,
this is
That's the real problem,
this
not
is,
me.
the real problem is that y'all keep muddying the fucking water.
Mm-hmm.
Just because
they're in competition with women,
just because they put that into the argument, we want men to do better. They don't talk about that shit. What is this man talking about? I'm pretty sure we go down a list of his videos. Most of the time, he's going to talk about what a woman needs to do, like he's doing right now. And then you're going to tell me that most of the men are talking about improving men, and we don't see it.
I never said that. I never
That's your
once
fucking
said
argument,
that.
right? So
no, that wasn't my argument. You said I'm the problem as the moderate. You said I have to take some hardline stance that men just have to be better and expect nothing, right? That was what I was having the conversation about. Nothing
Willie,
you said
when
I
that
stand
hold
on.
on,
I've never been a red pill. I think they all weird, right? I don't necessarily support feminism. I'm not this male feminist either, right? But as a moderate, I can see issues on both sides. And all I'm saying is, until both sides start to recognize what the other side is saying, we ain't going nowhere. And I'm just sitting here watching the train wreck.
Stop there again. Again, we just went through it. This is double-mindedness. We just went through it. To become a millionaire, you don't focus on all the things of Elon Musk. You focus on yourself. But yet you want to say the solution is to focus on yourself and everything else. The double-mindedness don't fucking work. It doesn't work in your own logic. You cannot keep going. Once you make a decision, you need to implement that decision in your life today. Ain't no such thing as fucking tomorrow.
But here's the thing. You throw something out there and box someone in a corner to try to give you an answer, right? When it really didn't prove anything and it wasn't intellectually sound, right? So I do think that apprenticeship is important for black men. I think that's one of the many things that we need more than anything, right? Apprenticeship. Looking at someone and saying, I want to be that. I want to have that career. I want to have that family, right? I want to have this trade. Apprenticeship. So yes, to a certain degree, it is important to focus. Come on.
Yeah, bro, you take too fucking long. So the thing is this, when you are dealing with an apprenticeship and you are the mentor, you are telling your apprentice to do what? You're giving that person advice on how to make themselves better, yes or no?
An apprenticeship?
Right. So, right, because you're saying that you want to be a mentor and you have an apprentice, right?
No, I didn't say nothing about that. I didn't say I have nothing.
All right. So when we are dealing with an apprenticeship, those are people that we are training, correct?
Correct.
All right. What the fuck is going on?
But I was speaking from the angle of the apprentice, right?
Exactly. So the apprentice, for us to get them to be better at that, whatever that job is,
right?
We teach them how to be better at that job, correct?
Correct.
So now, Rogue C is not the apprentice. Do we teach Rogue C how to be better if we are trying to teach Fighter how to be better?
See, this is another
Please
one of those
answer the
questions,
question.
right? I will.
No,
I
just
will.
answer
I will.
it.
No, no,
Just,
no.
please just answer it. Don't.
I
Please
passed
just
on the
answer it.
question. I passed on the question
And
because
this
I'm
is
not gonna lock.
Why can't you answer
I'm
that?
not gonna. I'll answer that because I'm not gonna let him lock me into a yes or no. That doesn't encompass how I feel. So I just choose to plead the fifth. I'm not going to answer that if I can't answer it. I could start by giving you a yes or no, right? But it doesn't end there. And what he's going to try to do is, you see, so if you agree that, nah, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, how can you make this person better by teaching the other person?
I think in terms of the apprenticeship of the Black family, right? I think you have to look at both sides. I think you have to give
Again,
both sides the skills.
I'm gonna be very direct.
I know. The answer is no. Nothing.
How?
A man shouldn't be looking to give apprenticeship to a woman.
How can you get a man to be better at being a man if you are teaching a woman?
I just said to you, you can't.
So why do you even bring it up?
Here's why. Because you know who's the apprentice right now? Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, right?
I need you to answer.
Hold on, I'm answering you.
No, but you're not answering that.
You asked me why. You asked
I'm
me
not
a
talking
why
about those.
question.
I'm not talking about those men. I'm talking about me and you right now.
I'm trying to make my point.
If we're attempting to get men to be better men, how is talking about a woman is going to make the man better?
I promise you, right? I'll land my point. So the first part was you changed the question just now. No, like talking about making women better is not gonna make men better. Congratulations, right? My issue is though, I see these men becoming the powerful apprentices in the room for a reason. What you want to do is dismiss this reason and then make them the sole cancer. Yes, they are very cancerous, right? But all of their gripes and concerns and complaints aren't invalid. And I'm saying until both sides acknowledge that, right? Because they look at the women the exact same way, right? Women want to tell us how to be and who to, right?
But that's not
Same
true,
argument.
Willie.
They would
Hold
look
on,
at
hold
your
on,
they
hold
would
on,
look
Willie.
at your platform as a ladies' platform, right?
Willie.
We know Diva's the
Willie.
consigliere. I'm not talking about you, Sharon. Don't think I'm being goofy,
Can
right?
y'all hear me?
Yes, we hear you, but I was
Okay,
trying to
Willie, hold
ignore
on
you
real
so I
quick.
could finish my point.
I know, but hold on because I need to stop you right there real quick. Just
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, when
That's
it
why I
comes down to
never.
what Willie, just
You know the hard
give me
part,
1
sis?
second. Just give me
When you
1
keep
second.
getting interrupted, people can then pretend you're saying
Willie,
something you're
you
not
interrupt
saying.
people too.
But
We're
go
having a
ahead.
conversation, so hold on.
I was very
I'm gonna
good
just
to
ask
it.
you for a timeout real quick.
I waited
again,
until people started asking me questions to speak.
Willie,
I wasn't interrupting anyone. You see
I've
what
been
y'all
on
do?
panels with you before,
You're
Willie. That's
just
not
like the
true.
red pill.
Willie, that's not
No, I'm
okay.
messing with you. I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is when it came down to what women were saying, especially since I love to hear men throw this feminism, women were just saying, stop abusing us. And for some reason, men took that and said, oh, you bitches, y'all have the nerve to say, stop abusing us? Y'all bitches have the nerve to tell us what y'all not going to tolerate? That was the issue. It wasn't necessarily to bash men. But again, I tell men this all the time. What you get with a woman is a mirror. So you just see yourself. And that's the issue y'all don't like because y'all end up seeing yourselves and not saying you specifically, Willie. But again, when you have these red pill situations and these manospheres that, again, they said their whole premise was to make men better. And it just turns into a woman bashing session. It's weird. That's why it doesn't really go anywhere. Because all y'all want to do is, like I said, circle jerk around and just blame women for everything. There's no real planning. There's no real solution. And that's what Sharon is saying. They focus too much on the women and how to break and manipulate women to do what they want to do instead of actually saying, you know what, as men, we need to go ahead and do these things so we can be better men, despite what these women got going on.
Now, that was 1 minute and 15 seconds, right? I know I'm not going to get that, but watch. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Again, I'm not arguing that men complaining about women is going to make them better men for women, right? But what it is doing is redefining what is better for men, right? So now you got all these apprentices, right? Thinking that what's better for men, same way with the women, right? It's better not to get married. They're telling men you should never have a baby. That is what is defining the better now. The same way for women, right? What's defining the better is don't get married, right? You see what I'm saying? Right? So if the goal is something better, we have to realize that it ain't me as the moderate in the middle that's capable of hearing both sides that's the problem. It's those sides. It's those goofy arguments on both sides that literally counterbalance each other. I don't need you. You don't need me. So all I'm going to do is try to get what I can get out of you. And all you're going to try to do is get what you can get out of me. And I yield my time.
So never say that we don't give you your time, Willie.
To talk about
All right,
absolutely nothing.
I got one.
We gave her 1:30 to make no point. You're right. We gave it to her. The point that I'm coming back and talk about is we just got to start being honest with ourselves that we might be at a good deletion rate because the women got the control. I don't know where y'all went with that because I had to go through some money. But
I mean, I
So
wanted
far
to go
away from
ahead
that.
and get into, since people want to act like it's a crime to use AI, but I'm sure 90% of people in the chat use AI on a regular basis. I wanted to get into the whole situation about how men, especially black men, use privilege from the patriarchy that they live in and how they can even pay privilege more and get more benefits out of it. But at the end of the day, I will also have to say, yes, racism always does play its part, right? As a black woman, I have a black son. I'm never going to sit here and just bash men because of actual valid issues that they face to face every day, right? But with that being said, I need men to kind of see what the overall picture is so we can actually start moving forward. So I'll let the men go ahead and, say what they need to say. And then if it's cool, we can break it down point by point or however you guys want to do it.
but what your point is that you believe that men
I just
give
want
us
you
the
to
first.
grab
Hold on.
one thing, right? After you break down your piece, I just want you to pop into Chat GPT after that, right?
That's fine. We can have it
What
back and forth.
what
That's not a
what
problem.
valid arguments can men have that we now live in a matriarchy? Type that in after.
So,
And my
okay.
point,
So hold on, let me make sure
in
I'm
doing
understanding.
that is
No, I
Chat
get it.
GPT will give you what you want. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. I get what you're saying. So what I'm asking you, do you want me to tell what valid point if we were to live in a matriarchy? Are you asking me to have Chat GPT as, do we live in a matriarchy? What are you wanting me to ask?
Well, hold
What
on. So, see,
what
since I like,
valid arguments can be made by men that we now live in a matriarchy?
Okay, I understand the question. Okay.
so Willie's goal is to prove that we're in the
Oh,
matriarchy.
wait, one more thing. Black men, Habaragani.
I'm black man. Okay. I just so are you trying to say the black community is in the
So
matriarchy?
this is the problem. What happens when I let y'all talk, man? This is the problem. We don't get to no fucking solution to anything. It's just babble. And for some reason, y'all actually believe that y'all said something profound or something that is solution oriented. Willie, you haven't said anything that is a part of a solution. And I was quiet for the past 10 minutes. And this is the issue that I have. Y'all are not recognizing that y'all are not hitting on the things that y'all are hitting on. Y'all have some miscommunication with what you are saying and
Brother,
what is translated. I'm telling you, as my
I'm
brother,
just,
that you are not bringing up solutions. You are just muddying the water when you bring in these topics.
I gave you a solution. You didn't hear it. You actually gave you a solution, but I just don't think you can see it.
But Willie, we're
Right?
trying to understand. You believe that the world is a matriarchy when men
I have
rule
it
the
pulled
world?
up, so we can go ahead and do that first. I have it pulled up.
I get it, but that's what I'm saying. I need to understand his stance before we go to chat GPT. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand his stance. Do you believe that we currently live in a matriarchy in America?
I think there can be an argument made that many black men feel like they've never grown up in a patriarchy. I think at the crux of it is a lot of black men never even grew up with their father, right? Hmm?
That
So
is crazy.
who controlled that home from a child was a
So who's
woman.
keeping the
So
father
that
from being
woman,
there? I hate this argument.
hold on, just don't spin me before I finish. Right? So if we're dealing with the mindset of that person will say, who raised me, who held all the authority on my home in my home, who did everything, who controlled everything, it was my mama.
So your argument is
Now,
the
hold on.
home. You're talking about
So
the
hold
home,
on.
okay?
The next
We're not talking
stage,
about the world.
hold
We're talking
on.
about the.
The next stage of it
Okay,
becomes
hold on,
right.
Willie. Willie, 1 second. 1 second. Willie,
Yep.
can a woman move in a patriarchy where she is teaching her children patriarchy?
Absolutely.
What the fuck is
Okay.
going on here?
So real quick, short
You
answer, and
said
I
can.
asked,
That wasn't a
can
drop
black
mic
men
moment.
prove that we are currently living in a matriarchy? Short answer, no. There is no credible
But that's not
evidence
what I
that we are
said.
currently.
That's not what I asked you. I said what arguments could be made so we could get to it, right? Because I know Chat GPT, it's my friend. It's gonna give you what you want to hear. So that's why I gave you a very specific thing. What
Oh man, this is crazy
arguments,
that we're
what
splitting hairs.
what
Hold on,
are
let's
I
not
have
no,
use.
it
that's
right
not
here. Hold
splitting
on, hold
hairs,
on, hold on.
sir.
Eat
Fall
a minute.
back.
Let me
Lay back
hold
in the
on, hold on,
Maybach,
hold
E.
on, hold on.
But why are we even arguing this? Even the black women are their
It's
mind is
very
constructed
simple.
in a
It's
patriarchic
very
world.
simple.
That's why they push
Hold on. I
patriarchy.
She
have
was
it. Hold
doing
on.
a search for
Okay,
I
me.
got
I
hold on,
gave
1
I got
her
second.
you.
very
Okay, let's bring it
specific
down. So let's
parameters.
hold on. So the problem that you have in Wall Street, Willie, even if a woman is raising the household, she's still raising them in a patriarchy mindset.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. So I have it right here because one of the first things that it has common arguments people use to claim matriarchy and why they fail. First one, women control family courts. We were just talking about this. Courts were designed by men. Outcomes often favor caregiving parents, not women as a class. Men who seek custody and meet requirements often receive it. This is not proof of female rule. It is proof of gendered caregiving expectations created under patriarchy. The next one, women influence culture, dating, relationships. Influence does not equal structural power. Personal or interpersonal leverage is not governance. Men still control most economic and political systems. A matriarchy cannot exist only in dating dynamics. Next one, single mothers equal matriarchy. Single motherhood often results from economic inequality, mass incarceration, lack of social support. Bearing responsibility does not equal holding power. Responsibility without power is not dominance. Feminism runs society. Feminism is not a governing body. Anti feminist laws and policies pass regularly. Feminist goals, equal pay, bodily autonomy, are still unmet. A ruling ideology doesn't have to ask for rights.
All right. And I just don't think, and what I'm saying about money in the water, Willie he's not even considered somebody that is a part of the red pill, but he will argue how the red pill is have an argument. And that's the issue. That's muddy in the water for no reason whatsoever. You are
No,
arguing a
you're
point
muddying the
that you don't
waters.
even agree with yourself.
I
That's
never
muddy in
argued
the
that,
water,
sir.
literally.
I never argued that.
But
I
okay,
never argued in
you don't understand
defense.
so therefore you just don't understand what you're arguing. Maybe you just have a contrarian spirit. I don't know.
I'm
Maybe you just have a
intelligent enough.
contrarian
I'm
spirit.
intelligent enough to understand the points that I'm making. right? And I'm not the same way she didn't search what I asked her to search even just now, right? Because at the end, it was in why they failed. I didn't ask that, right?
Okay, so tell me again.
This
I'll
is
say it
what
word for
y'all, but
word.
hold on. But this is what y'all do in the conversations, right?
Stop. I need y'all men to stop. I don't know what it is about men with the gaslighting and telling somebody else what they are doing.
I never once said.
I don't think y'all understand how disrespectful that is. If I'm talking with you and then you're gonna say I'm doing something, it's highly disrespectful, bro. Just have your conversation. You don't gotta put whatever. It's disrespectful. So this way, so you know. So maybe you could change your speech. Maybe you didn't know how disrespectful that is.
It's less disrespectful than me calling you a flat out liar, right? But I feel like it's disrespectful for you to lie on me and to connect me with them.
Willie, write in the back chat what exactly you want Rosie to write verbatim, so there ain't no misunderstanding, and she could put that in Chat GPT. You yourself would say you don't agree with the red pill, but you agree on this point, and then you will actually try to argue that red pill talking point is what I'm trying to say to you, and you literally just did that. You said, I don't agree with the red pill, but on this right point right here, they are correct. They do try to help men be better men. This is what the fuck you just did.
You are a flat out liar.
Oh boy.
I
So
never said none of that. I
Willie,
never said none of that. Like, if I'm being honest, Sharon, that was if whatever I did before that to try to just correct this kind of premise you're trying to act like I'm making, I never used any of their arguments. I didn't defend anything they say. I could probably criticize them 10 times better than you could, right? But you're trying to act like I'm a liar.
Sharon, you're on mute.
I just need these men to fucking prove what they are saying. Y'all always say y'all could do something better than somebody else and then don't do it.
I simply said that I see valid points on both sides. I never aligned myself with no red
so
pill.
I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't. When somebody literally say that the only way somebody could get better in life is to concentrate on themselves and move forward, you also going to say the best way for us to fix things is focus on the person that is not going to help the person that we are trying to help. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't move that way. I don't move in confusion, and I don't fucking get it. And I don't think I ever will actually understand how men can be double-minded like this en masse. Even when they are on my side, they find a way to disagree with me, even though they agree with me. I don't understand it don't make sense to me.
So
So
I
to keep
have
it
a son,
respectful,
right?
right?
So
To
hold on
keep
real
it
quick, Willie.
respectful,
Willie, can I just
just 2 sentences. You are not the alpha and omega. You are not the oracle. You are not right on everything. So yes, you and I can agree on something, and then you can go back to being 90% wrong about everything else. And I yield my time.
Okay, so as a black woman with a black son, and I'm sure that there are other men, other people in the chat with black sons, this is how, while we're living in a patriarchy, black men can actually benefit without reinforcing. Again, I like to stress this: reinforcing harm. There are non-oppressive ways to leverage patriarchal positioning. A, using male privilege to amplify others. Advocate for black women in workplaces. Interrupt misogyny in male places. Share platforms, credit, and opportunities. B, redefining masculinity. Embrace emotional literacy. Reject dominance-based masculinity. Model caregiving and partnership as strength. This weakens patriarchy while preserving dignity and agency. Strategic navigation, not endorsement. Recognizing when male privilege operates allows black men to navigate institutions more effectively, protect themselves and their families, avoid internalizing shame imposed by racism. Awareness does not equal endorsement. So again, what chat is pretty much saying is, because you guys benefit, because again, the benefits of a patriarchal society with the idea that, yes, because of racism, it does harm Black men. But again, it's not the same way that your fathers, your grandfathers, and other men had to fight it. You guys are actually in the best opportunity that you're in now, because not only are you getting the fact that you are around other men in most male identified or most male specific places, you guys make more money. You guys still have more influence. That is why earlier when I said that you guys run the court systems, if you show up to court, you're going to get what you ask for. Most of the time, most of y'all are not showing up to court. That is the issue. So these issues that these men are circle jerking in the the manosphere, red pill, all these communities, you guys are now just putting yourselves in a victimhood that you don't need to be in. Meanwhile, again, your grandfathers, your fathers, the generations before you were actual victims of stuff, and they still were able to push through to get you all to where you are today. And it's sad because you guys are pretty much shitting on their legacy.
Yeah.
Now you see how well we do when we work together? You see, because I like that. About a good 85% of that I agreed with, right? But you see, you work the system, I got a couple questions, and we can recognize the questions, right? Now the problem becomes feeling the need to say that the optimal development, the best outcome, right? Chance of success is being willing to turn that mirror around too. Now it's your turn, right? And that's where it always becomes a problem here. This is strictly focused on all the problems of Black men, right? And I'm saying you can't solve all the problems of Black men without solving some of the problems of Black women as well, right? If the goal is to work in tandem, we got to realize how we got here from our previous history of always working in tandem. To your point, right? There was a disconnect, and that may have created problems on both sides.
Well, I'm trying to let me understand this. So, are you saying that we can't fix Black men until we fix Black women? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
So, sir, I realize I got to keep it real elementary for you sometimes. So let me say it clear, right? I'm saying neither side gets fixed without the other, right? The same way Black women feel like being single right now is the best thing in the world. Don't ever get married and just get to the bag, right? But there's still problems, right? We don't have this cohesion of family structure. I'm saying the men on the other side saying the same thing. Don't have no babies, go pay for broads and prostitution and whatnot, and they think they're doing better as well. All of y'all
But
goofy to me. All of y'all goofy to me.
that's where I think me and Sharon, and maybe I just say me, are saying that's where we disagree. Men can stop sleeping around. Men can stop doing all these things with Black women being the exact same. So this idea that we have to have the Black women, quote unquote, change too, is actually, it's like almost a cop out.
It's not about change, right? It's about if the goal is to find some cohesion between the two sides, right? Then the two sides are gonna play, they're gonna have an effect on this experiment we're trying to create to get to the goal of creating something better, right? If you focus the light in one direction and one direction only, you literally feed the fuel, right? That gives Andrew Tate and all them other goofy, bad hairline having niggas the strength that they have in terms of their voice, right?
So, Willie, what is the actual goal? Because, I'm a younger Black woman. I told you I have a kid. My goal has always been to actually see this community that we're supposedly saying that we have so that he has a chance. So that this village that we all claim that we have can actually help nurture these children and actually kind of get it right before it's too late for them. Because all I hear is a bunch of older people whining about how it failed for them, how their families and their village failed them. And instead of doing what we can to help the next generation, it's just easier to just keep pointing the fingers and then just say F these kids because we still haven't gotten what we want.
So what was the first question? You asked me a question.
What's the actual goal? I express my goal. My goal is to actually see a better community
Oh,
for
my goal.
future generations. What's the goal?
Yep. My goal, honestly, is to cultivate and collect black families, create a network and a real support system, and stay away from everybody else. White folk, red pills, feminists, everyone. Because it would do nothing but create toxicity for the little bit of life we have left in terms of black families, right? I don't care who's wrong, who's right on the other side. Like, especially when they're not listening to me, right? I just want to avoid them, stay away from them, right? I think black marriage, you have to protect yourself from other people's goofy energy and arguments. Like today, 2025, having a strong black marriage is almost like trying to grow a rose in the middle of the desert because it ain't nothing but sand, death, and rocks all around you. Miserable people, bunch of red pillars and gorillas and just a bunch of illas.
But
Right?
how's that not around
That's
every
my goal.
marriage?
Someone bring
My
back
goal,
Chicago Gorilla. He's
my
talking.
goal is to create a network of like-minded individuals and get the F from around everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. I just think men gotta look in the mirror, Rosie, and say, "Hey, I can change. I don't need no help from no woman to change. I can look in the mirror and say, hey, these are the things that I am doing wrong." Or men as a whole, you say, "I'm doing wrong. If I start going in this direction out of faith, the women will follow me." Like this idea, if men start valuing marriage again, that women wouldn't be getting married, is a crazy idea to me. And then they want to come on here, Rosie, and say, "We're the leader, submit to me." And they want to be leader till it's time to change. Now it's ha 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 ha. And it's just one of those things that it's crazy that men feel like they need these women to just do what they're supposed to do.
And even to
Yeah,
your
fam,
point,
that's
what's
not the
crazy
argument. I'm
is
saying you're
because
pushing men into their arms. Pause. Right? You're pushing with your argument of only focusing on men, you're literally pushing them over there.
so
That's my
Willie, that's
argument.
the whole that's the
No,
whole
because
thing.
they're gay. That's why they going over there. Let's stop. See, that's what he said. He said, me standing on something, Rosie, is pushing a gay man to another gay man. No, he just wanted his booty hole played with. Come on. Let me
So
stop.
let me point out these two things. One, these men are worried about changing women that don't want to be on your program. That's fine. Stop trying to focus on people that don't want to join you. You can't save everybody. But two,
Correct.
the men that I know that don't have these issues, including the one that I'm with, it's because he focused on himself. It's because they focused on themselves. And the women that wanted to be on that program, myself included, followed said program without any hesitation because the results were already seen through that man. So again, I don't see the issue when a woman is put in a position where she has no choice but to shut up and follow you, she will. But you got to get you together first. You have to make yourself somebody worth following. And a lot of men don't want to do that, Willie.
I can't say I disagree with you at all.
Uh-oh. We got Polo TV.
Welcome to the show, Bolo TV, The Village. Good day, sir.
What up? What up? What up? What up? What's going on, everybody? Rogue, see what's going on?
Nothing much.
How's everybody doing? I just came up here to say something real quick, and I'm a dipset. I promise you, Willie, I ain't gonna be on there for 20 minutes. All right. So,
All right, he's gonna be for 19. It's gonna be 19 there.
so here it is, man. Helping the black family begins with restoring the black man. Okay, that's what it's not about ego, not about dominance, but to calling. Scripture's consistent. God establishes order before establishing responsibility first. Adam was formed before Eve, not because he was greater, but because he was assigned to tend and keep. When men are healed, disciplined, and anchored in God, the entire household benefits. When men are not broken, absent, or confused, the home cries for a structure at its core. A foundation doesn't announce itself. It simply holds everything up. Okay? Starting with the men is not exclusion, it is
I like
strategy.
that. Wait, say that again? About the structure, the foundation,
Oh, a
not
foundation
announcing
You gotta
itself.
slow down. You know he ain't that fast.
a
Polo.
foundation doesn't announce itself. It
Doesn't
simply holds
announce
everything
itself.
up, right?
Yep.
So starting with men is not exclusion, it is strategy. All right. So it's kind of crazy how Rogue is giving us the answer and Cats is fighting. She just simply said, if you guys show us the leadership, we'll follow. But we continue to fight. Men are designed to carry weight, spiritually, emotionally, and practically. The enemy understands this, which is why black men have been targeted through incarcerations, fatherlessness, shame, and silence. A man disconnected from purpose becomes either passive or destructive. But a man aligned with God becomes a covering, a steady, a present, and accountable. When men lead with humility and love, women don't have to compete for stability, and children don't have to grow up guessing what strength looks like. So from there, the home can heal in order, not hierarchy of value, but flow of responsibility. Women are not an afterthought. They are the heart of the home. Scripture honors women as helpers, suitable. Okay, a word also used for God himself. When men are whole, women are free to flourish, not forced to overcompensate. They can nurture, build, and counsel from a place of partnership rather than survival. A strong man doesn't silence a woman. He creates safety for her voice. Children are not the fruit of what they observe, okay? Not what they are told. When they see a father who prays, repents, works, and loves their mother well, they inherit a blueprint that no program can replace. Healing men heals marriages. Healing marriages heals children. Healing children reshapes generations. This is not theory, it is legacy in motion. I'm out. Y'all have a blessed day. Peace.
I should.
You can't gonna let us ask him no questions, just like Bolo.
I should.
Dropping all that good notice and just leaving.
That's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm just-
Well, he
We
don't
hope
have
so. We hope so. Hold on. Give Willie his time so he can lead us.
no, Willie ain't gonna
No,
do that.
but yeah, I think he said it very well articulated together. Like he put it together as, hey, check this out. If we heal, the family heal. If the marriage heals, the kids heal.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that's not gonna happen.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, it's only gonna get worse.
That's
But
crazy.
see, and
So
that's the
get out the way.
pessimistic mindset that I don't understand from most black men, because again, and you even said it, Willie, that you're not expecting the goal to be changed. I'm not really understanding what y'all are wanting then, because that's what the red pill manosphere does. They don't want change. They just want to talk.
I
They
think they're
just want
very.
to complain.
So
They don't want
here's
to
my
do
thing.
anything.
I think they very much want change, and I think they accomplished a lot of
Okay,
They
change.
so
want
so
It's
control.
not good
you know what?
change.
Hold on. Let me
It's not change.
Wall Street
It's
Willie. Wall Street Willie.
Jesus
For
Christ.
you to have the family that you have, did you change who you were before you got married?
Let me think about that.
Wow, now he
No,
want to say
no. To get
that's
married, from the time I met my wife until we got married, no, I didn't have to change. I was ready.
that's
So
that's
what age you got married? Like 10 years ago?
A little less than 10. I
Okay,
just
so
got up
seven,
over
so
that
7 years,
7
so
stretch.
7 years ago,
Yeah.
whoever that person was,
hmm
you was always that person and you haven't changed.
So here's the thing. You do agree that we all change over time in some way, right? You agree with that? Because
sure.
I just want to make clear what we're talking about, right? In terms of the core of me, my principles, morals, and what I wanted out of life, no, I didn't change. In
Okay.
terms of how to deal with my wife and kind of changing some of my habits and ways to be more cohabitation friendly with her, yes, there was some changes.
Well, hello, but Willie, didn't you say you was sleeping with threes and fours and just slanging dick? Like that's what I'm
I'm
trying to say. I don't
never
understand why we
see
just don't
this
be
when y'all get
truthful.
goofy. This when y'all get goofy. You have to understand, bro. I enjoy turning down bad broads, right? I used to get off on that more than boning them, right?
All right, before you
So
before you
hold
go
up.
into your before you go into your
See,
whole pride
see,
shit,
you
because you want to
see.
just be you want to be
For the
prideful.
record, I ain't never been running around with no threes and fours. That's all.
Okay, fine. You want to be prideful, fine.
Ask me the question because he don't want to
Hold
tell
on.
the truth.
It's okay. He had bad bitches. So are you saying that before you got with your wife, right? You was out there slinging things, right? You was getting so much that you was able to turn down dimes, correct?
Yeah, I was going a little crazy.
Okay, so now you saying that's the same person that married your wife that you still out there slinging things?
Yes. At my core, I still wanted what I wanted. My moral compass was the same. I just hadn't found the right woman. There were periods of time where I slowed down, locked in on a relationship, and I've always handled relationships well. I pride myself that out of all my girlfriends, I think only 2 will probably snuff me if they see me, right? But I don't leave with no type of balance, and
So
I ain't
let me
talking
make
money.
sure I'm
I'm talking
understanding. So
emotional
are you in a monogamous marriage?
right now.
Yeah, right now, right
My
now.
marriage, I hope
What
so. I don't
on
know
your
what she's.
end? Okay, so on your end, are
Of
you in a
course,
monogamous
of
marriage?
course, absolutely.
So you had to change to be a better man to be in the marriage that you are in, correct?
So again, I'm gonna slow it down. No, me being monogamous, once I was locked in with a woman, that wasn't a change, right? I was a serial relationshipper, right? Like always locking in. What? Was I too loud? Am I in trouble?
I just guess we
Hold
don't
on.
pay attention.
All
I
right, wait, let me
guess he
finish. Let
think
me
we don't
finish.
pay
Go, bye,
attention.
bye, babe, bye. Wait. Yeah, I was a serial relationship dude, right? Like, and once I lock in, I lock in. That didn't have to change. Now, when I wasn't locked in, I was for the streets, right, babe? I'm honest about it, right? All right, but I'm just
He
saying.
said, "Don't involve
Right.
me." I know that's right, sis.
I'm just saying, like, I'm being honest. Like, so the core of who I was, what I wanted, that's what determined how well even the relationships that didn't work, how well they at least went. There was no all this trauma and beatings and was your love and your secretary. There was none of that. I was always
Right.
willing to invest in whatever woman I was seriously dealing with. Because again, my definition of love is simply my happiness is now tied to your happiness. When
What's the
you're
definition
happy,
of
Hold
I'm
on,
being a
happy.
let
woman?
me answer Sharon question truthfully. Hey, Sharon, I thought like a single man when I was out there. I was moving like a single man. And I had to embrace the mindset of a marriage man and a family man. So I had to change my whole ideology of what I believe. And when I changed that first, and then that woman positioned herself to me. So like I had to change. I had to become what I wanted my household to be. The structure had to be the foundation of the change first, what Barlow was said. And then once I changed, the right woman came into my life. Not only the right woman came into my life, it was a foundation that we was able to build a house and marriage on. So yes, Bolo is 100% right. Until we change, till we make the decision that we gonna make the change and be the foundation to build upon, that is when we can be able to build with the woman. So I think Willie just here talking about he been the same and he think the same. He lied. That's what it is.
I want to know what the definition of investing in a woman is like for the men that actually do it.
Say it
Well,
again.
I want to know why Willie get away with his wife controlling his. You saw she said, "Don't involve me," and that nigga shut the fuck up real quick. What's going on, Willie, over
This
there?
is what you gonna do to me, sis. Et tu,
Yes,
Brute?
we gonna call it out what we saw yesterday. I didn't
I'm
get a chance. My internet was working.
L
Wasn't
Bomb
working like
Cherry.
now.
Like I had to
Okay.
leave my first son's mother because I was in an abusive relationship and I couldn't let her put her hands on me no more. Right? So
Oh,
I
she was
did
beating
that
your
for
ass.
him.
Wait a minute. What?
Nah, you know I'm kidding. You know I be silly.
I ain't gonna
But
lie. The way how he communicate, I can see why he was getting his ass whooped. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm a salesman, man. That's
Fact.
what I do. But I mean, nah, I'm saying I didn't have to change because there were certain morals and values in me, and there were certain things I wanted. I was raised, fortunate enough to be raised around black marriages, right? I
So
wanted
why do
that.
you got a baby mama then? That's what I'm saying. Like if you say that you always thought these ways, why do you got a baby mama? Why you
Because
didn't marry that first woman? We can ask you all these questions and it shows that you had to change.
no, and I can answer, right? Because we didn't work out. We were engaged, best of friends right now. That's my homie.
So you
You
didn't
know what I mean?
change to be a better friend to her. You didn't change to be a better mate for someone else after her. You
I
didn't change.
wasn't I wasn't ready, right, to be
Oh, he changed.
I
He
wasn't
changed
ready to
this
be.
up. He
Chill out.
could not make this up.
Yo,
You
this shit
ready?
it is insane. I don't know what it is about men
I didn't
conceding
even.
to the things
So
that they are
again,
saying
I
themselves.
never said. Never conceded to this changing thing. If you
That's
could
the
slow
problem.
down for
You
two
don't
seconds.
y'all don't concede. Y'all don't want to stand. This is what I'm
No, I didn't
saying.
finish what I was
For
saying.
some
Y'all
reason,
thought I was saying something I didn't.
y'all men are scared to stand on your morals and points. I don't know what that is. I ain't never been a coward, so I ain't never was scared to stand on what I'm thinking. I'm easy to be on my side of the fence and say, yes, I believe in this, right, wrong, or indifferent. This is what I'm doing, and this is what I did. And if it's wrong, it turns out to be wrong. I'm willing to accept that consequence. I'm not going and being like, well, maybe. And no, you need to stand on something. We need to teach young men to learn how to stand on something. Pick a
So yeah, I
side,
stand on that. Then I
stand
ain't have
on
to
it,
change
and
because I had the
stay there.
foundation.
Stop going back and forth on the fence. You jumping over when it's good for you over there, and then so when it's time for you to be a lover of men, you jump on that side. When you're trying to be, I
So
love all the ladies, you jump on that side. When it's time to just be in the middle, I don't even know which one it really is. I don't know. Sometimes pick a side.
no, right? Because that's
Can
not
I answer
beneficial.
Rose? I want to answer
I
Rosie's
think these
question.
sides
I'm
are
tired of him lying to
literally
us.
the problem. The manosphere is a side, and Sharon Bracey is a side, right?
Yeah, can I
That's the
answer your
problem.
question, Rosie? I'll let people just keep lying to me. Yeah, maybe that's what y'all do in y'all life. Go ahead, Rosie. What was your question to me? And
For the
You
men
being
that
real
do it, I just want to
disrespectful, and
know,
I be
what does
trying
it
to
actually
keep it
look like
PG.
when you invest in a woman?
I'm
well,
sorry, Queen.
first thing I think investing in a woman is understanding what that woman needs. It's not no cookie. It's not this cookie cutter that, oh, if you do this because the woman need this. What I learned is Rosie might need her man to invest in her different from how Bomb Cherry might need her to invest. So first of all, some of these men just gotta shut up and listen to their woman. Instead of trying to beat on their chest like they some gorilla and think they just know what's best for the family and they not getting to become intimate to understand these women. So that's the first thing I asked myself. I said, what do my wife need? Like, how can I make my wife whole? And how can I make her be able to perform at her ultimate level? That was the first thing that I asked. So when I say these things, some people say, well, I don't need this as a woman because it's more personalized than what we think it is. So the first thing my wife needed an environment where she was able to remove stress from her life, right? I understood that she was under a lot of stress when I first met her. And so the first thing I did is I said, hey, don't worry about bills, don't worry about this, don't even worry about managing money. I'm going to bring this level of peace to your life where you can actually live in almost a level of delusion. Like from a financial point of view, I wanted her to be able to think about how she can teach our kids different languages, how she can educate and homeschool our kids. Like I wanted her to be able to be consumed in the things that she's good at. So the first thing that I think is, if you have the ability, finding out what she needs. And some women are great. For example, I know a woman that's really good at finances, and it don't cause her any stress. Like she went to school for accounting. So every woman don't need the same thing, Rosie. But what I will say is every woman need a man that is willing to sit down with them, find out what they need, and bring their dreams into reality.
That's fair. So, with that also being said, is there an idea of how you can both progress within using that investment with her?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing is it's my responsibility to invest in her, and it's her responsibility to invest in me. If I'm always focused on putting her first, and she's always focused on me putting first, we're always put first. So the biggest thing is that we ask ourselves is, hey, how do we die to self? How do we get away from our selfish needs and put that person first? And then once I learned that, it give us we both are in this state of servitude to each other.
So, they're saying in the chat, you sound like a feminist. So, Edaman, are you okay with that at all? Because again, people use words without definitions, and I think it's ridiculous because you guys use these words thinking it's an insult, and it's actually not. So,
But
E, with the idea of you possibly being a feminist, does your wife have bodily autonomy?
absolutely.
Does she have rights?
Yeah.
Do you feel wrong for her to have any of these things?
No.
Okay.
So yeah, but think about it. It's usually a man who don't have a woman calling me a feminist, right? When we break down what I said, is I said understanding the woman that I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with. Oh, he's a feminist. So what would make me not a feminist? Not understanding the woman that I'm gonna spend the rest of my life. Like if you literally take the opposites of what I'm saying, they're asking us to be toxic. Everything I'm saying, if I'm a feminist, that means the opposite of what I'm saying. If I go do the opposite, that is a toxic way to be in a relationship.
Because they're saying it's crazy to just shut up and listen to a woman. And it's funny to me because Edaman even said in his situation, if his wife puts him first and he puts his wife first, nobody is put last in that whole scenario. But again, for peanut-brained individuals that, like Edaman said, don't have somebody to actually put them first, you guys aren't going to understand that because at the end of the day, you guys live in your own version of Delulu where you're always right and everybody should kiss your ass. And that's not how it's going to work.
Yeah, nah, that's not it at all.
Hey, Willie, you better listen to your wife. She said, "Shut up." You better shut up.
She said, "Don't put me in this shit."
She said, "Don't put her in it." That's what.
And guess what you didn't do?
Tell me what to do. All right.
And guess what you didn't do?
I'm telling you to listen to her and don't get in it.
She said, "Don't put me in it." And guess what he did?
I respected her autonomy. She didn't want to be put in it.
Your wife hit you like Debo.
You got it, Queen.
You see how Willie be doing? He like when Debo come around, I shut the F up. But when she gone, I start talking again.
Are we talking again?
Yeah. Look, he's a feminist himself. Isn't that right,
Boom.
Willie?
Hey, yo, Bomb Cherry, can you stop? Stop doing that to me.
But most
Telling
of you
the
men
truth.
are feminists. If you are okay with 50-50, if you're okay with your wife making money, if you are okay with your wife saying no to you because you don't want the idea of raping your wife, yes, you're
I
a
am
feminist.
not a caveman.
Congratulations. Welcome.
I am not a caveman, right? I am in full support of women doing well and doing everything that they want to do, right? As long as it's not, out of anything that morally I don't want to deal with, right? But beside the do funnies, the other weird groups, like I'm not trying to stop women from doing anything, but I'm not gonna label myself a feminist. I'm not jumping out because then when you do that, you
What is
put
so
yourself.
scary about the word feminist that makes you guys think that it takes away from you? It makes you less than. It does something to your masculinity. What about the word
So that's
feminist?
an assumption.
Because to me, if you are a man that likes women, because again, even with the whole situation of a simp, the way that y'all use this definition of simp is just people that like women, men that like women and are okay with doing something for a woman, especially if it's a woman that they love and actually want to be with and are with. It's weird. None of these words are insults until y'all make them.
So again, it was never about it being an insult, right? Like the word simp for me means superior intellectual mandingo provider, right? Like, I don't have no problem with making my woman happy, right?
Man,
I
you
don't
go provider
none of that.
you're just slinging D, Willie. So please,
Nah, but hear what I'm
Oh
saying.
my God.
I don't have no problem making my woman happy. That's not the issue with me. I'm not labeling myself. I'm not labeling myself as a feminist. Hold on. Can I land here, Sharon?
No, because you're not saying anything. You're not saying anything. I don't think you understand that you don't say anything.
See, you the problem. You see?
They're saying women in the chat, women are gay a little. So liking a woman makes you gay? Because isn't that what Andrew Tate or one of them said?
I don't understand whether you don't really understand that you are not saying anything.
You don't understand because I never get to finish a single thought.
Right. What you would do.
I am an orator, sir.
No, that's the problem.
Let the build up happen.
So now I understand the problem. You think that you are something that you are not.
No, I just want to be clear because I know what you're gonna do.
You don't know
if I don't make my point clearly, you're gonna use it. You
don't know how to get to a point.
That's the
it's
problem.
Okay. And it is okay that you don't know how to get there.
I don't have the opportunity to get a point. right?
And this is the delusion. This is the delusion that Rosie was talking about. You think that you are the only one that's correct.
You don't even realize it's a reflex. Every time I start speaking, hold on, Willie, hold on. Like I've sat,
Because you start talking about something that we are not talking about.
and that's a problem.
Is bounties active? That's all I need to know.
Yeah, bounties. Yeah, bounties.
Okay,
Yes,
everybody,
the bounties are
bounties are
open, ladies and
active.
gentlemen.
I just wanted to answer a question on why I wouldn't attach myself to feminism. No, not because I view it as some type of slander or anything like that. There are parts of the movement, right, that I've observed that I say things are going a bit too far. I'm just not directly connected with that. I'll support what I support a la carte on an individual level. So I don't have any problem with women have the right to an abortion. I do think women should get fair and equal pay. But I don't have to lock in, right, to being a feminist to
Okay, so
support women.
all right,
That's
so
goofy.
we're gonna entertain it for just a second. Was it about feminism that you disagree with?
There are things off the top of my head I can't think of it right off, and I
God
gotta be
damn.
careful. And I have to
That's
be careful
it.
with how
So
I make
this
the
is the problem,
argument
Willie. You can
because
just
all you're looking for is a
hold
pothole.
on. The
Right?
problem is that you can leave it right
Mhm.
there. You don't have to continue to talk. Say, I can't
See?
think of one right now, and the conversation's done. So this way, we can't hold you to no position, and it's
Cool.
fine.
All right, that's the answer.
You don't need to keep talking. I don't have one on top of my
bad.
head.
My
Fine.
bad. I know how you do. I was just on defense, but yeah,
You
Yeah,
don't
I
have
just
to
top of my head,
you don't have to reiterate something that I don't know. What you gonna say? Well, I don't know because it's nothing to say after that.
cool.
yeah. I just think that just sitting here, you say, okay, what don't I agree with? If you don't know what you don't agree with, that means you should agree with it, right? I think that's basic math, right? But
No, I think that's stupid. What
so the
I'm
biggest
saying,
you cut me off now. You're like, oh no, baby, let me talk for a minute and 30 seconds, Rosie. So the
but you want
point
to
that I
ask
was
me
saying,
something, Goofy? Go ahead, man. Make your
I'm not
point.
asking you no question. I'm
All
making a
right.
statement. So the point that I'm trying to help y'all understand is gender equal rights. I think we all agree upon that. Being able to the stereotypes of them being able to advance from a financial point of view. So a person calling me a feminist, that doesn't offend me. In reality, what somebody call you is their perception of you, right? That doesn't mean that it's your reality, right? I don't
That's a
think that
fact.
I'm a feminist, but if somebody says that, hey, because he's finally saying that a woman should be treated like a human being, he's a feminist. If that's their point of view, all right, brother. All right, treat them like human beings. The point of the thing is you have when you get to a point where they got a name call you or call something that they believe is an insult to you, it's because what you're saying is accurate. They don't want to actually go against the actual what you're saying in so many words.
Yeah, see, this is why there'll be no progress. Y'all are the same, both sides, red pill and you, right? Y'all try to spin arguments, right? Instead of trying to, you
Well,
want to
talk to the
prove a point.
argument. Talk to the argument, please.
I am speaking to the argument, right? Because again, what you watched him do was spin the conversation from how people label you to
Talk to
how
the
I
argument.
label
Talk to the
myself.
argument.
I am talking to the argument. It was never about how people label me. It was about how I label myself, right? Right?
So how
So
is
that
that such a thing, Willie? If you are going against the actual
You get on my
definition
Willie, you
of
get on
feminism.
my goddamn nerves. The very last one, I am holding on to dear life. You get on it. It's gonna snap.
because you treat me like the cousin that had an Avrex. And just because I didn't have an Avrex, you never got over that. And now you mute me and you mute me and you
So again, Willie, going with the actual definition of what a feminist is, why would you not be okay with that label?
because I have a view of certain people that were attached to the movement that for
Still
me,
has nothing to do
that's
with
a
it. Because we go with
so
what the
what?
word actually means, right?
All right, watch
The
this, right?
people that
Watch
have any
this, right?
because you want to know, hold on. You want to know what's crazy? Martin Luther King was called a terrorist. You know that, right? Did that make Martin Luther King a terrorist?
Yeah. Let's talk to
See, the
somebody else. He
definition of
don't want to
words
talk.
isn't
By
the definition of
definition, he
words
was
isn't
a
how I
domestic
get
terrorist. Yeah.
to the
So words
definition
mean
of words
nothing.
isn't
And
how
I'm
I
learning that
get
in this
right
space.
to my
Men do not
premises.
like
Hold
the
on.
words that
To
they
why
created. Words mean
I
nothing,
don't rock
people.
with feminists, right? To that,
Hey, Rosie, can
I
you ask Josh that question you
in
asked
high
earlier?
school, Gloria Steinem came and spoke at my school, right? And I sat and listened to her, and there was a lot of things I was like, ew, that's nasty work. Then I started to do my own research from there, right? This is high school.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Since I didn't want no dead space, I didn't want no dead airspace since nobody was talking. Go ahead. Nemo.
Badger.
Kasim with the $10. The feminist movement has diverse views, and reasonable people who care about gender equality can disagree about terminology while working towards similar goals.
That's me.
Hey, Rosie, can you ask Josh that question you asked me about how did he not put his wife first, but
Investing. So
invest?
yes, how does investing in your
Wait,
woman?
why am I being hit already?
I mean, earlier I was asking.
Wait,
about
what
men,
happened?
so Josh, you can answer if you want to.
She but Go ahead,
I'm
Rosie.
asking, how do men, especially I guess the married ones, what does it look like to invest in your woman?
Okay, I guess when it comes to this, anything like we start most weeks with a general plan. Like we go to church Sunday morning. When we come home, we let the kids do whatever they got to do, and we'll actually sit down and make a plan for the week. It's like, hey, you already know I'm working Monday through Friday, 6 to 6. What do you need to do to reach her goals? One of her things is she's aiming to get what's she trying to get? She's trying to get her, I guess, a CNA certification for something. And I was like, bet. Then what we'll do is, that was about a year ago. What we decided to do is, while she was studying, I would take care of the kids. So I ended up double time on that. So
but
whenever
I'm trying to.
but whenever, hold up, I'm not done. Whenever I work, so I learned how to build credit in college. So one of the things I do is I work on making sure her credit is still on peak and mine. I manage all of that. Because
Okay, but how do you invest in the person? I understand how you invest in your kids. I understand how you help her get a place. How do you invest in the person who your wife is?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anything that she's aiming for, her quality goals, then I help her achieve. That's just kind of that's how I invest in her. I invest the time in her.
Okay, hold on. So how you're not?
Am I not answering the question?
No, you're not. You're not.
He didn't even know it was a CNA or what. So you couldn't have been investing in that way.
And watching the kids that you
I
help
paid for it
is not necessarily investing.
So financially, so you invest financially.
Hold on. So, because somebody just made a point. So yeah, I invested in whatever it was she was going for. Whenever she was trying to be either CNA or RNA, I didn't remember which one. That's why I don't know specifically. But
DNA.
In the time that she was doing it, I also took over the additional time while she was studying when I got off work to take care of the kids because she went to school.
That is
like I
insane.
said, it's still mutual.
Hold on. Do you understand how
That you
crazy
created.
that I don't think men understand how crazy that sounds. For my wife to clean the house, I had to take the kids outside. Oh,
dang it.
No,
I don't understand why. I think y'all are extremizing it. I don't understand why y'all.
No. So Josh,
Okay, so this is why you don't understand. So when if your wife was not going to school and studying, would you not be dealing with the kids?
Yes, I would.
This gotta be a simulation. This has to be a simulation.
Wait, make your point. Don't trip about it. Make your point. I don't.
You're gonna stroke out, Sharon. I be telling you, you're gonna stroke
So Josh,
out,
what we're trying to say is And let's move this away from Josh. Most men don't know how to invest in their wife because they don't listen to their wife. Your wife typically tell you,
What
they
she
tell you,
wants.
hey, yeah, so she says, "Hey, these are things I need to be able to like." My wife like going to like personal development seminars, right? And we go to these seminars, we sit in these seminars, and we strategize. And I think men need to try this. And I know my go to your wife and say, "Hey, tell me what's your vision for 2026," and shut up. Get a pen and piece of paper, because we know you got your vision. We know that y'all believe in that you are the head of the household. But the most powerful thing I ever did was I sat down and I just start writing down all of my wife visions and say, hey, what is these things that she want to accomplish next year? And then when I figured that part out, I said, how do this come together from my vision, her vision, and become a family vision, right? Because she should be able to accomplish the things that she wants. I should be able to accomplish things I want. And I need to make sure that everybody is feeling this level of fulfillment in the family.
I,
That's how we can last
I guess
forever.
I
Go
guess
ahead.
to me that was just mandatory. That doesn't necessarily. I don't see that as an investment. That's just me making sure that if she has a life goal, as her husband, I help her reach it. Which is what I initially said.
I
So I'm
mean, okay,
confused.
so Josh, the idea of investing, because I don't want to just keep it on the monetary, but yes, investing in your wife is a monetary thing. But investing in your wife is also, like he said, sitting there. I hear you're a planner, which I'm not going to take away from you. Planning is great, but again, what are we planning for? Because we can make plans and never see them through fruition, right? So the whole thing about investing, if your wife is saying, hey, crazy thing, I want to be a model, what are you willing to do to invest in that so she can actually see that dream come true? If your wife says, I want to be a
To make
writer,
sure I open
your wife
whatever
says, I want to
goes.
lose
Right.
30 pounds. What are you doing as the man, the leader, the man that's supposed to have the plan and set the example? What are you doing to do that and invest into those dreams and those goals? How are you
No, this
guys
is a really good question. My wife wanted to
progressing
write a
afterwards?
fantasy novel. We actually sat down and I took a Brandon Sanderson writing class. I took a world building class because it's
Okay,
something I didn't know much about. But again, I don't see that as investment. That's just me showing interest in my wife.
that's an
Like
investment.
I guess my terminology is different
And
because
that's fine. That's fine. No one's saying what you're saying is wrong in that case. Again, if the words are, getting misconstrued, that's one thing. But yes, that is, I guess, technically what you are doing.
And this is the problem. Men do not have the proper words to communicate. They only paint with one set of crayons. They got 4 colors in the crayon box. Y'all need some more goddamn colors.
That's
Women
crazy.
can, women
Painting with
can.
crayons is crazy.
so I have a question. Would
He
y'all
said,
consider
y'all in
me
the
taking
special class
counseling?
and y'all painting with crayons.
Wait,
That's good.
would y'all consider the fact that my wife wants to go to counseling? Because me and her go to counseling once every other month, just as a tune-up for our marriage. If there's
Well,
something we
that's because your
disagreed
ass
with,
crazy.
I am crazy,
That
but
is
that's
an
not the point.
investment. That is an investment. That is an investment. Being able
Kind of.
to, let me help you understand what I'm saying. The being able to invest in her emotional stability, and it counts. That's really good if your wife can't be heard and she need like another person to be able to voice how she feels. Yeah, I believe in that. I believe in those tune-ups. So I got you, Josh. I ain't gonna let
And
them
yeah,
stop me.
it's a marriage
I'm going to give
tune-up
you a 50-50
because
for that
sometimes.
one, Josh,
Sorry.
respectfully, because, again, not to say that men shouldn't take into the mental health situations of their women and vice versa. But again, the emotional investment, because you can do that by yourself as well, right? The emotional investment and the physical, monetary, all that investment is pretty much what are y'all doing for the idea of progress, which is why I'm not going to tell you no for that. It's just a matter of the counselor
But
doing the majority of the work at that point.
well, I don't believe so because you can go to a therapist and do all the lessons and none of them could stick in. Our first therapist was this crazy white lady, and she had nothing to help us
Yeah.
because we were having an issue with communication. But our most recent therapist, that lady is great. because
Like I said,
when we actually
so
realized
the
what the
therapist is doing
communication
the
issue
majority of the
was.
work, which is why I'm giving you 50-50. There's nothing wrong with
Hold
what
on.
I'm just saying.
You gotta stop making Sharon right, man. You just said that even the therapist thought y'all couldn't communicate. That's the point.
No, the issue wasn't
Yeah,
the
I
fact that the therapist.
promise you,
Anyway,
I don't know.
not the point.
Everybody put in hashtag SNL. Sharon never lies. This shit is crazy. Uda, every day this man come up here to prove me right. I don't know what's wrong with him. What's wrong with him, Uda?
I think you actually took something I said and that I didn't actually say though.
Salute to you for you and your wife doing the counseling thing, though. I think that's really positive. Salute to that, though, man. You know what I mean? I think it takes
Thanks,
things like
yeah.
that to make marriages, even
I mean,
people in relationships. You know what I'm saying?
We're in a
That's
covenant
important.
marriage. We're married for life. We want to make
to
sure
that.
this shit works.
Because where we from, in like my community, people going to therapy and shit, people think you crazy and all this other stuff. Like, it's healthy. It's healthy to go speak to somebody. So salute to that, bro. Salute to that.
Well, I believe in a form of therapy, right? I don't know.
Like
So,
what?
so for example, once a month, a group of married people get together. We have conversation. It's led by like a person who's been married for 30 years. So it's like we're doing this. Like a lot of things that me and my wife, the challenges that we might have had. That's like, oh, we all went through that. Y'all, you just gotta make it through that phase. So you gotta you got to become one. Like y'all got to stop with this independent thinking and think what's best for the family, for example. So yeah, I think that you don't have to go to like traditional therapy, but having an environment that you can get help when you guys are not seeing eye to eye is really good for you.
But I even think that group scenario is therapy.
Some people had that position, like the person in the church with them and different people like that figure you saying, E.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I'm not for saying that you gotta go pay somebody. That's what I'm saying. Like when we hear therapy, we typically think me go spend money for somebody to give me advice. I think you're supposed to create environments. Hello, I got you. I think you're supposed to create environments around you that people have your best interest of your marriage. So when my friends come to me, I don't have my friends' best interest. I have their marriage best interest. And that's kind of what I learned in group therapy. They're like I had men tell me, I don't care about you, I care about your marriage. And they didn't mean like literally they didn't care about me, but they said the marriage was the most important part for them. And how could they keep that together and put our egos aside? So
I like that. That's really good.
I
like that. That's really good. All right, so we're gonna get back into the video. Or we yeah?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Let's see what else is being said with these crazy red pillars like Wall Street Willie.
Mike, too. Somebody sent this to me in my DMs on Instagram.
Yeah.
But there is a quote unquote rumor that, and I this is bullshit, but the rumor is that Andrew Tate has 11 children with like 14 children with like 4 or 5 or 8 wives or something like that. And I'm like, where the fuck are they getting this stuff? I know I am very confident that he does not have 11 illegitimate children.
Yeah.
Very confident that I know he has kids, but does he have 11 kids? I think Waller would have told me if he had 11 kids. I know how many kids Waller has. So.
A high value man, you're supposed to be getting any woman that you want, not these low level women according to them, but he can't get any woman that he wants. And that's because
the red pill's not about getting any woman you want. It's about understanding men's nature and women's nature. It's about intersexual dynamics. It is the praxeology of intersexual dynamics. For somebody who's debated all of these guys, you sure the fuck don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
manosphere is a very homoerotic place. Okay.
That's crazy, bro.
It's crazy that
crazy, bro.
Hello, but no, this is really important. Like other people that never had conversations with us, right, and are having these same reality points. Like, man, she think it's homo, Sharon think it's homo. Like, I'm just telling you, like, if you really look at it, it's a lot of people who never met each other is coming to the same, conclusion.
Come on, bro. You want to keep with some bunch of dudes all day, bro? Come on, it ain't hard to see that, bro. Come on, man. Y'all preaching a bunch of dudes all day, bro.
I didn't want to accept it, Uda. I didn't want.
You could get some women to sit in there and say, "This is real." If it was real, some women would sit in there like this in the church and say, "This is real." Some guys could learn from this. It's not real.
Uda, I didn't want to accept it. I wanted to call Sharon wrong. But when I heard about that man clave, and they said that women was not allowed to the man clave, I said, okay,
Come
now
on,
this
bro.
this getting homo now. You're not letting
Come
women
on,
come to the man
No,
clave.
that's how you keep the bag going. Because women are smart. Listen to me. You don't want women there. Women sit back and internalize. They sit back and say, what the fuck is going on here? Men are stupid sometimes. We will sit back in a redundant place. If you get one old lady, somebody come sit down in this, you're like, what the hell is wrong with you? Done. You don't want no women there, son. That's how your woman catch you in with things you doing, because she's like an investigator. You don't want no woman sit there and investigate that man clave, bruh. Trust me. You don't want that, bruh.
What up, Bruiser? Good day. The link is open if you like. Anybody that want to join
Hashtag
this.
Sharon Conclave Fun. Hashtag
Absolutely
Sharon.
Okay, you got
Shout out
me.
to my boy Sterling.
Okay,
bro.
you got me. Okay, you got us.
Okay, I guess openly so these days. Okay, but this is not surprising to
Hold on, pause it.
What was I saying before? If you
Hold on, pause it. Did he say, okay, you got me?
Absolutely.
Wow. I didn't even hear that, E. Wow.
I was like, hold on, maybe I'm. He said, okay, y'all got us. They try to get some booty holes.
What?
a very homoerotic place.
Okay, you got
Shout out
me.
to my boy Sterling.
Okay,
bro.
you got me. Okay, you got us.
Okay, I guess openly so these days. Okay, but this is not surprising to
As I said before,
That
what
was
I
not
saying
a
before?
joke.
If you think that the manosphere, or the red pill, I should say, begins and ends with Andrew Tate and Pearl Davis, I've got a fucking freeway right out here. I got to sell you, right?
women. Like we don't want this. You guys do, right? We do not have crushes on these men. These are
Yeah, you do. According to a random TikTok girl who wanted to talk about her alpha widow boyfriend, you do.
your crushes, not ours. If you are a young man who wants to be attractive to women, look at the type of men women admire, okay? Not who you admire or
Yeah. The guy, the alpha widow in the car. Let's look at the guys that they admire.
other men admire, or who is sold to you as being admired by women and like depicted as such. I mean, you can even look at characters, right? Like you can look at somebody like the guy from Twilight.
I'm sorry.
guy
but-
from
this is-
Twilight.
The alpha widow was
What?
crazy. Niggas said the
I don't know
alpha
who that.
widow.
I don't know.
What?
I don't know who the
That's
alpha
crazy. I
widow
never
is.
even heard of that before.
What is our thoughts on what she said just now?
I think she's telling the truth.
They got some relevance.
I think what she's saying is she's saying they're describing what they want in a man is
They
a
what?
bar.
What they doing? What they doing?
They're describing what they want in a man, not what women want in a man, is a bar. That is
Big bars.
that is
Big bars, E.
yeah. So I never understood why dudes would sit around and listen to other men who don't got women talk about what women want they man to be, and then at the end, because at the end of the stage, Uda, what happened is always a conclave for you. That's the final boss.
That's the final boss. That's the Bruce Lee Enter the Dragon. That's the Enter the Dragon, bro. But look, I'm telling you, son, like me being around women from a kid, whatever, maybe I got one or two, who knows? But I'm just saying though, I never learned that from no guy, bro. You learned that from women. Women's gonna tell you how to get women. Even in the ancient day, they sent you to the madam. The madam schooled you in the arts of love. This how it was, bro. A man could tell you something that could probably work for him, but that might not work for you. You know what I'm saying? That shit is just a recycling bin, that man clave thing. I'm telling you, son, it's a recycling bin.
Let me
Nobody
also
gonna want
welcome
no
into the show, Pastor. What's your thoughts, Pastor? You think that these dudes are describing homoeroticism?
Yeah, bro.
Damn. Okay.
It's crazy when we start talking about homo. They ain't never got nothing to say then. I thought I was muted. My bad.
Okay.
It is real, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, you want to be with some dudes all day. Because just like I asked that guy Brutal when I was talking with Obsidian and them, I asked him. I said, "Yo, bro, if you using these things, what did it help? What did it change for you? What did it do? You can't explain nothing it's helped you to do, bro. So you know that's some straight body man thing then. Because why it ain't help you to do nothing at all?
Right.
You can't tell me, yo, I've started implementing these things and women in turn started acting towards me different. I started holding back my semen retention. I started holding back my cash, talk about 50-50s, whatever the hell you said you was doing. Did it work? And did it get you more women? What did it do? And a lot of people,
Did they say this right here? Hey, We had 500 people. We've been doing this for 10 years. The manosphere made 5 weddings. 5 people got married over the last 10 years. That's not a success rate, bro.
That's the bar. Yeah, I'm glad you picked that bar back up. When I heard that one, I never even spoke on that one. That was a good one. I heard that. It was only a couple people. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
He was bragging like he had some success over there in the manosphere. Like I was like, bro, that was an accident.
That's like Shaq. He was Shaq from the line. Yeah, he hacking Shaq. He's Shaq from the line with that. That is Shaquille O'Neal for that.
Correct.
5 for 1 million people that came through the man clave.
And then you know the weird part about it, they'll come over here to me and Sharon. They'll be like, okay, Sharon got a wife. And we're like, this is what women want. And that's like, nah, let's go listen to the guy who ain't got no woman. That is that's the craziest part about it. They'll come to the men with women and say, we don't know what we talking about. And then they will literally go to a man who don't got no woman, who's paying for his woman, and say, oh, that must be it. That must been what I've been missing my whole life.
Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a woman, bro. You know what I mean? For me to kind of take you serious, you know what I'm saying? You got to have a woman, son.
Let's see how he disagrees with this argument. I think she got a good argument that men gravitate to. Let's see how she do it. So she's saying, I guess women gravitate to the Twilight guy. I want to see who she says men gravitate to on the other side. Let's
get somebody like the guy from Twilight.
I'm sorry. Okay, this is where the wheels fucking come off.
There's a bunch of women like obsessed with him and like writing fan fiction about him and like with posters of him versus a character like James Bond, which is depicted on screen as having all these women like him to appeal to men, right? There's not a lot of women in real life that like posters of him and like really want him or want this.
Okay, so Twilight. Oh, I see what she's trying to say here. Yeah. She's trying to say like that the Twilight character. Okay, let's the
female fantasy versus the male fantasy.
Would you like? Okay, yeah, I've talked about this before. Would you, Jasmine? Would you like me to explain Twilight to you? I will. Here we go. Okay, the first Twilight movie, remember, it was just Edward, right? Yeah. And I know this because my daughter used to love fucking Twilight back in the day. Okay.
Pause it. No, he loved Twilight back in the day. He got like he tried to say it was his daughter.
Bruh. Ain't no way. Y'all motherfuckers say I have jazzy hands. Yo.
Nah, if he do, that don't take away from you do too. I mean,
but you know, Sharon, we all up. It was like Twilight. Who is she talking about from Twilight? And you notice we all like, I don't know who she's talking about. Like, who is this man? And he said, "Oh, let me."
Am I the youngest person in this group?
Nah, y'all lying if y'all ain't.
Well, Josh, you look. I don't know the characters in Twilight.
No, I'm saying, am I the youngest person in this group? Because Twilight was like in my whole middle school.
No, we the same age. We about the same age. You in your 40s.
Don't tell the twisted. I've seen Twilight like 58 times because I was around women, but I still don't know.
How old are you?
Yeah, you from Montana though.
I'm 36.
Oh,
I'm 38. So.
And Josh, you was raised by white people, so that's a little bit different.
Okay.
I was also raised by white people.
Let me also welcome you to the show. Bruiser. Good day, Bruiser. How you doing today, sir?
Well, what's up, Sharon? Right? Or Sharon?
Yes, Sharon. You got it right.
Sharon, yeah, I think you corrected me so many times, and I guess keep messing it up.
hey, Bruiser.
Yeah.
That drama you had over there, brother. Ooh, that was a good show, man.
Which one?
The last one with the pimp and the pimpy lady, the lady pimping them 2 dudes arguing. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah. The very last live I had. That was crazy. It was unhinged.
Yeah, that was a good show. I was like, dang, these women playing these men, and they don't even see it in real time. But that's not why you're here. I just want to tell you, I did like that show.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. What are y'all talking about?
Right now we breaking down this video with this is my first time really listening to this guy Rollo Tomasi. They say he's the godfather of this manosphere thing, and so they say I never talk about the white manosphere. So I said let me go and check one of them out. I picked the video, and now we see this man. He knows so much about like things like Twilight and the Twilight characters, and so the lady that he's reviewing, he's saying that the red pill is very homoerotic. And I wanted to see how he's going to prove that it's not. I don't understand how it's not. In my opinion, the red pill is all about men and how to groom men to be with men.
Talking about Twilight.
I'm talking to a very
beer.
I don't understand.
Hello, Bruce. So let me ask you this question. The lady made this statement. I want you to comment on this. She said, inside the red pill, they're giving examples of what men want men to be and not what women want men to be. What do you think about that statement?
I mean, there's nothing right or wrong about it. It's just everybody got their own perspective on how they see it. But I think the important thing is to figure out where was the red pill or who was it orchestrated by? What was the intentions behind it? And if you can connect the dots between how the guys in the space are moving to the original purpose or direct definition of the term, then just lean on that. But oftentimes you have some people that just can't connect those dots. And what they do is they end up having their own perspective.
I always viewed it as the goal was to get to the bag for a few content creators. Would you agree with that, or you think it's something different?
You said the goal was to get to the bag for a few red pill content creators?
Correct.
That's also a thing. It's also a thing to, as a content creator, there is a bag in the red pill space. If you can learn the ideology and become a content creator, you can most definitely get a bag by pushing the rhetoric, pushing the narrative.
Let me ask this question.
I believe people are mistaken with red pill.
I need to understand what
I be ready to go on the mountaintop and scam them niggas too.
I know. I just want to make sure I understand where he stand at, right? Because I don't think I know where he stands. So do you believe that the red pill is helping families today or is hurting families today?
Well, I don't think it's doing either. I don't think the intentions of red pill was to help, was family focus
at all.
I think red pill, in my opinion, from what I've seen, I think it's just to give you an understanding of reality that you may not get otherwise. There's no doctrine, there's no Bibles. I mean, there's no religion, no teaching and academics that'll teach you a lot of the concepts or understanding that the red pill will. So a lot of guys are basically, it's a combination of personal experiences.
That's the most honest definition of red pill I've ever heard.
No, but I'm trying to understand. So based on today, I get what you said, that it wasn't created this. Is this helping families or is it hurting families, in your opinion, from being here for a while?
I don't think it's doing neither. I think the family concept of it is irrelevant.
Oh, so you think it have no effect on families?
Not at all.
I don't think the intentions was to have an effect on families. I think this was isolated to understand the mentality of a particular person. It ain't had nothing to do about family.
Well, and that's the I don't understand.
The MRAs was the family.
No, well, I think we've seen. Well, when we look at Redfield, Manosphere, them telling people not to get married, still out here having sex, those things are affecting families. So I'm trying to figure out,
because there's no family. They're affecting single people who are dating, right? Don't date to marry. Don't date to have children. But it's not affecting a family because a family hasn't been built.
No, so if a man go out there and have sex with a woman, don't marry her, he procreate with her, she has a baby, a family was created. We call it a broken family.
Well, let me ask you this.
No, the red pill says
no
cohabitation, no kids, no marriage.
He knows that.
Let me just ask this question before Oda go.
I'm not saying that. I want to hear what you're saying, Darwin. Get.
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that y'all hear a lot of red pill content creators push their message. Are y'all on the record saying that 100% of the time they're saying that don't get married, don't have families? If you could sit here and say that on the record, that 100% of every creator in the red pill place is telling you not to deal with women, not to get married, then your perspective is correct. But I've seen so many creators as a content creator in the manosphere, so to speak. I've seen a lot of creators that are red pill still tell you to get married. They just tell you to caution for particular the probability of being divorced, protection, such as bringing up premarital agreements, stuff like that. So I get it. There is groups there is men within the red pill that's telling you not to get married.
No,
You
no,
gotta understand there's an extreme to every movement or every type of group, even feminists.
no,
You
no. I
have
get.
You have
I
good
get.
feminists that just want equal rights, that just want to be able to have a fair play in society. And then you got the extreme ones that are leaning towards a more misandrous type leaning.
Yeah, but no, we're not saying 100%. We said if we was to take the majority of the red pillars, most of them would be saying not to get married. Get with a woman and don't marry her, especially through the court system. So I'm not saying 100%, but would you agree that the majority are saying it?
Yeah, I actually can agree that as a majority. But then that man. So the next question is, what is your discernment weak or strong? Because
Yes,
or and more importantly, your desired outcome. If your desired outcome is I want to find me a wife and get married, then it behooves you not to listen to the majority of the group that's telling you not to, because that doesn't align with your desired outcome.
But that's what I'm saying. They're preying on younger men who are vulnerable, and they are persuading them in this space. So we not talking about us. We've been married. Like I've been married. I say we. I've been married for a long time. I'm saying that we're seeing the effect on younger men that are being persuaded by these men who, in their own life, are not getting the results that they quote unquote preaching.
Well,
Hey, yeah,
that's
what the
their
fuck is
algorithm.
persuading?
They're watching it, they're clicking on it, and they can decide not to listen to it. What we don't want to do is absolve men from being grown adults and choosing to listen to whoever they want to. We can't take that off the table. Every man has a responsibility, is responsible for how his algorithm is configured based on what he click on, what he decide to watch, and what he decide to like. And if you're one of those men who are liking that shit, and it's impossible not to see a different side to it.
And not only that, we don't see enough of successful married men having an opposing opinion, so the young men can have both sides of the fence, so they could pick a side. They only have one side to pick, because if you are on the side of, hey, it's okay to be a man and believe in feminism because you want your daughter to have full autonomy of her own body. You don't want no man inside of some goddamn courtroom deciding what she can or cannot do with her own body. You want her to be able to go outside and work if she wants to. You want her to decide if she want to have children if she wants to. You want your daughter to be able to be full in existence on her own if that's what she chooses to be. And so when we don't have that side out there in the open, and we try to act as if every man knows what a woman needs versus what she's saying, that lies the real issue that we have today.
I think we have a problem because you keep mistaking what red pill is.
Absolutely not. I'm not mistaking it. You could so a lot of men, when they could say what the initial understanding what it is, but we understand and see what they're actually promoting.
But we can say the same thing about feminism, right?
Go ahead, explain. How?
So just like there are extremes on both sides, there's extreme.
No,
most
but
of
we're
the
not.
most famous. Hold on.
Hold on. No, what I'm saying is this: we are not talking about the extreme.
There you go.
Feminism. What about feminism you disagree with without using the extreme? Just by its own thing, because we're not talking about the extreme. By its own thing, what is the difficult problem with feminism? What you dislike? What you disagree with?
By the definition of what feminism is, by definition, I agree in egalitarianism between the two genders.
So now pause there.
But
in
practice, that's
feminism.
not what it is.
Hold on. We got to make sure we put it in clear and understanding. So you don't disagree with feminism. Most men don't. Okay. That's the real issue. So now red pill, they disagree with any kind of feminism, no matter what it is. You say the word, you demonize it, you demonize it, amen. Now, what about the red pill you agree with?
Hold up. See, I notice every time we do this, you'll ask me a question, knowing that there's a caveat, and then you try to railroad it. You can't say, I agree with feminism.
I'm trying to get men to not be double-minded.
It's not being double-minded. I agree with what feminism is, but I don't agree with what feminism is now.
I'm not talking about the extreme red pill. What about the red pill you agree with?
The red pill actually tries to explain to men how to be better versions of themselves by seeing reality for what it is. It's literally it's a Matrix reference. It's take the red pill to see the world for what it is. That's why it was called red pill.
Okay, so now I'm glad that you say it. So now prove the point that they are showing real life reality for men.
Okay, 80% of divorces that women do and initiate, women actually benefit from. It was able to be put in actual paper. It was able to be put in paper.
Okay,
and these are divorces that matter.
Okay, so now how do women on 80% benefit from divorce?
No, 80% of the marriages that women initiated, keep in mind that those are two completely different statements. So first of all, women initiating divorce is a specific number. 80% of that number is what I'm talking about. So there's two different numbers in play right now.
Okay.
The divorce is initiated by women, and then the women who benefited from said divorce.
Okay.
Through either A, child support, B, alimony, C, property disbursement, numbers of issues. But these things can be broken down to actual specific numbers. Like, hey, this is what I came in with, and this is what you are leaving with. I'm speaking strictly numbers now.
So, okay, perfect. We are talking strictly numbers. So a man gets into a relationship with a woman, majority of the time the woman doesn't have anything and the man has everything?
No, I did not. Again, I did not say that.
Perfect. I'm trying to understand something, right? So, okay, so both parties usually into the marriage with nothing.
Something.
Usually. Nothing. They don't have nothing. They usually date everything together.
Fine. Well, we'll say that.
Okay. Is this not a true statement? Yes or no?
I mean, they do gain through the relationship, but if you're saying they came in with nothing.
Okay, so let me backtrack it because you went with property. Do majority men have houses before they get married?
Majority, I'd say it's a higher percentage than you would expect.
Do majority of men?
Over 51%, I'd say yes.
Then
or they have something.
So we're not having an honest conversation.
I mean, prove me wrong. Give me the actual numbers. I can pull the numbers up now. Would you like to listen?
Okay, that's fine. So pull up the actual numbers of single men having houses versus women having houses. This is insane.
Wait, hold up. Now you just asked two different questions. Again, let's stick to the question that's being asked.
Right.
Single men who then get married is a very different statement from single men who stay single.
They still got to have a house regardless.
Sean, why are those two situations different?
Because they have to have the house before. So your premise is that women are gaining property after divorce.
Some are gaining the exclusive rights to property that was essentially made, as you just said, paid for half and half.
Right. And so what I'm trying to get you to understand, majority of people that get divorced, they, in majority sense, they both leave with nothing because they have nothing. This whole idea of the alimony child.
That is absolutely not true.
Oh my God.
That's now you're
the
being
percentages
dishonest.
for black people, they're 36% for men and they're 33% for women.
Well, look,
single home ownership.
Well, here's the thing that we don't listen to. This is where the disconnect is. This is why this can become a problem. This is why I created the money pill ideology. Because nobody asks the question, why do the women get the assets? And also, just importantly, why do the woman file for divorce? And what the money pill does is fill in that gap. So if instead of just telling men don't get married because they're gonna take everything,
why does it matter with no fault divorce? Why does why matter?
We connect with attorneys, sort of like the lead attorney. That's my guy. That's my go-to guy when it comes to legal stuff. He's a professional, been a divorce lawyer for 20 years. He would tell you the number one problem with men is they don't have any protection. They don't have any premarital agreements. The thing that I'm disconnected with the red pill is instead of red pill just saying, hey, don't get married because the system is messed up. Tell them why. Tell them why they're falling into these traps, because you don't have any protection going in. You even have guys in the reds. I'm not gonna call their names. You even have guys in the red pill that will tell you a premarital agreement don't hold their weight, hold no weight, and they have not practiced no inch of fucking
law
at all, period. Which is confusing to me, because then when you sit down with somebody like the lead attorney, it actually frustrates him too, that a lot of guys are listening to people who never practice law over attorneys. So that is,
I mean, a prenup is a contract, so I get that.
So if you have a fear that a woman is going to take half of your assets or put you on alimony, it's just a matter of being having the discernment, or even having just going out and looking at the research, just going out and looking at premarital agreements, looking at the state laws. Okay, if I don't want to pay permanent alimony, I'm not going to live in a state that gives you permanent alimony. And if I don't want to be responsible financially for a woman, I'm probably going to tell her to bring resources to the table, so that the judge don't look at it like, oh, you took a woman out of the market for 15, 20 years. She have no college. She don't have any work experience. She can't even file for Social Security, none of that. And now it's a divorce, and you don't want to have any responsibility over a woman that you took out of the workspace. Because you got a lot of guys that don't even want their woman to work.
But now we're running into why the red pill has gotten so toxic, because the thing that they're telling people is, F that, just don't get married, because she can't take anything if she has no legal contract to you. And that's the thing. My argument is different. It's don't get married to somebody if you don't believe that that's going to be a lifetime commitment. That's my difference.
And my difference is all about desired outcomes. A strong man, a man who has discernment, principles, standards, he's not going to waver on his standards just because of the likelihood. What he's going to do is, what is increasing the likelihood of this failing and me losing? How can I reconcile with that and become an exception, or remove this problem out of there? So if my father told me, I want you to go out there and find a wife and continue my namesake and build a legacy and have a family and get married, I'm not going to say, well, all of these guys on the internet are getting divorced, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to deviate from the tradition that was passed down to me just because somebody else failed. I'm going to say, let me figure out where these guys failed at. How can I not fail like they failed? And I figured it out.
And that's wisdom.
So if I figured it out, I have to speak from integrity. A lot of guys come from me because I'm speaking from integrity. I have a wife. I've been married for 10 years. It don't even make no fucking sense for me to say don't get married. It makes better sense for me to say, how was I able to get married successfully? And how am I able to maintain it? It's better to speak from what I'm living than to push a narrative that I don't even align with.
But question, did you stay married for 10 years simply because you made premarital caution steps? Or are you married because you actually pay attention to your wife and y'all actually know how to communicate, which avoids the biggest pitfalls?
In neither one of them. I'm married because it's a desired outcome. This is something I wanted to do. So I enforce my will on the outcomes that I wanted to achieve. And I also have principles and standards that exist long before me. And when I operate within them, it makes it easier for the woman to be able to get in line. You got a lot of men out here that don't even operate from no principle standards. They're just walking around here unhinged. And then they want a woman to fall in line when they don't even stand for nothing. So whenever she look for something to point to figure out, okay, what are you living by? He don't have anything to show her. So it makes it hard for her to get in line with him. A lot of men want a woman to get in line with him when they're not in line with nothing else.
Then wait, I don't mean to ask too personal, but then what is your wife's duty in y'all's marriage?
What is my wife?
Because it sounds like everything is your duty. It sounds like everything is your responsibility.
Crazy. I thought I was muted. That's crazy.
Am I tripping?
I could ask.
You are.
But I think he wanted to respond because I don't want to hold the mic. But I can answer that question.
Nah, say what you say. I talk all the time. This is my show.
Well, my wife's duty and my wife's duty. I can give you a couple things. There's so many things she do, but I would say her duty is to ensure that the purpose that we both collectively agreed on for the household, for the sake of our name, is fulfilled. In whatever
Okay.
way she can insert herself to give effort in ensuring that happens, that is her duty. Just as simple. But
As a simplistic.
as a man,
Right.
I had to clearly define my purpose in a direction I wanted to go in. I had to articulate that in order to give her an ease of mind to get on board. Otherwise,
Okay.
she would have never got on board with it.
And that's why I asked what I asked. I asked what I asked for because that's what I figured you were going to go down. So essentially, you came up with the decision. You presented it to your wife. She says, "I can ride with that," and y'all went with it, right?
Yeah, I met
Is
her
that
in
about
college.
accurate?
I met her in college. She had a career path. She had a direction she was going. I said, look, I like you. You like me. I have a different direction. If I can articulate precisely where I'm going in the next 5 years and how you could fit in there, would you shift your direction of where you're going and come with me? And she said, well, it depends on how you articulate. Okay, what do you have in mind? I gave her the complete rundown, and she said, I'll get on board, but I don't want you to be cheating on me, doing all these other things. And I said, I'm cool with that. So we was able to come to a compromise, and now she's here. It's as long as I live out those expectations that I declared early, she's going to continue to trust me and stay in line.
And y'all's path has not deviated or altered at all, right?
Not at all. Not at
Because he
all.
do what he say.
So
He's a man.
So okay, so I can actually understand where you're coming from, and I can ride with that. I think my marriage, I mean, I haven't been married as long as you, so I can't compare mine to yours. But me and my wife, when things do change, we move together. It's not just my plan, it's our plan. Because while I might be the head, she's still my neck. She's still my ultimate guidance. She's the one who makes sure that I'm not straying. Because that's where I guess, I get where you're coming from. I can ride with that. So, okay.
Yeah, but I think a good point is, as a man, your vision has to be big enough that includes hers too. You shouldn't have a narrow vision that's so narrow that it only can be my way. So when I cast my vision for my family, my net is so big that she can accomplish all her goals, all her desires, for the most part, underneath my vision. So just because he cast a vision doesn't mean that if she have individual goals that she wants to accomplish for her life, that she still should be able to do that.
Well, that's the difference.
Okay.
That's where we kind of and it's no right or wrong. If a man wants to compensate for the dream and the aspirations of his woman, he can do that. But particularly for me, like that's why I said there's no right or wrong way. This is just my way. For example, if let's just say I'm becoming a practitioner or I'm becoming a doctor and I want to open up my own practice for the sake of my namesake that could pass down to my kids and they can become doctors. And let's say she's an attorney. She's probably partner in a law firm. And I say, hey, look, babe, I got everything together. They're building our C-suite or whatever you want to call it, where we can go ahead and run our practice. I need you to come over here and work in the clerical side or the legal side of my practice for the sake of our name, and so we can have our own business and we don't have to work for somebody else's name.
But yeah, but
Now,
you just proved.
If she
just
says,
proved my
no,
point.
I like being a lawyer, then we don't align. That's not going to work for me.
No, but you proved my point is that your vision of building a business was so big, it included her as a lawyer, right? So like, for example, I had a vision that I wanted my kids to be highly educated. Like I was like, hey, I want my kids to speak multiple languages. I want them to be higher educated. My wife's vision was that she wanted to homeschool our kids and world school our kids. So it's not that our visions are going two different ways. It's just that she's getting the details of my vision. That's what I'm saying, casting the
But there's
net.
also, additionally, I could have said, hey, look, I just want you to be able to take care of the kids. You know, I don't trust the educational system. I don't want nobody spending 8 hours a day with my kids. I want you to be able to nurture them and educate them on your own. And I'm gonna make sure that all of our resources and revenue comes in and you can rest in your femininity for the rest of your life. You can retire from life. There's a group of women that are okay with that, and there's an overwhelming group of women that are not okay with that because they want to be able to live by their own aspirations.
Yeah.
You as a man have to identify with a woman whether or not she want to be on board or y'all gonna just go through misalignment?
Wait, I
Which
get
is
what
where
you're
a bunch
saying.
of divorces
I get
come
what you,
from.
I get what you're saying, Darwin. But most men ain't making enough money that they can cash a vision like that, right?
Well,
So
then
when you
they should not even be trying to have this conversation. And the problem with the red pill, and I'm glad you said that, is some guys in the red pill have guys thinking that all of them can have that type of dynamic, and that a woman should just be in. No, you have to have this thing called leverage. And a lot of guys hated Kevin Samuels when he used to tell men they need a leverage, because they thought that just because they had a dick and balls that a woman just supposed to be in. Now you actually have to give a woman a reason to cooperate with you, because you don't even if a lot of guys think that cooperation is supposed to come automatic, but if you're a guy who think like this, you got to ask yourself, even God gave us choice and will to cooperate with him. So are you above God? Even when Jesus came, he gave his disciples a reason to cooperate with him. He taught them the direction. He gave them his purpose that they can continue to push after he left. And they had a choice whether they wanted to align with him or not. We have to look at ourselves and say, am I above those men or those beings?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah. So, I'm speaking from a
Well,
man.
that's a really good point. So I just wanted to make sure that is said. I'm loving the bill, fellas. Maintain it. It's beautiful. I like what we don't interrupt. This is great for all parties involved. Shout out to y'all. Go ahead, man.
The biggest point that I'm trying to say is, I get that men in the top 10% might can say that, and at this point, I'm really thinking the top 5% can say, "Hey, I'm gonna take over the bill. My vision is gonna make enough money, and we're gonna be able to do this." But when we start asking, my question to you, Darwin, is when we start talking about the men that is the average men or the majority of men, because even Kevin Samuels gave his advice for the top tier men, the high value men. Those people, how do they cast that vision if they cannot provide 100% of the bills? Do they have to be willing to, kind of what you said, compromise and include her vision in their lifestyle?
Well, the thing is you have to look at the market. What are women telling you? Do you really see a large number of women really bending for a man who's average? It doesn't matter what you think. A lot of women are just not gonna sign up for that. That you want her to go and work 40 to 60 hours a week and be completely 100% submissive and cooperative, and then come in and clean up the house and stuff. You just don't. It just doesn't work. And a lot of guys think that it's just supposed to work like that because you have an X and Y chromosome. I mean, an X and X chromosome, so to speak.
Well, that's the disagreement. I think that's where the compromise come in. If you a guy that cannot provide all the bills, if your wife paying half of the bills, you might have to be, hey man, I might got a couple minutes and watch half of those dishes. You know what I'm saying? I might got like that's what I'm telling. Like
y'all have to work as a team. But the thing about it is the guy that's a high earner wasn't a high earner off default. He was also an average man. So I guarantee you, if you listen to a lot of high earning men or high value men that are in the top 10, top 5%, they will tell you that there was a time whenever in the beginning phases of the relationship, if they met their women whenever they was in the mud, that they worked together. But everybody's pushing this narrative that these men that are making $250,000, $500,000, it was just automatic that the woman bent like that. No, they had to leverage. They had to use leverage, and what they did was they say, "Look, 5-10 years from now, I'm gonna be at this level, and I'm gonna be earning this amount of salary. You can go ahead and hang it up." And that's where you get to the point where you got a woman that's able to stay home, sort of like myself. My wife was in the military. We both worked. We both worked as a team to bring resources in. And I told her, I said, you don't have to do this forever. I'm gonna take the steering wheel on as far as driving the resources into the bank account, and you can go ahead and rest.
That's the point. That's what I want us to start talking about. Let's talk about the teamwork for the average person, because when we in these spaces is my way or the highway. That's what I hear. Hey, it's my way or the highway. Either you got to get down with my vision or this. When you are in a situation that you are average, yes, you might be striving to be that, but you have to have room in your vision for her vision too. Even if you want her to pay some bills up front, like she have to have some say so. You can't take her resources as a man and then say she have no say so in the relationship. The teamwork is what we need to be pushing, not my way or the highway. That's the point I was making.
I get it, and it's all about your the man who's in the household and his principles. That's why I keep going back on principles. You got men out here that have principles or are religious that a woman just supposed to be 100% submissive. She ain't supposed to push back and do whatever you want. I'm not in the business of telling a man to deviate from the principles he believes. All I'm in the business of telling you the likelihood of the women today in this landscape, if they're going to lean towards your way or not. And unfortunately, a growing number of women are not leaning that way for those guys. So what do? You have to, if you're okay with the outcomes, that you're not going to be able to get a woman out here, and you might have to go get a passport. So that's the game, because a lot of guys are running from this dating market because the women are not going to bend. But I'm not speaking to the guys who are running away. My content is for guys who want to continue to navigate this dating market as it evolves. Because I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time for the flying out to other countries is going to come to a cease, because there's a growing number of women all over the country that's picking up the same ideology. And that's just the game.
So what would you give a young man? I guess.
Let me say one more thing. One thing y'all got to understand about content creators who are red pills, a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about is forbidden. It's like a taboo to kind of see both sides, because you got to understand the audience creates a revenue. And a lot of guys who are in this content creation, they're not going to admit it, but they're restricted by the amount of resources that they're able to get from YouTube checks. So you got to kind of understand how they're boxed in. They're not going to admit this.
Preach.
But if you're a man like myself who was able to establish his resources and get to his bag before he needed the YouTube check, you could see that I'm able to be able to see both sides. I'm able to talk about other things. I'm even able to talk about how to deal with or how to date single moms if you decide to. A guy that's strictly red pill and constricted or confined to his resource coming from YouTube, he can't do that because his audience is not going to like it. That's why you're able to see me continue to make content. I might get 5,000 views, and then I might get 300,000 views. It doesn't really matter to me because it ain't even about my money. It's about me just speaking the truth from my experience and from the information I'm able to gather off of the platform when I deal with couples or individuals.
I like it. I may have to disagree with that though, because there's a couple of brothers that came to YouTube who already had the bag before a YouTube check. We actually noticed who actually had a bag. Like I could name them.
Oh, we're not talking about
but that's here.
The minority.
But that's here, no there. That's here. Yeah.
Right.
It is a very small minority. You're right.
That wasn't the overarching point of the conversation.
I never said that, brother. I'm not trying to derail the conversation or anything of that nature. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of brothers who use brothers paying for revenue. You know what I'm saying? Even Obsidian said that. He said, like, yo, we use incel people paying for revenue. And I see a lot of brothers who deal with, like, who got the bag or whatever the case may be, and then come on YouTube and use brothers paying for revenue. You know what I'm saying? Because when we talk about child support, when we talk about going to therapy, there's a lot of brothers that will clown you in these spaces for going through that, even getting DV in these spaces. When brothers talk about how they being DV'd or whatever in these spaces, people skip over that. They don't dive deep into that and have a real conversations with that. They will clown you, especially if you get into an argument conversations with them. I just think that it's a lot of this clout. People don't care about the black man like that.
Yeah, but
So do you
there's two
think?
sides to it. There's also the audience, and as a content creator, I can tell you
All right.
firsthand, the audience, a lot of the audience don't want you to talk about nothing but appeal to their pains. And if you decide to talk about anything else but appealing to their pains, they will not watch, they will unfollow, they will unsubscribe. A lot of your audience, once you become the creator, gonna say your audience is gonna try to force you to stay within the box. They will even tell you in the comments, man, you code switching. Or you switching up. Why don't you just keep talking about the women? Why are you trying to tell? Because I can't tell you how many times I've made videos how to get yourself out of this position, or any videos that instruct men how to level up, those don't get watched. They completely ignore those. And the thing about an audience, if the returning audience don't click on it, YouTube ain't gonna promote it to new members or new watchers. So your audience is responsible for, it's like the engine that runs your channel. So like anytime I talk about anything that's talk about leveling up or being a better man, those things don't even surface. The men in my audience, a large majority, they just want you to continue to bash or participate in their gender war. So even though you might think it's men that's chasing clout, there's also an audience that wants you to continue to keep your foot on their neck. So you as a content creator is put in a very, very peculiar situation where you got to make a decision. You got to be like, damn, what should I do? Should I just get my bag and get on? And a lot of content creators just get a bag and just continue to double down on the foot on the neck. And they just leave out. And you'll notice a lot of these content creators live totally different lives. They'll get on here and they'll say, fuck single moms. They all for the streets. But shit, they got a single mom at home. I think one of them was Cooley, who got recently exposed in the middle of the year. It just happens, bro. And that should also confirm for you that a lot of content creators is just gonna just put videos out that you like.
That's a fact.
So you as an audience, you have to take responsibility on what you watch these days. You have to.
But even when we talking about people like a Cooley too, you know what I'm saying? When we talk about a lot of these people, right? And even that red pill, right? Is built on stepping on these black women, though. You see what I'm saying? To me, I believe it's built on stepping on a woman, though, right? And a lot of these men either got an issue, probably bunked up with a white chick, something else, or ain't got no chick, or up with a Bertha. When you talking about a Bertha, but you with a Bertha, you know what I'm saying? It's like that. So and it becomes like, and today, Darwin, we got this now because this guy named Mr. Work is one of these people. Like he comes up here. People are come and speak, and it's all talking points. It's all statistical. Like, it's not about a man in front of a woman, me seeing what she about, she seeing what I'm about. We about to figure this out. She about to check what I'm checking. I'm about to check what I'm checking. We about to figure this out. It's not that. It's some statistical. She like a taller man because 88% of the world thinks some statistical. I don't know what's going on. It becomes really weird. And a lot of these people don't have girls, or they can't even tell you how it helped them after they listen to this shit for 10 years. They can't tell you, say, yo, look, man, you know what I'm saying? I asked one guy, you know what I'm saying, Darwin, I was like, yo, all right, cool. You believe in what you believe in because I ain't against nothing. How did it help you? Yo, bro, I'm still asking people. They still saying, yo, it helped me because of this and this and that. I'm talking about it's for getting women, bro. It's not just about you. How did it help you? And a lot of tiny people can't explain it. All they can explain to me or anybody is just the same redundant talking points. Talking points. You know what I'm saying, Darwin? That's some of my things with it. What do you feel about any part of what I said? Because I know I said a lot. But what you feel about
a whole bunch of nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted again.
Man, it's 100%, bro. I'm totally with you, man. And I'm glad y'all was able to put a conversation like this, man. These conversations is considered breaking the rules. Whenever you're in poor, you're supposed to have these conversations behind the line, behind private talks when you building content. You're just supposed to let your content choose your side for you. You got to pick a side and stand on it. That's how you win in YouTube as a content creator. Basically, a lot of content creators took a page out of advertisers' playbook. If you look at advertisers, they just appeal to what you tend to click on, what you tend to watch, and that's it. Those people who are running the ads probably won't even buy that product. They won't even eat that food, but they're gonna push McDonald's down your throat because that's what you click on. So that's how you got to look at content creators today, and that's particularly the ones who don't show their life. Like you got content creators that sit in front of the microphone, they never show their life. Like me, you can go to my Instagram, you can see me with my wife, you can see me with my 2 sons, you can see me going on vacation. I make sure that my integrity is completely transparent, and that allows me to separate myself from other content creators in the space. So if I do like to talk about red pill content, you'll be able to connect the dots. I'm like, okay, like I could trust him because I can see his life. But you got creators that will not show you their life. They don't show you their baby mama. They show you nothing that aligns with none of the stuff they say, and they just expect you to just believe everything they say. But you will if it speak to your pains. As long as they stay on your pains,
oh my bad.
That's really all that matters.
So what you said, we need to start checking. Make sure the more of the story is check these receipts. Ask these content creators to produce how they pushing what they're saying in reality.
Yeah, that's what you got to, and that's why I say every man who watches content out here has a responsibility to do that. If you're going to really allow somebody to have influence over your decision, I'm talking about life decisions, you have to be able to look at their credibility. You have to. So like when I brought up the lead attorney, you can go and look at his credibility. The man practiced law. Me and him sat in on the Tyrese case out here in Georgia, in Fulton County. I wasn't going to push none of his. Go ahead. My bad.
Nah, yo, but when you talk about the lead attorney, even on that note, they be calling him, you know, zesty and everything like that. Like I heard that, but even in your message, like how you say that you show your kids, you show your family, you show your vacations, you show everything on Instagram. Like you said, lead attorney been studying law for like 20 plus years, and he show everything too, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But the community would be like, oh man, he moved his hands a certain way, or he swing his neck a certain way. Like they say about Sharon, the same thing, but they don't take the message though. It's more potent.
I think what I
I'm just
love
keeping it
about
funky, bro.
what I love about Lee though, he give anybody smoke. He'll give you on the red pill side, the blue pill side. Like if you're inaccurate, he calls it out. What I have seen at other people channels, if you on my side, even if you're inaccurate, I'm going to agree with you because it's for a money's thing. So that's kind of what I'm just saying. I love what you said. Check the integrity in the content, because I think that's what a lot of people don't do. They just follow it just because it sounds good.
And then you can see a content creator. Also, you got to watch for, is the content creator actually able to grow? Like if you look at myself, and I think Sharon can vouch. I think you too, E. You met me when I first came in. I was brutal. I was brutal against women, bro. Like it was, I was on a whole nother level, and I had to learn. Like, okay, let me start. Once I start to work with people off of the platform, I really got to see the truth. I wasn't just relying on talking points, because at first, and I got enough humility to admit that I did come in banking everything I had on what I've heard and talking points that was going around that was appealing. But then when I got to work with individuals and couples and stuff, I started to see the truth, and I was like, I can't continue to make content like that. There's a lot of women out here that are getting hit by strays, and they don't even apply to them. How can I shed light on the truth without, looking like an idiot? You know what I'm saying? So I started pivoting. I started positioning my content so that I can compensate for the reality, what's actually true, the statistics, all of that stuff. And I took a hit. My content slowed down. People left. People unsubscribed. But again, I had the luxury of doing that because I already had my bag. And I will tell you, bro, if I didn't have my bag established, if I wasn't financially secure,
you would have had to push.
I wouldn't have been able to pivot, bro. I would have had to keep the lights on. I had to keep the bills paid. So now you can see the people who got to keep the bills paid. Those guys are never growing. They're stuck. They got to continue to regurgitate the same talking points without any integrity or any credibility.
I think that's great. Was somebody else talking?
No, you good. I was writing something.
Yeah, I think that's great because I've been in YouTube alone to see the transition, and like just looking at the transition it is when I start asking myself, you know, how can we change it? And we was having this conversation earlier. We got to realize that the change start with us, the individual, because us keep blaming other people while we ain't changing. At that point, it's just an excuse.
Agreed. But I do want to hear a woman's perspective because we do have women here and we are talking about women and around women. Why can't we get a woman's perspective? We got Bomb, we got PH Diva. Let's get a woman's perspective. I think that'd be good just to change the mood.
Bomb, PH Diva, y'all want to jump in? They don't want to jump in. They good. I think it's a refreshing because I get a lot of pushback that is not really point by point based. Most of the time when I'm getting a pushback, they want to talk about me personally and how they just don't like me and what I seem like I'm saying. And so to hear another man that is pretty big in this space as well, just say like, hey, I had to change my rhetoric because I had to realize who am I affecting. It's not just about the money, and it ain't just about my anecdotal experience. It's about the whole plethora of human beings and how we got to talk to what the majority is correct, because no matter what we say, it's still going to affect somebody in a negative way.
Well, you're absolutely right, because the whole point, Sharon, is what is the goal?
Yes.
Like if you look at content creators, it confuses me sometimes. Like what are you? Okay, I get you have all this disdain and this resentment for women. Okay, what is the goal? And a lot of them just want men to just not deal with them. Like, what do you want us to be gay? Like,
right.
So my whole
there we go. There it go.
So my whole point is like, you got to understand if I'm being confused, what is the women who don't like you going to say? They're going to actually run with that extreme and not even consider any context behind what you're doing. So I think if you look at Kevin Samuels, what a lot of these guys really got their motivation from, they nitpicked a lot of things that he was saying, but they stayed away from the fact that Kevin Samuels was fighting tooth and nail trying to get men and women into the same room. He was trying to get men and women into the same room to see what happened.
Correct.
He was bringing qualified individuals based on their desirability and putting them in the same room and getting them to connect.
And
a lot of these content creators are just not doing that.
Yep. And we saw the transition of he was changing. Like in our eyes, like what he was saying closer to the end was totally different. Like he was trying to, he was elevating, he was moving different.
And that's another reason. And Sharon, to tell you, that's the guy who motivated me. So my whole goal is to try to do the same. How can we get? Because we understand that the average man and the average woman is missing each other in the dating market more often than not. So the goal is to try to get those people to match, to get this, to remove this rhetoric that the average woman need to go after the top 10%, and that the average man get cut out. Because if you keep pushing these average women or whatever into the top 10% bracket, those guys are out there just gonna have their
just abuse.
They just gonna be a polygamy. They just gonna do whatever they want, and they ain't gonna have no inclination to get out of the market.
I am the real victim.
So the goal is to try to get the women. Hey, look, you don't have to go for the top 5%. There's really nothing you could pitch to get these guys that's making upwards of $500,000 a year to want to be monogamous. Because men innately already, for the most part, don't even believe they're supposed to be monogamous. So once they get to a point, they actually success themselves out of being monogamous. It's you already got to cope with the lust and all of that stuff. And I'm a married man. I'm not gonna sit here. No man gets a pass. We all have to deal with it. We all have to continue to discipline ourselves and fight these demons that can persuade us to go off path and want to touch other women. It's a battle. There's no playbook. You just gotta value your household, what you built with your wife, and do it. And a lot of times you will get in arguments and it might make you think about it. But as long as you got principles that you live by, you can always come back to it and reset. But when you got all this money and all of this pressure and you got women throwing themselves, that makes it even more harder. So we try to tell women, you don't have to go after those guys. You can build with a guy who's on the same socioeconomic status as you, and y'all can figure it out. You don't need to, because you got a woman, y'all might not know this, but you got female creators that's telling these women, no, go after the rich man, leave the average dusty bums alone. No, those guys want to love on you. They want to build with you. Give them a shot.
Yeah, but if they don't want to live the lifestyle that average man is going to be able to provide her, then, or she don't want to deal with that situation, then why should she have to? If she has despite her being an average earner herself, if she got the looks and the access or whatever to attract higher caliber men, then there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so now I agree with that, but I think what you're talking about is an average woman is different than what I'm talking about as an average woman. When I talk about a woman's averageness, I'm not talking about her pocketbook.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about her femininity, her beauty, her sex appeal, and all these other things.
Right.
So that makes her above average.
No, okay, it could be an average woman, right? So Bill Gates married a woman who worked at his company, and Melinda, as stellar as she may be, has always been average looking.
Well, see, that's subjective to the person. Bill Gates could have thought she was a 10.
If it's subjective to the person, then we can't really, there's no way to put any type of structure behind it, because now it's an individual person thing. And so
it's a case by case interaction. Sharon may think PH Diva is a 8. I might think she's 5.
Right. But so because it is an individual thing, then we can't make any hard and fast rules, right? Or generalizations.
Exactly. That's why you got to ignore content creators like Shara 7.
No. I'm talking about what you said, right? You were the one who said, like, oh, well, if we start teaching the women to all stop going after the top 5% of men and go after the average men, right? And so, but if it's an individual thing, how attractive a man is going to find you, then these women should be getting at these men, because it's a chance that even if other people didn't find them attractive, one of those attractive men might one of those high value men might find them attractive.
Right, they will, and they will take you to the room, bust you down, and give you back shots, and they're gonna go pass you off, and they're gonna go get a next one back shot. And if you're okay with those outcomes, and that's what we tell you.
Women are getting those outcomes from the regular schmegular poor dude, right? And so just because a man is poor and average income doesn't mean that he is marriage minded.
So it comes down to the likelihood.
Right.
If average man is giving you back shots and throwing you away, and the high earning man is giving you back shots, it's one of two things happening. Is either you need to look in the mirror and figure out why all the men in the data market is not even giving you retention, or you have to play the odd. You got to play the numbers of odds. Hold on, I'm on it. You have to look at these. You have to look at the probability of being able to get retention. The likelihood of getting retention from an average man versus a man who's making $500,000 and have his pick of the litter is higher. It's higher to get retention with the man that's in the same socioeconomic bracket with you than somebody who's extremely powerful that can just throw you at the blink of an eye.
Well, so the interesting thing about these type of conversations, especially when Black men are telling us what these rich, powerful men want, and it's like, y'all really have no way of knowing, right?
Actually, we do. I actually do.
No, you don't. You're not powerful. And so the thing is, because most of those rich, powerful men are married, right? So they're not just tossing women back like that. They found somebody, got with them, and sat their asses down somewhere. And actually not doing so can harm them in the business arena. And so, again, I just think we're acting like
So
rich
where
men
I'm lost at is you're saying
Wait,
that I have
I
no
want
way.
to finish, sweetheart.
Okay, go ahead.
So it's like the poor man is noble and good, but the rich man is creating this false dichotomy, right? Rich man gonna throw you back and run through you. The poor man will sit there and build with you. When it really is an individual man thing, because despite being poor, generally speaking, most black men don't ever get married to anyone, and so they're not more likely to be marriage or family minded just because they poor.
So are you lecturing or are you asking a question? Because if you're just lecturing and telling me I don't, and then there's no conversation.
I was refuting your point.
Well, you told me I don't have no way of knowing. I told you I do. You just said I don't.
Right, you don't.
Providing any context on why I don't.
Oh, because you don't have any power. You're a black man.
Okay, so that's a whole nother different conversation.
That is a different conversation. That's why I just skirted right past it. But
so let's try to retract back to try to give some understanding. You mentioned you had a great point when you said that women have no way of knowing, or you have no way of knowing because subjective beauty subjectivity. Why do you think somebody like, and we could use the Godfather Kevin Samuels, why do you think he had people call in and enforce them to be on camera?
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, in combination with that, why do you think he took the time to go become an image consultant? So he can visualize and be able to understand the flattering looks of a woman who is most likely to be highly desired, and the contrary, the ones that are less likely to be desired. He had to come on camera for a reason. He knew it was about subjectivity. He took his expertise, and he was able to evaluate you back. That's why he asked you your age, your weight, your height, and all these other things, and dress size.
Right.
To be able to give you the probability of being desired, and also ask you to rate yourself to see if you were over. Because we gotta accept that a lot of women overinflate their beauty.
To whom though, right? There's some man who thinks she a 10, regardless of what a lot of other men think. The other thing is Kevin Samuels is not the barometer for beauty, right? And so he wasn't taking into consideration subjectivity when he was giving them a number, right? If we got to go for one number, then that's not allowing for subjectivity or any type of difference or divergence on the rating.
Well, this what he did. He looked at you and he gave his opinion,
right?
And that, and in combination with the struggles that you had,
okay.
Because the people who called in were the women who were having trouble. So in combination with his overall opinion and the fact that it's confirmed that you were struggling to get this type of man that you desired, it justified that you had to do more work. It justified his reasoning to tell you, hey, look, you got to go do more work. You got to lose weight. This is probably where you're missing the mark and you're dropping the ball.
Not necessarily, right?
That's exactly what it was.
No, because a lot of those women were, or at least the few women that I saw there were calling because they were with or attracting one type of man, but they wanted another type of man. That could boil down to something as simple as access, right? I'm around a lot of six-figure men just because I'm a woman who earns six figures. So the men who work with me earn six figures too, right? And so it could be something as simple as that. They just not in the right places. But that's not an indication. Well, along with, sir, I did not cut you off. So that along with Kevin Samuels' opinion isn't a barometer for their attractiveness or some type of objective measure of their attractiveness.
Well, if you look at his content, if you look at his entire live stream, he didn't, these women didn't leave his consultation or his virtual consultations with the fact that it could have been. It could be that I'm in this situation, or it could be this. No, he actually figured it out. He was always able to effectively come to a solution or pinpoint the reason why they were having an issue. And the reason why he was able to grow so well is because he was able to do that consistently.
I would say it's
it caused a trend of women to continue to call in because he was able to hit the mark. And a lot of men today are just not able to continue to replicate that because it's a skill that can't be trained. You just got to have it or you don't have it. So if you look back at those screens, when the women called in, he was able to ask a line of questioning to the point where he was able to get down to the point of where they were making a mistake or where they needed work at. And if you don't got to believe me, you could go watch it yourself.
Well, it's not, I've seen some of it, but again, Kevin Samuels wasn't no damn expert in anything. Nevertheless, I don't even want to get on Kevin Samuels. My point was just that, if it's all subjective, then women go and shoot for the damn, the stars, and at least you will hit the moon or some shit like that. Go get the best ones out there. Don't settle for the riffraff or the throwbacks.
Well, if that's what you think women should do, then go ahead and push it. But over here, I'm telling women that don't restrict yourself to a top bracket of men that have a high likelihood of not retaining you. Right. Because if you just want to go get bust down and have a lifestyle temporarily, and then whenever you run down at the end of your market value, go back down the dating market and get married, and go ahead and do it. It is a bunch of guys that will accept you.
Well, I don't understand. I've been listening to both of y'all. I don't understand why the standard is not the morals and values. Because if I tell women, hey, find a man of moral value, regardless if he got a whole bunch of money, he ain't got no money, him standing on his morals and values is going to be the thing that makes him be faithful.
She just told you that.
Why are we making it about money?
She just indirectly told you that doesn't matter.
I didn't say that principles and values didn't matter.
I said indirectly.
Yeah, but no, not even indirectly, right? I was addressing the argument that you laid out. You were saying that you tell women don't all go for the top men, and that poor man who gonna lead you to a life of struggle, but gonna have a smile for you every time he get home from his menial job. That's the man to go for. And all I'm saying is, go get the best man you can get all the way around.
And just me learning, me being from Atlanta, I learned the man that ain't got nothing to do is the biggest cheater, the brokest man, the one who can.
I agree.
And then the men who got a lot of money typically have more to lose, so they actually more cautious in how they move. So I just think we need to start going back to a value system. Do he have this morals, values? Do he believe in God? Like, start putting something in together, regardless of his income. He still have that value system that he's basing his life off of.
But morals and values can be faked.
With regard to men that have, I don't agree with that they're just less likely to be cheaters because they have more to lose or they're more moral. It's like, no, at that point, you can kind of be honest with women, right? Like she just wants to be here and you know that. So you can approach the situation different. I'm not cheating on you if I'm being dead serious. I'm dating other women, man. This is what it is. And when you're in that space, you have that ability to just be blatantly honest.
Can morals and values be faked?
I don't think it's as fake as you think it is. Time is supposed to everybody.
That's fair, but during that time, people are faking morals and values to get the biscuit.
But that was
basically what he's saying. Can you be on the representative? You can be on the representative to get the outcome you want, but inevitably.
Yeah, but I think that comes down to discernment. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You can be on a representation and get the outcome you want, but inevitably, the real you is going to bleed through. And this is speaking. I think Sharon can vouch. You being in marriage 5 to 10 years, 15 years, you'll be able to see people max fall off. So it behooves you not to try to go out and put on a facade. But on this thing about a woman going to go get the best man she wants, you could say that, but I think it's more important to change the language and look at the likelihood. Not only that, what Kevin Samuels was trying to tell women to do, instead of just trying to go after the best man you could get, try to look at what those men typically go for. And study the women that these men that you did, the man you desire. What is he like? So he inserted that into the understanding. Like, it matters what the man you desire want. Look at it like a job. If you're going to go get a job, if you're trying to be employed by a corporation or company, look at the requirements. Look at the things that that job position wants the candidate to have, and see where you can match. Are you compatible? That's what Kevin Samuels is trying to do. Well, Kevin Samuels had access to a lot of the types of man, or archetypes of man that these women wanted. And he was able to give them insight like, okay, this is the likelihood of you successfully achieving this outcome with this type of man are going to be low, because these men typically don't go for your body type or your size or your personality or your character traits. If you can adjust these things, then you can increase the likelihood of being able to fulfill this outcome. That's what it was all about.
Well, so that's the thing. Nobody has a list of probabilities that they can, place a woman on one side and, what kind of man on the other side, and come down to, the probability of you with your specifications getting him with his specifications is 0.323. Nobody has that. These women, again, the dating app studies show that men rate like 80% of women as being above average in terms of looks, appearance, or attractiveness. And then women only rate 20% of men above average in terms of attractiveness. But the point is, most men find most women attractive. And so most women are going to be able to get through that initial barrier of attractiveness with a man just off rip. She ain't got to be a supermodel. And I always think that's interesting when you hear black men talking, that's how they talk. Like, you got to be the most spectacularist, unbelievablest woman ever to exist. And that's frequently not the case when you're actually around, those types of men.
Yeah, they
But I think Kevin Samuels made. I think Kevin Samuels
are very regular. Usually the women are very regular. Usually they choose a woman because they was in school together or they was in the same circle together.
Right, access.
It don't actually have anything to do with how beautiful we deem her as a collective. Because, like Diva just said, majority of men look at most women as attractive enough to be with. It's really about her personality and how intelligent she is and all these other things that when women go to these spaces, it kind of ignore those things that actually what men choose a woman for, because they don't actually have nothing to do with fit, feminine, and friendly.
There's also a difference between being a wife and a side piece.
And that's where I was.
Now, they definitely got something to do with friendly, though. Friendly.
No. Most men don't want their women to be friendly.
And that's what I was going to mention. This is selection. This is initial selection, initial attraction, preferences. Now, when you get into whether or not you're going to retain a relationship, you're going to grow from that, or whether there's going to be cheating involved, that's triage. That's when all those other qualities have to come in so that you can sustain a healthy relationship. But if you're talking about initial preferences on a collective level, I would argue that if you put different archetypes or different builds of women, if you line them up, if you take most men, there is a particular consensus that men yield to when it comes to beauty standards, and I don't think we should be even arguing that. Obviously, you got your exceptions, man.
What's the archetype that they yield?
I would love if we could get because we talking about like regular businessmen that's in the 100 to $250,000 a year.
Well, we were talking about most men, I think.
Yeah, but most men disagree. We proved that yesterday.
Yeah,
no, y'all didn't.
We definitely didn't disprove that.
Okay, slow down, y'all. Slow down. So the fit, feminine, friendly thing that friendly part is only to me personally. I want my wife to be friendly to me.
Just don't laugh at their jokes.
You better
Doesn't
not
change the stance.
Especially with that laugh right there, you better not. When I walk in the room, you better not be laughing like that. But what I'm saying is that so they don't really want their woman to be friendly outside of themselves. And so most men do not want a friendly ass woman. he want her to have discernment and don't be so friendly with all these other human beings. If we having a party and I need you to work a room, yes, you could be friendly in that aspect, right? But that is more of a business aspect. That's still not really actually friendly. That's working a room. Those are two completely different things. I think when we allow men to say, yeah, I want my woman feminine friendly, they don't even understand the capacity of that. And majority of businessmen that is making that $250,000 to even $1 million a year, they wives are regular, everyday looking women. If you just see her on the street, is no way you're gonna say, yeah, that is a wife of a millionaire.
Well, this is how you look at it,
and you know that for a fact too, Bruce.
You have to try to have to look at it from this angle. We're not talking about the women that man can get. We're talking about who he desires, who he would choose.
I'm talking about
if you really want to know what most men really like on a consensus level, on a collective level, when men often get rich, when you look at athletes and stuff, when they really get to choose and not necessarily settle, look at the types of women that they're picking.
They generally look the same.
They all look like damn near supermodels.
White women.
But whenever you don't,
hold on.
I didn't say white.
Point me in the direction of an example so we could try to pull up like 3 or 4. Like, give me some men, if you can.
I mean, I would just say just name an athlete or anything, entertainer or whatever that hasn't.
Do that.
I'm gonna try to bring up. I'm gonna try to bring up somewhere.
This is important. An athlete who didn't choose his woman before he got his bag. If you look at these guys that became rich and then they chose a woman, you can get a keen understanding of on a collective level what men really want. If you're looking at it from the opposite angle, you're only able to see the women that men settle for. And the second thing is, and you might not be able to research this. Look at the women that men jack off to. They're not jacking off.
He's not wrong.
And for the most part, they're going to jack off to the women that they highly desire, that they can't otherwise get. The third part about it is,
maybe go look at the views on the big girls.
When a man goes to hire an escort, look at the type of women that he will hire as an escort. Look at the women that even are successful being an escort. They have to kind of be top of the line women in order to have a fulfilling career as an escort.
You're saying this,
they
but
could
you
be
have
men.
no proof behind any of it, right? Because a lot of times we don't know what woman is an escort, and so we could be lady next door having a perfectly nice life, and she could be escorting for a living. So we have like no data or anything to back up most of the things that you said.
Nobody sits around.
Actually,
if we are, I'm sorry, why can't I speak? And that's the thing.
I had one more.
But you just interject when everybody.
Well, you interrupted me, and I have one more.
Okay, so go ahead. I didn't know you were still going after 5 minutes.
The fourth one is, if you look at, I don't know if you can say this word, but tell me if I'm wrong. Sex work, you can say that because I've been on TikTok. They say smex. If you look at sex work, let's just take OnlyFans. If you look at the women that are highly likely to be successful, what do those women look like?
All different things.
Cooking with Kaya.
A lot of different things. There are old women on there who make
without
a lot
having a link. Oh, go ahead, David, because you've been trying to talk. Go ahead.
No, but I'm just saying, like, all of the stuff you're saying, like, there's no waiting for you to back it up, and a lot of it's just flat out wrong, right? So again, if the average man finds most women attractive, that's not going to be the barrier for most women. I think it's the other stuff when he's, when you decide whether or not you want the relationship. It's the internal qualities. How do you make him feel? Can you fit into his lifestyle in a seamless way? That type of thing. I think that stuff is going to count more for whether or not, you hook him for real, or if, you just be his temporary mattress. But he's so weird.
Mattress was wild.
Yeah, and you're rude.
So we
finish up. Focus.
No way of knowing, what these men will like, and men beat off to a lot of stuff, right? There are men who beat off to handicapped women with no leg, right? If you go on those sites where they're finding this stuff to beat off to, you'll see that it could get pretty weird, right? For men. And so men will beat off to a lot of stuff. My point is that's not telling us who they really desire or who they want to even be seen walking down the street holding hands with. Because a lot of times the stuff that they beat off to is the stuff that they don't feel comfortable walking down the street hand in hand with that woman. Somebody mentioned the big girls, right? And they get a lot of play in that on those type of things. So again, all of these things that you're pointing out is evidence, really are evidence of anything. Women, shoot for the damn stars. At least you will fall on the moon.
It's shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you're still amongst the stars.
Is that what it is? Okay, thank you.
Here's the problem.
You was right. Sharon just made that up.
Shoot for the moon. You're gonna end up alone.
Here's the problem, y'all. Hold on. Let me just say something real quick. So I did look up and try to find some athletes, and it's kind of hard to find when they got married and stuff. But majority of the women are white women, and they look regular white women. Most of the pictures are from their wedding day, so it's kind of hard to really judge on how they actually look. But they looked decent at the wedding day, so we know after, before that wedding day, how they most likely look like just every day.
Sure. So
that doesn't really make sense. Athletes.
But even if we take the even if we take the athletes, they always talk about how these white women made them feel. That's like, hey, she made me feel like a kid. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with how. Like, I get, like, we keep thinking this about how they look. It's like she worshipped the world that he lived in. That's why he married her.
Well, that's
so this gaslight is crazy.
Hold on, wait. That's irrelevant to the point I was trying to make, and I'm glad you looked that up. But the thing, the problem with what PhD Diva is saying, she's saying none of the stuff matters because she can't point to any research or anything. What you gotta sometimes you might be able to, but some things are understood without having
Joshua. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Some things are understood without having to do tons of research. Like nobody's gonna sit here and study what men typically jack off to. Like some of these things is universally understood amongst men and doesn't require somebody to put in Statistica or on some credible site a statistic on the likelihood of us doing it. If somebody tell you a dog always shit soon after he eat, you don't have to go and you can't prove that. Some of these things you just don't have to go and fill statistics with. A lot of men in these space tell you ad nauseum what men really want, and a lot of women they're not going to listen to that. They're going to want you to point to some. But I don't know. No, we tell you exactly what we want, but we also tell you what we tend to settle for too.
So you can literally look up the top 10 OnlyFans stars in the world. You can literally look up the top 10 porn stars in the world. You can literally look up the top 10 escorts in the world.
Yeah, but the problem with that, Josh, is that you can also look at what cars that most men want. They're not going to say F-150, but guess what they got? F-150, and just like they wives usually F-150s as well.
What they have and what they desire is not the same thing.
Right, and so
we had the same conversation yesterday.
Right, and so they also desire a lot of weird things. That's why Pornhub has these weird genres. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we used to go inside of. If I was to go and look at it, I'm pretty sure it's some weird genres. I'm pretty sure
you can't. But again, now you look at kinks.
Way popular, it's more accepted.
I'm pretty sure. So what we trying to get y'all to understand? We cannot say what your fantasy is what majority man is. Right? Yours might be normal.
You can.
Yours might be normal today, but God damn it, Joshua, by your picture, you probably don't got no normal goddamn. We see your goddamn.
See, I mean, if we want to open that door, but again, be ready when it comes, because I'm ready for that.
We don't got space for that today. But what I'm saying is that
what was that smell?
Men do some strange things, and we know that it ain't gonna just be Holly Berries that they're looking at. It's just not a
But
thing.
we're talking about kinks. Kinks and what you desire is different, bro.
But what I'm trying to understand, because I'm hearing, I'm trying to hear both sides of the argument. I hear what he's saying is that if a man had a perfect world, he'll choose this woman. And if women had a perfect world, they'll choose this man. I think we don't disagree upon that part. But the reality is what they can get is what they you should actually be going with what you can get. And if that's the case, that means that women should go with what they can get, right?
Right.
Okay, so if that's the case, women can get based on these conversations. If they are a high earning woman, typically you can get a man that is higher earning. Y'all
That
agree
is
with that?
false logic.
Possibility versus probability is not the same.
Well, what about
What you're
probability?
trying to say is that a woman who
What I'm
has
saying
the
is like
same
this. What I'm
amount
saying,
of
like
salary
oh,
can get the same a guy who has that is not that's a false logic, bro. In this
That's
day
So
and
typically
don't
how
even operate
that's
that
how it
way.
works in the corporate world. Usually, people date people in the same levels of salary.
No,
That's
that's
how
Okay.
not true. That's
that
not
is
true.
how it works.
Men
Okay.
don't
Not
get
No, that's fine.
if I go to
housewives.
if I go to
hold
the
on,
If I have a
warehouse,
hold on.
the
housewife,
people
Everybody
I
in the
slow
pay
down.
her
warehouse.
Just slow
salary.
down. Just slow down. Everybody just slow down so everybody get
Yeah,
their thought in. Slow
hello.
down.
So
Let
Yeah, I was
Edoman
just
finish.
saying.
let me
Let
finish my
Edoman
statement.
finish. You can't
If
cut it
this
off.
the good I had the great thing that I had was this job as a first aid manager, and I used to go from site to site. You know what I learned when I went to factory? People at the factory was dating. When I went to hospitals, people at the hospitals dating. It was literally people dating in the same class that they in. So this idea that women have to deal with a man at a lower salary than them is not typically how it works.
nobody
Top
said
Again,
tier,
that. And then you
but
top
keep
that was
tier
Nobody
my
said
men,
that.
point.
top
No,
tier
that was
men
my
are not
point.
even factoring in a woman's salary,
That
right?
is
And
crazy.
and and this is another thing they tell y'all online, right? Now, unfortunately, a lot of the dudes that tell you this only make 40 grand a year and don't have a nickel, but it's a fact. Like higher level executives and things like that, they have housewives. Your life is dedicated to picking up the kids and making sure I'm good when I get home.
We not talking about the top
What I'm
1%.
saying, and I'm landing right now. I know, Eden Man, you can't not have the mic for 2 seconds, right? What I'm saying simply is this, right? Men and women are dating for different things, especially men at that level. That all women are trying to get to that man. He is not looking for.
Oh my God.
So if we exclude the top 1%, I don't know why we always want to talk about what the 1% doing. The majority
Because
of
that's the
people,
goal.
no, it's
That
not.
that
That's
was the
not the goal for
discussed
women.
goal of these women.
Okay, so
No, it's
look, y'all
not.
y'all are having a circular argument, and I think y'all
Yes.
are in
Right.
alignment with one.
Absolutely.
Here's the
Yes.
problem with what you're saying here. You're saying that it's people are dating parallel according to their socioeconomic status.
Correct.
The problem that you're not compensating for when women the higher women climb in socioeconomic, they get more precise with their selection.
Hmm.
They actually fine tune who they would give access to. The higher they climb in salary, it is actually
Which
the
is why.
It's actually the
Right.
opposite for men. When men climb higher than sack,
Go
his
get a
his
woman who don't
precision
have
opens up
nothing.
very, very wide. Like
Y'all
he's able.
gotta let people finish their thoughts, please. Go ahead.
When a man climbs up the ladder, socioeconomic, he's able to get access to a wide range of infinite possibilities of women. He can date all the way down to the bottom of the ladder, all the way up to the top. He can even go overseas. He can go across the board because of his socioeconomic status, because he's able to attract everyone. It's not the same on the women. Women, she may be able to attract these men, but she's not going to give them access.
Okay, so now how many men we know that is at the top levels that we are talking about ever married a Foot Locker worker?
How many?
No, they wouldn't marry somebody who works at all.
Correct.
So she,
Hold on.
so he would marry somebody.
Hold on. I need you to understand why I'm asking the question. Majority of the men that move up in rank, they usually don't date down in women neither. They usually date on the up and up as well. They dating women that is a part of their inner circle. They dating the women that have access to the balls that they go into, to all these goddamn meetings and all these other scenarios that they go to. They are not dating the woman that they are walking into the store and selling them shoes. It's just not happening. That is a fairy tale that doesn't happen in real life.
But see, that's a false dichotomy because that's not what's being said. Many of these men end up dating their secretaries, right? Some subordinate, right? But they're
So
not
then,
looking for
so
a
pause there.
parallel. They're not looking for a parallel.
Pause. All right, then. So you bringing that up is proving my point by saying that they this is insane.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
This is
'cause you clearly don't
gaslighting.
get the
This is
point.
gaslighting through the roof.
Right.
That
This is
woman,
crazy.
that woman that
Here's
is
the thing.
that
Here's what
woman
y'all
that
doing.
is
Y'all are trying to say that the man up there is restricting himself to a particular group of women.
Absolutely.
I'm saying when you increase your power and resources and wealth and status, the restriction is gone from men. They literally lift the restrictions. They able to fulfill the appetite that they always had that they wouldn't have access to as an average man on that socioeconomic status. That is why when men get insanely rich, you see the type of women they have access to and they tend to go after.
It goes up.
Versus
Correct.
a guy
No.
who is average man. So y'all think that his money changes his appetite. No, the $55,000 man, he's been looking at supermodels or top tier women. He just haven't been able to get access to them. So when he does become rich, guess what? He gonna pull the trigger on all of his desires before he tap out of the market and select who's gonna be his wife.
And women do the otherwise, and you can see in the mirror.
Exactly. Women do the complete opposite.
No, so we saying that men they go up in the hierarchy of women when they get higher status. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is look at it as I don't know if you played Madden when they had the vision thing where a trashy quarterback has a small vision window versus somebody like Tom Brady, he can light up the whole field.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying, the higher you climb in your socioeconomic status, you completely light up the whole field of the entire data market. As long as it's beauty involved, you start looking at beauty as a primary. But whenever it's time to settle, you start looking at all the other nurturing qualities for the sake of your legacy and your children. Women, on the other hand, they already have a wide radius, especially online. It's not even a competition between men. Like women are having to deny men more than they having to access. And that's how crazy it is in DMs and stuff. They literally are destroying the data market whenever, not destroying, but they're killing it. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to online dating and all these stuff, as long as they have the attraction, they have a wide radius of men that they can choose from. But whenever they grow and become more wealthy and climb the ladder, they literally become more precise with the selection because they literally cut out, I would say, 80% of the men in the market within the average earners and all that stuff. They don't even get a chance. They don't even, unless you earn the same amount as her or greater, you run a likelihood of not even having access to the woman.
And that's usually because the men that they cannot handle a woman that's making more money than him. That's usually the reason.
That's a whole other argument, but it sounds like
you're a politician.
That is a good argument.
No, but that's the reason, because when they attempt to do it and then they get cheated on by a man that's making 10 times less than them, it don't make sense. And this is what PhD was saying.
And you're just making my point.
And this is why Eat a Man saying
women rather get cheated on a man who makes more than her than a man who makes average.
Absolutely.
So where does that concept come from?
That concept comes from men keep pushing and promoting lust and degeneracy at the top of their value system.
No. That comes from
common sense. Why y'all say it comes from common sense?
The audacity of you to only make $55,000 and cheat on me when I make more than you. If you gonna cheat on me, at least make double what I make. Where does that concept come from?
Ladies, never marry down.
Common sense. That's common sense.
It's a hypergamous concept.
But it's common sense. That's common sense. If you go get cheated on, you might as well get more money.
She completely void out any possibility of being cheated on, but because it's a shame thing. How can you go tell your friends a guy who works at Walmart cheated on me and I work at fucking Birkin?
No, so the thing is that when he cheats, he's gonna cheat with a woman that is less than the woman that he got. That is the problem.
Absolutely.
And so
hypergamy isn't a thing.
So it's a double disrespect. First of all, you cheating when you ain't supposed to. Also, you cheating with a woman that can't take care of you the way how I can, and she can't give you access the way how I can. So it's a double disrespect when a less earning man cheats on a high earning woman.
Except the girl he cheated with has more access, which is how he got the cookie.
Niggas is trying to give cheating morals. Come on, bro.
That don't have nothing to do with the argument.
We didn't have to dive into who people cheat with. We could have just stayed on it, and I think we came to an understanding that
Yeah.
Like women close down their view of who they want to date. They be more precise whenever it's time to select. And one of the reasons is they damn sure ain't gonna let a man who's socioeconomically beneath them run the household or be the head of them or something like that. That's just in their mindset. And this is just, I think this is natural. Like the women always want to.
It's common sense though. Like why would you let somebody tell you how to spend your money?
But the problem is,
so hypergamy.
And this
y'all are literally defining that word.
But this brings it back to the problem that me and PH David was having. You have a content creator like Shara Savin or other ones telling women who are not even at that socioeconomic status to cut out the average man and go after the top 10%.
Okay.
That's what I was speaking to. I wasn't talking about women who make $250,000. I was just talking about women that you most likely to run in the dating market. I'm saying if you want to have a successful relationship and a family, it doesn't always equate to going for the man who makes $500,000. And Kevin Samuels was trying to tell them to deter them. Like, you don't have to keep going after these men. A lot of these men are going to exercise their options and they're not going to be 100% committed to you because you can't really pitch why they should, especially some of these callers coming in with multiple kids by multiple men. They well above their BMI and all these other things. They just don't look the part. So he was trying to tell them, like, look, you probably have a better chance of dating this guy or even going back to your husband or your baby father in some instances. So he was trying to accurately align people with who they would be more compatible with instead of telling women.
He said that every day.
He was one of the first guys to tell women you can have, and they didn't like that. PhD was telling them, hey, they can have it all, go after it. And Kevin Samuels was telling you, no, look, I know these guys. I'm affiliated with them.
Don't know those guys, right? He was in the mall selling perfume. Kevin Samuels didn't know those guys. So I just think he wasn't a credible source for anything. I don't know why anybody would let him tell them anything. But
no, we ain't gotta know why. The fact is, people would let him tell them.
Yeah,
they were calling in.
That's
right. They got millions of subscribers for it.
Hey, I like how we came back around though.
15,000 people watching at one time sometimes.
I like how we came back around. That was a good exchange. I'm glad everybody kept their composure. That was beautiful to me. We got through some real good discussion right there. And I guess we came back around when you start adding the multiple baby mamas and stuff like that. It's like you might have an argument there.
Yeah, but Sharon, you probably was a content creator when he was and you saw nobody was telling women that. He was telling women stuff that was NSFW, not safe for work, that a lot of men in corporate America wanted to say. They couldn't say it because they're gonna get hit with an unsafe or get fired or lose their security clearance. Because I'm telling you, when you got a clearance and you working in these high positions, there's a lot of stuff that you can't say that's gonna hurt your digital footprint because the internet is forever. And to some of these guys, look, that work in those areas and at those levels, they were happy to see a man actually speaking on their behalf. And if it wasn't true, if it didn't resonate, he would have never been able to get the traction he had. Man, that's as a content creator, you can't build up that many subscribers and that much power as a content creator and not be telling the truth. And some of the stuff you can't has to be. No, it doesn't work. Trust me. I've been in this space for a while. You cannot do it.
Yes, you can.
Okay, name me a creator who has.
I'm sure plenty of them, right? We find out they've been lying all the time.
name one who was able to captivate an audience and not actually none of the stuff he said.
Captivated audience.
We could say the Angry Man. We could say Cooley. We could say Myron Gaines. We could say Nick Fuentes. That's four.
No, I think y'all not understanding what I'm saying. Asking. I'm saying the stuff that he's saying doesn't resonate to the point where when you hear it, you're like, oh, that makes sense. I believe that. That's actually what's going on. That's what I'm talking. I'm not saying that I'm not talking about their credibility as far as this is what I live. I'm talking about if I put something in a script and I read it off in front of a camera and I attract millions of people, whatever I'm saying in that script, that stuff has to resonate in order for me to get millions of people.
Resonate, I guess.
Resonate
are two different.
I guess resonate we have to concede, but truth, that's not necessarily the case. But resonate, I guess we will have to, because that's kind of like
it has to resonate, it has to be relatable.
So Shalon, how much
understand that Hitler was able to get people to resonate with a message, right? So resonating with people is neither here nor there, right? If you tell them what they want to hear, I'm sorry. See, and I really don't even understand how we keep ending up here. Calm down. Right. So resonating doesn't equal truth, because we can point to many instances throughout history where, people resonated with a certain thing, and now, history shows that it probably wasn't, they weren't resonating with the truth. They was resonating with some crazy shit. So, I mean, people in the United States, the eugenics movement, the scientific racism movement, right? It resonated with people. It didn't mean it was right.
Yeah, well, you all over the place, and
I'm all over the place because I'm refuting what you're saying.
You could have stopped at Hitler, which was the audacity of you to say he didn't. Here's the thing about Hitler: you're using the wrong term to try to argue a point.
No,
Hitler's position wasn't. And you interrupted me. You didn't like it, but I'm not going to shoot you down on it. But look, Hitler's power wasn't a matter of being able to resonate in order for him to get the things done. You got to understand this was a dictatorship. If there were soldiers in the military that if you didn't do what Hitler said, you were killed. You were unalived. This wasn't a matter of resonate to get an influence. No, this was a matter of I'm the boss and you're gonna do what I said. There's countless stories all over encyclopedias and novels where Germans were abandoning, going AWOL because they did not want to do some of the atrocities that they were forced to do. You were forced to do it, and if you didn't do it, the other personnel in the military executed you. So this wasn't a matter of influence and follow me because you like what I'm saying. No, this is a matter that if you don't, this could be your demise.
At a certain point, but he had to get there, right? And so when he was initially appointed, yes. Yeah. How did they know him from a nigga on the street? Right? And so
you got to read up on who came before
No. When he was appointed, people resonated with him. We can see the videos of him giving his speeches in the large crowds, yelling and screaming over it, right? And so, yes, he became a dictator and was forcing people to do shit. But on the front end, he couldn't be a dictator. And so people had to resonate with him in order for him to assume that position of power to begin with.
That's not how dictatorship works.
Yes, it is.
But that's why he wore the certain mustache that he wore, is because it resonated with the people of the poor people in his society. So that mustache represented the poor people, and that's how he started.
It was not his mustache, trust me. A dictatorship, you can have a clean face, a full. If you're under a dictatorship,
resonation though, how he
in the military. I'm telling you, I'm speaking from experience. I'm in the military. The U.S. Army doesn't, or the United States doesn't have a dictatorship.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you're talking about a dictatorship.
Give it some time. Give it some time.
So no, what
regardless. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, what we talking about? How he resonated, and so we're saying that just because you could resonate with the people doesn't necessarily mean you are speaking any truthfulness at all. Because like the MAGA movement, we know they're not dealing in truth, but they are resonating with a whole bunch of people's insecurities and their racism.
That's subjectivity.
No, listen though, y'all both I gotta say this real quick because I've been listening. I've just been chilling, but they are resonating off a bit of truth. We could say what it led to is something that's very untruthful, but when Trump ran what he ran on the premise of close the border, that's a real thing, that's a problem. Crime, that's a real thing, that's a problem. Now how they enact that and go about that, that's where we could say they're liars. But they even Hitler himself, he did run off the premise of the Warsaw Ghetto.
You just don't know what you're talking about. That's not what he ran on. But and
he didn't run off the banking system.
That's gaslighting.
It's okay.
That's all from World War I. I'm not incorrect here.
He didn't run off of that. We ran
What?
through the whole election experience. We ran through it. We was talking about it every day. I don't know why we missing up. Regardless,
What did he run on, Sharon?
making America great again.
I just said Hillary
Meaning?
is genius. What the fuck?
I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole that you're not really understanding what "Make America Great Again" stands for, right?
I pointed out premises in that argument to make America great. He was saying it was due to like immigrants coming in, correct? And immigration is a thing, right?
So,
right. Crime is a thing, right? Right.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, he did not stop the immigration. Okay. He's a y'all got to be able to follow.
I would love to hear this.
Y'all got to be able to follow the conversation.
And that's your go-to whenever you can't explain.
But he did not run on truthful things. He did not do the mass deportation like how he said, right? Because he need immigrants.
No, I'm saying it resonated because what he said was a true statement. Immigration is a problem. We could talk about how he said I would deal with it, and did he actually do that? No, that's what makes him a liar. But what got him in that position?
It's not about him lying. It's just not a true statement. America need immigrants.
What the fuck is lying?
You cannot get rid of them. It's okay. This whole country is based on immigrants. Like Jesus Christ.
You're making a whole different argument now. No. And you always do this when somebody brings it up to you.
It's okay. I know y'all get distracted very easy. This country is designed on immigrants. Literally.
None of that is the point of what y'all are talking about is propaganda.
The point of what we are trying to talk about is resonating with people. People like Donald Trump ran on resonating with racism is what he ran on. MAGA, Make America Great Again. That is dealing in misogyny and racism. That's what he ran.
Propaganda based on racism.
Getting off the path, though.
It's okay. So, and also Kevin Samuels, he was also basing his off of resonating with men and how they feel. It doesn't mean that it was truthful about the things that he was resonating with them with. That is the issue that we're saying. Don't have anything to do with the truth. So, regardless of if it was a lie, whatever, it don't matter. He didn't resonate them with anything. Truthful is the only argument that we was having a conversation about. He was dealing in men insecurities is what Kevin was really good at. And the way how he was dealing with men insecurities by focusing on women's insecurities, by saying that because you have a child or two child by two different men, that now all of a sudden men don't want you. But what we see with people like Andrew Wilson, she had 2 children, and he's still married to her, and he is considered a big level of a human being, right? And we see Sierra, Marion Russell Wilson, she had a kid, so on and so forth. We see Cardi B, she got. We have so many examples.
You're talking about rich people. We're talking about average people.
We have so many examples of what Kevin Samuels and all these other red pill men are preaching, or what they was trying to resonate men with, is just not a true thing when it comes to real life and what men choosing women to be.
But to say that ignores Kevin Samuels' entire first 2 years. His entire first 2 years was talking to men.
Okay, hold on.
The thing you missing and I get what you're saying, Bracy. Okay. Because you're able to see so many examples that is the contrary of the message. You negate it. You negate the message because you're able to see any examples. But if you pay attention close the way Kevin Samuels framed it, he was talking about the likelihood of achieving that outcome, and he was looking at it on a scale. Like, what is the likelihood of you being able to achieve this outcome based off of the baggage you have attached to you and your overall dating marketplace of your value? That's what it was about. It wasn't that you can't do it. Yeah, you can. There's always exceptions.
Okay.
But the likelihood of you achieving that based off of the value you bring to the table is evaluated. That's all he was doing, was evaluating the likelihood of you. Because he always asked him, what do you want? Okay, how much does he got to make? Mm-hmm. He had to ask those questions to get the parameters of what the caller wanted to achieve. And given his own opinion based off of the market that he studied and the men that he know in that bracket, so to speak, what is the likelihood of you achieving that outcome? And what can you do to be able to achieve it? Because a lot of people don't want to focus on that part of Kevin Samuels' content. He actually gave you a solution. Oh, so if you do want to get this type of guy, you have to be able to. Are you okay with having to go and do X, Y, Z? Or are you okay with his lifestyle? Everybody cut that part out. They just focus on you can't do that. No, but he gave you something actionable that you can apply to be able to achieve the outcome you wanted.
But he did the same thing with men at first.
He did the same thing with men, but nobody watched it. Because you can't tell men how to do stuff. Men don't want to listen. They just want it, and they don't want to listen to the things that you got to apply.
Especially when you're a fake, right? Kevin Samuels was a fake. How can he give advice when he couldn't himself get himself to a certain status? So yeah, like this man.
Kevin Samuels was worth $4 million when he died. I don't know why.
Ain't that something? Because that's not what his family says. You know, they had to get money to bury him. You men will say anything to prove a point. How would you know when he was?
I'm not up here to argue somebody's.
Oh no, I'm not talking to you.
I'm just talking about the content.
Oh, okay, yeah. I wasn't talking to you, but you know there are some men who are lovers of men, and they definitely love Kevin Samuels. You know. But how you doing, my brother? I have been listening to you. A lot of things I agree with what you have said, especially when when you're telling men how they need to move as a man. So yeah,
I think it was a very good conversation, and it's one thing I would say is this: I think men need to really pay attention to high communication levels, and clearly, regardless if he was right, wrong, or indifferent, he was able to articulate a clear point, whether me and Diva agree with it or not. And that is the real skill that a lot of men have to learn and not overlook valuable communicational skills, because it's going to affect your job selection. It's going to affect your woman selection. It's going to affect the way how you move with your mama and your children as well. It is very important to be able to articulate yourself and have a clear thought to where it's going. He had a subject, body, and a conclusion in his speech. And a lot of men need to learn that situation is a very important thing. And don't get caught up with just the things that was spit against the wall. We got to focus on the focus. So I just want to say shout out to that because it was a good example. And also I want to say the way how him and Diva was able to communicate with high level of stress, and they still was able to work it out. He didn't over emotionally get involved into the conversation, even though it was highly tense conversation. He was still able to work it out, and not just both of them was able to say, all right, we let it go in the middle of the conversation without them verbally saying it, but within the conversation. All those was high level of skills that men need to pick up on.
Damn, I got to rewind and see what you said, PhD Diva.
No, basically you wrong.
Oh, okay.
Well, let me give you the Cliff Notes. You wrong.
And let me also
I'll go with you, so you know. Good.
Let me also welcome into the show. Good day, Brownsville, New York. How you doing, sir?
He's here.
Hey, Brownsville.
Yo, peace and love. Can you hear me, cuzzo?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
All right, peace and love, man. Let me take off my shoes before I come into your room, cuzzo. Peace and love to the beautiful queen on the panel, the supreme goddess, PH Diva. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, Bomb, Cherry Juice. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, the Boricua Princess, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Natasha Vincent, Talking to Kinfolk, the Victorious One, Zero Tolerance, Maya Reed, all the queens, man. I don't forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up. give y'all flowers, and show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Interesting conversation, cuzzo. I want to ask the brother Bruiser a clarifying question just to make sure that I heard him correctly and understand what he's saying. My brother Bruiser, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yes, sir. My question to you would be, are you giving women the advice that if they intend to get married, that they should date down? Is that your advice?
No, that's not my advice.
Okay, so can you kind of clear some things up? Because it sounded like, based on the conversation that you was having with PH Diva, is that's exactly what you was like advising.
No, I'm saying that if a woman want to have a fulfilling relationship and get into a long-term commitment and inevitably get married and start a family, she should not restrict herself to the top 5% of the dating market. I think whenever you limit your options, the likelihood of you achieving an outcome becomes smaller and smaller, the more precise you get. Because you just may miss out on an opportunity with a man that really will love you and give you the outcome you want. He just may not have his bag on the same level as the guy that's already making 300,000. And I'm saying you don't have to walk past him. He don't have to become invisible in the market just because of his income. He may be you may be staring at your future husband. And I'm saying give it a shot. See if his principles and his character align with his purpose and where he's going, and see if it'll work out. You don't have to just, because you got a lot of people that push in this movement that you have to shut out 80% of the market just based on a salary. And I'm saying you don't have to do that to be able to fulfill the outcome you want, because you're gonna have to deal, if you not say, if you want to deal with the top 5-10% and the nuances that come with it, do it at your own peril. But because I know what I know, and I have a business and that I run off of the platform, and I have the luxury of having a lot of intel and being involved with networks, I can tell you that a lot of these guys that get on a bag, there's a growing number of men are completely afraid of the idea of marriage because of a lot of rhetoric and narrative that's being pushed. So you also have to deal with that. You also have to deal with a lot of guys that are having access. They're having their pick of the litter and they're having fun in the market, especially if you're targeting guys who have that hit the genetic lottery in combination with the bag. It becomes even more harder, because it's just harder for men to be able to discipline themselves at that level. And I talk to them like, man, it's hard, bro. Even if I found one, but I still want to, get my thing up. I'm like, look, you can't do that. You got to have principles. And a lot of these guys don't have the principles. Once you get principles, bro, it's not a matter of socioeconomic status. It's, am I doing what's right and moral? Am I treating this woman like a human being? And the higher you go, the more money it's like it's an evil and temptation that comes with that. So a lot of women are going to have to prepare for that. And I'm saying, if you got the strength and the endurance to deal with that, go ahead, but you don't have to. You could still get the same outcomes with a regular Joe that's well on his way and getting on his purpose, and may inevitably find himself in that top tax bracket that you're trying to get into.
But more likely he won't, right?
Right. I don't know that.
No. So if we're talking about probability and what's probable versus possible, like, yes, possible that he may end up among the top echelon of income earners, but it's more probable that he will not, and he will continue to be an average Joe.
Yeah. So if you're looking at it as you're prioritizing lifestyle, then you could mentally get hung up on the possibility that he might not. But if your mind is on character, building a family and all this stuff, the lifestyle is not gonna get you mentally hung up on the possibility of him not reaching that top tax bracket.
Well, I mean, maybe not even the top tax bracket, but the average family right now is being squeezed. 2-parent households are being squeezed right now, right? And so it's difficult. I got a coworker who, despite the fact that he made close to multiple six figures, is worried. Him and his wife just had a second child, and he worried about childcare. He took his 3 months of paternity leave so he wouldn't have to start paying for childcare. His wife got a job too.
Well, that's triage. That's a matter of
the point
finances.
is right, and so finances are an important part of our lives, and so it's not just some trivial thing to tell a woman, oh well, go get with the average Joe Smo, and then y'all could build y'all way up to what this other man got, when the likelihood is that you will not be able to build your way up to what the other man got.
And not only that, PH Diva, but also kind of what I find demoralizing and just weird. I don't understand why men do this, right? Because I have a daughter, Brother Bruiser, and my daughter, her dream is to become an anesthesiologist, right? So she's in the process of making her way to get there. She knows that she's going to have to discipline herself to her studies. She's going to have to devote at least 10 years of her life making sure that she's going to school and focusing on achieving that goal and the hard work and discipline that's going to take to achieve that goal. And then to tell her as her father that, yes, you can put all that effort and work into finding success, but now in order for you to find a husband, then you got to reduce your standards to accept him. I think
well, why would you do that?
Well, because I wouldn't do that. That's the thing. I wouldn't do that, sir. But that's what you're doing. That's what you're suggesting. And I don't know.
When did I say that?
Well, let me explain to you, right? So I don't know if you understand you're intentionally doing it. But I think what happens is there's a subconscious effort that some men have that for some odd reason they want to attempt to devalue women. And it's real strange, right? Because you said, hey, you should give the regular Joe, that's what you put it, those were your words, give the regular Joe an opportunity, right? And I just think that's dangerous and condescending and kind of demoralizing for me to tell my daughter, after she put all her blood, sweat, and tears and, becoming successful and becoming ambitious and put herself in a certain tax bracket, that now she needs to lower her standards to give the average Joe an opportunity to have access to her. This is why we have to.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I'm gonna land it right here, sir, so you can go ahead and respond. This is why it's important for us to be clear and concise with our communication and also consider the audience, right? Because what you didn't know, Mr. Bruiser, is I'm in my car. I just picked my daughter up, right? And I'm taking her to her secondary education, right? And she's listening to you and she's hearing what you have to say. And the question that she asked me, and then you can respond. Mr. Bruiser, the question that my Zoe asked me was, Dad, does this man not like women? Why would he tell women that they got to lower their standards when it comes to finding a man that's going to be a suitable mate? So what would be your answer to her, sir?
Well, in order to answer that means I would have to agree that I actually said that. So it's a loaded question. I can unload the question and answer it. I never said a woman had to lower her standard. If anybody I think Sharon been on here the longest, I use the term restriction. They don't have to restrict. I think I said it maybe 4 or 5 times. And before I even elaborate on what I mean, I need to first see if you actually understand what that means. Because if you keep saying I had lowered the standard when I'm saying restrict standards, then we can't really have this conversation. So do you know what I mean when I say a woman don't have to restrict herself to the top bracket of men in the dating market? Can we start there first?
Well, that comes with the implication that that's what the woman was doing in the first place, right? So unless you're implying that the majority of women that's intending to marry is limiting themselves to that top 1% or whatever, then that's how we can move the conversation forward.
So whenever I actually initially brought that up, because I got into it back and forth with PhD, but I mentioned Shara 7. And I mentioned it in the context of you have content creators that are telling women to restrict themselves to a particular archetype of man in a particular socioeconomic status and cut out and pretty much make most men invisible to them. I was arguing that you don't have to do that. And it came from a reference of me looking at Kevin Samuels' work. He was trying to put average man, average women, all men and women in the same room and tell them, like, you don't have to ignore each other. You just might like the guy who makes the same amount of money as you. You don't have to go after the man. If you're a woman who's making $55,000 a year, you don't have to force yourself or restrict yourself to pay attention to the man that's making $200,000.
But then it also moved beyond just restriction, right? Because you also brought up, and PhD Diva rebutted you on it. You said that, well, a man who is making that type of money is more likely than not to be unfaithful, is more likely than not to not want to commit to you in that way, right? So you do understand that you don't have to say things verbatim for people to actually get the message that you're trying to communicate, right? And my daughter heard that. And what she understood from your talking points was that it's a waste of my time to attempt to date somebody who's at my success level, because if I don't date down, I'm going to get cheated on. That was the implication that you created.
Well, and I don't, and this is why I don't like to do implications. I just like people to take my word for what I said and then ask me to clarify. But if I'm clarifying and you further still relying on implications, and when still not having a conversation, so let me just pivot. Let me just do this. If I was giving advice to your daughter that's listening right now, she's pursuing her credentials, her expertise, her education, so she can get to her desired outcome as far as her career and her dream. To draw a parallel to what I was saying in the argument with Diva and giving advice to your daughter, I would say this: if at any moment or a point in your life, important your journey towards your outcome, you run into a man, I'm saying it's okay to consider what he has to offer. You don't have to wait till you complete all of the things that you've done to start courting or seeing if he has a purpose and he's going in the right direction and he's suitable for long-term commitment. That would be my advice to her.
Right, but
you do have a lot of women that will just completely shun every man in the market and just spend all X amount of years and get into her career, and then now she's got a date and now she's too far up on a socioeconomic status that where she completely forced to cut out all the rest of the man based on her hypergamous mentality.
Right. And then based on your own admission, your advice to my daughter would be to don't worry about how much work you put in to complete yourself. You should still feel comfortable with getting with the incomplete man, right? And you might have success with that. So basically,
that's not what you're
saying without outright specifically saying it. Your advice is be open to dating down, right? And to me, I believe that comes from a place of insecurity within a man, right? Because for some strange reason, men want access to all kinds of women. And what they try to do is try to limit the access that women have so that they can have access to those women.
That's not what I said.
And to me, well, that's not what you said specifically, right? but we can read between the lines of what you're saying. We can
No,
read between the
that's
lines
not
of
what I'm
what you're
saying.
actually trying to communicate. What you're trying to communicate is not something that's beneficial to women. What you're trying to communicate is something that's very beneficial to men.
Well, that's subjective, and that's a whole nother argument based on what do we think is benefit. Yours might not align with mine, and I'm okay with that. But what you continue to do is you continue to try to read between the lines and actually read on the line of what I'm saying. And what you're also indirectly showcasing is you're debunking a myth that women are sending their daughters out to the dating market and they're not able to reach their outcomes because of a single mother is told them to move like this. What you're doing is debunking the myth, and it's actually the fathers actually telling their daughter or setting their daughters up for a high failure rate as well. So people are able to be able to see in real time. You can't just point the finger at the parent, the woman that's telling their daughter to completely ignore average man. It's also men who have daughters that's telling their daughters to ignore them, not compensating for the fact that you were once average as well. And especially the Black demographic, we can vouch that most of us never even came from wealth. We all were average at some point. And if we continue this rate of waiting until we're up on our bag, a lot of people don't even become successful until they're close to 35 or 30 or even greater. And what that does is if you're telling women to wait to become mothers and wives when they become 30 or 30 plus, they're pushing into a geriatric risk. The maternity rate or the death rate for Black women specifically is off the charts. It's an increasing. And then you take away a whole arm of the nuclear family. I remember when, and I'm talking about great grandmothers, they become extinct at that rate. And a growing number of women are leaning towards waiting till after 30 to procreate. So just a short story. I remember when I was a kid, when I was young, my great grandmother used to take us for walks, bathe us, tell us stories, cook for Thanksgiving, all that. Big Mama is becoming extinct because of this mindset, because of because of the namesake of typically some white man. To position yourself as a woman to work for a capitalistic essence of a labor force and postpone the idea of the nuclear family, building a family, building a community for the sake that you can push the agenda and the finances of somebody else's namesake, instead of looking at the Black community and figuring out that it is actually family that solves most of our problems. And the fear that comes from men is we also got to tell men to do this too, because a lot of men are saying that, oh, I don't want to get into a marriage until I'm up on my bag. But then now you want to get her to sign a prenup because she wasn't what you shooting in the gym. My whole rhetoric is that men and women, especially young Black men and women, need to get together while they're shooting in the gym. That's the best case scenario. Get out of the dating market. Stop going to hot girl summers. You stop running the streets with all the women and trying to get bust down culture. As young Black men and women need to come together early and build their wealth, get on their careers together. That's the best way to do it. And it's always been able to work out that way.
And for that, so that last part of what you said, I actually agree with, brother. And I wish that you would lead with that argument, but y'all for some reason don't, right? And this is what I think. You said what's bad for the Black community. This is what I think is what's really harming the Black community, my brother. Is men who have a misogynistic agenda, and they are, directly or indirectly communicating to women that they need to lower their standards and lower their value, right? And I think that's rhetoric is dangerous, it's harmful, and it's very unbecoming, especially for a man who has daughters, right? Because as a man who has a son and a daughter, I teach both of my kids that anything is possible with God, right? So I don't teach them to lower any of their standards. I don't teach them to lower any of their expectations. What I teach them to do is to seek out a person that has common values, common interests, and that understands how to communicate. Those are the top 3 things, right? And when we get to the values, that's where the meat and potatoes of the relationship is going to be, right? But my daughter, who is going to be an anesthesiologist, I'm not going to tell her or try to indoctrinate in her that she's not going to be able to find a suitable, God-fearing, qualified man that's making it as much money as she is or more, right? Because God is going to send a suitable person for her that's going to meet her standards and expectations of what a solid man is, right?
Well, that's
So
why I disagree.
hold on, my brother. I didn't cut you off, right? I listened to everything that you say, and so give me the opportunity to properly respond to what you're saying, because you said what you believe is harmful to the Black community, and I'm going to tell you what I believe is harmful for the Black community. First of all, Black men have to get out of this weird agenda that for some strange reason they think they're at war with women. Get away from this misogynistic ideology, right? And recognize that in order for you to be looked upon as a leader, you must be fair and impartial and lead with love, lead with respect, lead with empathy, right? And you should never have a double-minded mentality when it comes to what a young man or young woman should do, right? You should be teaching your sons and daughters that their dreams can come true, and it's not gender related, right? You should be imparting on them how important a value system is, and how that is the main thing that's going to attract a partner, and that's the main thing that's going to attract a partner to them, right? These are the conversations that we have to have, right? The Supreme Goddess PH Diva, she worked very hard to become a doctor, right? So how dare any man or any person tell a woman like her that she needs to date down because she's not going to find a man on her level or above that's going to see the value within her.
Okay,
Rhetoric like that, hold on, I'm going to close with this. A rhetoric like that is what's really harmful to the community, and that is really what's creating the gender war that you spent so many years participating in. You, by your own admission, my brother, said, hey, when I came into the space, I was very hard on women. And then all of a sudden you spit out the red pill and you said, oh, I reached an understanding and I realized I seen the error in my ways and I changed my talking points and my rhetoric and my behavior, right? And I don't understand that, my brother, because if you were actually the person that value morality, and you value fairness, and you value love, peace, and happiness, and you value the Black community, you shouldn't have been led by a talking point that caused you to be
Okay, so I think you transitioned into a whole nother conversation, and it's really and that's the reason why we try to interrupt, because these things tend to happen. Now I have to dissect all of the claims you made and try to, and I don't know why y'all want people to do that. Why can't y'all we could have just stuck on a thing about teaching men or young men and women thing, but now you're navigating into, and this is what people do. It's a psychological tactic in conversations to stack layers of concepts and claims so that you can't get a footing on how to respond. And that's why I tend to try to interrupt. And I would like to go back to the claim you made about, I think traditionally or religiously or principle wise, you said what a man should tell a young man or woman to do. That's all based on your individual principles that you live by and how you wish to run your household. You can't, because we don't align as men, and I'm willing to admit this, a lot of Black men We don't align on principles. We have our own principles, which is why our community, specifically the Black community, is fragmented, because we don't live by one accord. So I think we can understand that without arguing that. So the way I teach my son and my daughters is may be different than yours. And there's no right or wrong way to do it. Is that that's your legacy. And if you're okay with your daughter going that route, then by all means, okay, she don't have to listen to me. It's an honor that she have a father to listen to. But if she ever come into my office, if she ever book a consultation and ask me personally, I'm letting you know on the record that it's going to be different. I'm going to give her a different application. And it doesn't matter how you feel about it. If you ever cross that bridge where she feel like what you're telling her is not working, she has the luxury to be able to reach out to me, and I'm gonna give her a plan of action based off the shortest path of least resistance to fulfill the point of her likely reaching the outcome she desired. And I'm not gonna consider nothing you saying, because I fundamentally don't just believe in that. But if we want to talk about the other thing you addressed, I got one more thing to say about the what to tell women, especially when it comes to dating. My whole point is, you don't have to wait. You do not have to wait till you reach some criteria. You don't have to put that restriction on yourself. I'm saying there are men out here that will get into a relationship with you, and y'all can start building together. There's a such thing as that. And the reason why I push that is because that's what I did. That's what most men I know have done that have successful relationships. They work with their woman as a team, a collaborative effort. But people that keep pushing and saying that we need to skip our entire 20s, almost up into the mid 30s, completely not getting into a committed relationship with it, and fulfill our own dreams, then come. No, we don't have to do that. You can start working as early as y'all meet each other parents whenever you in after high school, when you get into college, and they can go ahead and bless off on your relationship and start supporting you from there. And that's what I'm gonna do with my sons. If my sons find a woman whenever they're 19, 20, and they're freshmen in college, and they say they want to date and get a relationship and look at her as a suitable wife, I'm going to support them, and I'm going to help them vet her out, and I'm going to prove, and I'm going to throw all of my resources into making sure that they have a successful relationship. We don't do that. We're saying no, avoid them at all costs, because we don't have the mindset to be able to help them navigate the market. And that's okay. You can admit that you don't have the capacity to be able to use to help her with discernment, and it's a fear thing. You're afraid that she's going to fail, so you're telling her to leave them alone, because you don't know how to give her the proper tools to be able to navigate. So you tell her, no, go position yourself a permanent safety net, so that in case you fail with these guys, you still got your own bag and your own career and stability. That's totally fine if that's the mindset that you're communicating. But me, I have the competency to be able to help usher in relationships for young adults, and that's what I'm pushing here.
Bruiser, I'd like to get your thoughts, given, what you said you do with helping young adults get into relationships. I want to get your thoughts on my 10-point list of men that women should avoid. Absolutely. So, and these are things that if she see it or, notice it, she don't even need to try to get to know this man no further. All of them are disqualifying. Okay. So the first one is a crazy name, like Geronte, Ladarian, all those crazy names that we hear on the news when they're talking about the criminal arrests for the day. All right. So it's crazy name, crazy hair. So, like those wigs or whatnot. Crazy name, crazy hair. Oh, face tattoos. Mm-hmm. Dead or crazy or green eyes. If you ain't got no job, if you got any sort of a criminal background, mm-hmm. If you got multiple baby mamas, don't have his own place, no car, and can't form a coherent sentence.
Oh man, dang. I was doing good.
Yeah, you out of there. You out of there.
So you want me to respond to that?
Yes. What do you think? Do you think that that's a good rule of thumb for young women if they see the man with the crazy hair or the face tattoos and whatnot to just avoid him off the rip? Don't even try to get to know this type of man. We can look at him and tell he isn't going to be the right type of man.
I don't think that's going to work out for you the way you want to, using discrimination and stereotypes as a way to filter man out. Because I would argue that the man can be completely perfect. The man can have the right eyes, the right hair, the right whatever that you listed that he didn't. He can have that and still be not a good fit for a relationship. So if you're using that as the pillar, the filter,
not my daughters. No, you better filter.
You're gonna run into a situation where you're gonna be easily deceived, because there's going to be a guy who appears perfect based on our stereotypes and discrimination, and you're going to run into a situation where you're going to have a failure.
Well, so the thing is, though, we're talking about probabilities, right? Not possibility. And so is it probable that the man who done drew all in his face, it's probable that he going to be the right fit for a woman who's, upwardly mobile and on her whatever purpose or whatever?
Let's take one of your example, the green eyes.
No. We want to stick with the face tattoos.
Okay, the face tattoo. So you're saying based off the probability, where's this probability coming off from? Because when we talk probability, we have to look at the study of statistics of facts that support the probability number that you're pulling out, or are you just doing it anecdotally?
I'm doing it based on observation.
So that's anecdotal. So you're observing that there is a negativity associated with men who have a face tattoo.
Yes.
Okay. So I can agree to a certain extent. But let's use this example. Let's say you run into a man who does have a face tattoo. Are you willing to compensate for the fact that this man with a face tattoo, he potentially got that tattoo when he was in his teens? He's 35, he's changed, he's become a PhD doctor, all this other stuff, he's God-fearing, other stuff. Are you willing to accept his repentance from the ways he used to be and potentially hear what he has to offer? Or you could completely look at him invisible because of some writing on his face.
Right. So the latter, right? We're going to, because all of these are disqualifying. So when I see the tattoo in his face, I turn, I make a 90-degree pivot and go in the opposite direction when I see him. And the thing is, though, if he has repented from his ways, why not get it removed? The technology is available, right? And so we tell people who we are in our presentation. And so if you still walking around presenting that way, then I have to wonder how much you've really changed. And so yes, I'm just going to disqualify you off the rip. But it's interesting to me that you think that it's good advice to tell women, don't limit yourself to only dating the top men, but you also think it's good advice to tell young women, go ahead and take a chance on the nigga who got 2 baby mamas and a face tattoo. Go ahead and take a chance. It might work out.
But before we navigate, you gotta let me respond when you throw that question.
The average.
You said you would disqualify him before any context.
Yes.
So you wouldn't even know the reason why he still got the tattoo on his face, and you wouldn't even know whether he would. You wouldn't even know whether he would take it or put the effort into removing it, so that he can have a relationship with you. You would disqualify him automatically. He didn't even have the chance to even adjust for you in sake of the relationship. And what you're doing is you're indirectly justifying a historical way of being discriminatory, because what the colonizer does this as well. When they see the black man, they see the color of his skin, they automatically disqualify him. So if you're, by your logic, you're okay with the colonizer being discriminated on the same by that same logic? Yes or no?
Wow.
No, but that's not even an accurate analogy, right? So skin
It's
color
actually the
is
same.
something.
It's
Hold on.
actually
You
disgustingly
asked me
the
a
same.
question. I'm going to answer it, right? So skin color is something that is immutable. It's not something you chose. You come here with a skin color, right? But getting a face tattoo is something that a deliberate act that you have to undertake. So there's a difference in judging somebody based on some characteristic that they did not choose and they cannot change, and judging people on something that they in fact did choose and made the choice to document on their damn face, right? There's a thought
But
process.
nobody chose
Hold
their
on,
name.
there's a thought process that goes along with all of that, all of those decisions. Right.
You
And so what I'm
mentioned
saying
green
is,
eyes.
if you went through the thought process to make it to the decision of putting a tattoo on your face, then no, I don't need to hear what you have to say, because your thought process has already shown me that we probably not going to be compatible.
You mentioned a list of things, and one of the things you said was green eyes. So I gotta ask, based off your very last response, do you get to choose your color of your eyes?
No, you do not.
So your whole logic is flawed.
No, it's not. Green eyes is a special case. That's
You don't choose your name either, Diva.
green eyes is a special case, damn it. No. And actually, it said that one is tongue in cheek. I say that one.
Before we have this conversation, you have to make sure that your list is absolutely ironclad, irrefutable.
No,
because then somebody as intellectual as myself is going to be able to pick apart your logic.
You're not that intellectual, Darwin. Well, come on.
Hold on, so Darwin, hold on, I got you.
Fancy yourself being intellectual, but you're really not that intellectual. But so the list is true, right? And green eyes is true. Green eyes is a special case, but it's also said in jest. But all the rest of this stuff, a grown ass man who got multiple baby mamas, what makes a woman? Why should she think that it's more probable he gonna make her a wife and a stepmama than what he been already doing? The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
Hold on, because he have sons. So Darwin, would you tell your sons to go get with a out of shape woman that have multiple baby daddies, that all the opposites to your sons?
Do I really gotta answer that? Why would I instruct my son to be? No, I wouldn't. Short answer.
So why would we instruct our daughters to do the opposite? Why would we tell our daughters to go get a felony, somebody who got tattoos on their face? Like I get you looking at this from the male's perspective, but we have daughters. So
did I tell daughters to do that? Did I give any language that supports what you just said? I'm telling women to go after a man that got a tattoo on his face.
Yes.
No, I did not. I literally
because you're pushing back on why. How long?
I said, if a man approaches you with a tattoo on his face, are you willing to consider that perhaps he had that tattoo when he was a teenager, and he's 35, 40 years old now? He's changed. He's repentant. He's changed his life around. Would you consider the fact that those days are in the past, and that he potentially would get the tattoo removed in order to be suitable for a committed relationship with you? I never once said that women should go out to target these men as somebody.
No, I get what you said, but it's almost the same. You asking your son, can you consider that she had all these babies in her teens and she done put away her her ways, and now that she done put her ways away, that she might be a good person now? You would say
you
no.
didn't ask
That's what I'm saying.
That's not what you asked. If you didn't ask.
Okay, well, let me ask that. Okay, hold on. Let me ask that then. Let me ask that, because I didn't know I had to be very direct with you. I got you. With your son, he walk up to a woman that had 3-4 kids. She got a couple of face tattoos, and she got 4 or 5 baby daddies. Would you tell your son to be open to that? She might have put away her ways. She had all these kids in her teens, and that she's a different person now.
You're asking me what I would tell him, what I tell him to consider her?
Yes.
If she had all those kids in her teens, that means that all of her kids are grown and out of the house, right?
No.
Okay, so how
No,
old
they
is the woman
10.
then?
So they 10 years old. They 10 years ago. She's in her lower 20s or 30s.
And she had, oh hell, hold on, wait, was it the lower 20s or lower 30s?
30s. 30s. The point is, would you advise your son to be open and optimistic as you telling women?
Okay, so yes, I would if my son came to me and said, "Hey, Dad, this is the woman I desire to be with," I would educate him on the nuances and the things that come with, and I would tell him, "Hey, look, even if he said that he want to be gay or some shit like that, the things that I want that defy my principles. If any of my sons came to me with a particular outcome that they wanted, I would educate them on the problems or that comes with it. So I would tell them, just like I would tell any man that's not my son, do it at your own peril. That's your prerogative. But you will know, all of my sons are going to be educated before they even go and make this selection. So it's just a matter of reconfirming what was already taught. So if one of my sons happened to bring a woman back like that, he's already considered my teachings. And
Well, but you
decided to deviate.
But you would
whatever.
tell him to disqualify these women based off your previous statements.
I mean, it would be an understatement. It would just be reconfirming that. Look, the question wouldn't even be about disqualifying. The conversation with my son would be, okay, why did you choose her?
No, but I know, but the conversation is that. Hold on.
Saying that, like, you are inferring those things, and then you get mad at other people when they infer things about the things that you say. That's the misunderstanding that we are having. So you're inferring that, hey, you don't want a baby mother, you don't want a woman that is whatever the talking point is, right? We know the negative talking points. We don't have to actually go through it exactly.
No, I wouldn't tell my son he shouldn't be with a baby mama or a single mother.
Okay.
I would tell my man, if that's who you want to be with and you love her and she has a kid, but see, either man, he didn't do what I did. When I spoke to PhD, but I told her, I presented the transformation the man went through. Either man didn't present any transformation. He presented a woman who was still sitting in her shit. And then he wanted me to educate my son. That's two different ways to answer or be presented with the question.
No. Okay.
What kind of transformation he went through if he still got the tattoo on his face, though?
Eva, what you talking about? The wasp.
What wasp? Oh, yes.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you a question, Sharon, because you've been listening the whole time.
It's Sharon, by the way.
Sharon, you've been listening the whole time. Is there a difference between those two archetypes that we were talking about? Like the man with the tattoo, what is he incapable of fulfilling when it comes to what we do with our households? Versus a woman who's got 4 different baby fathers and kids, and she in her early 20s.
I think that's a good comparison. The man with the tattoos is a very good chance that he is in the streets. He has a dangerous background.
Well, I was asking you, what is he incapable of fulfilling?
Safety for my child. He won't be able to have any safety for my child. He won't be able to provide stability for my child. He most likely is not going to have the correct discernment to lead my child in the proper direction because he's into all the wrong things. It's just to name what 3.
Right. So that's without even having a conversation with him. Like PhD said, she completely negate any pursuance or any access with him. Yeah. So you don't even know. But based off of so exactly. So that's what I'm saying. You're using a discrimination to completely make people invisible.
Right, but no, the thing is, we're always discriminating. When we're choosing a partner, we're always discriminating against somebody. Is whoever is outside of our preference or what it is that's acceptable to us, we're actively discriminating against. That's not a bad thing. Everybody don't get a shot. I don't think dating should be an equal opportunity sport. And I think a lot of men have this idea where they really don't want women to choose based on anything, really. What they really want is to be able to pick women off an assembly line. And the woman that you want, you automatically get her, right? She doesn't really have a say in it. Because to look at a man with a face tattoo and say, you know what? No, I don't think I need to get to know him before knowing I don't want to date him. and for that to be controversial in any respect is crazy. To think that looking at a man who wears his hair in some crazy style is, you know, out the way or something, like that's crazy to me.
What we're talking about this whole time is subjective. What's
I know,
what's crazy to you is
hold on. Let me finish it because I know, and Edom Man, you could respond right after.
What she's talking about, the whole conversation is based off subjective. Your outlook on how you see crazy or how you associate it with taboos or whatever. So I'm not saying it's bad to discriminate. I'm saying do it at your own peril, and I'm saying it's not. My initial statement is I don't believe that's going to work out the way you want it to, because it doesn't work out for the people who typically used it for 300 to 400 years against a people, discrimination towards a people. You would find that white people are starting to learn. Well, they have been starting to learn over X amount of years that you can't associate negativity with the color of a person's skin. You actually have some outstanding black people out here in this world that are law-abiding citizens and all this other stuff. And it's not necessarily just you don't have to necessarily discriminate people based off of their color of the skin or how they present themselves.
So hold on. So it's fit.
Hold on. I got you, Edom Man. You got it, Edom Man. I just want to.
Why is E butting in if we having a back and forth?
I don't know. E got.
He wants some smoke. Go ahead and give him some smoke.
Hold on. Joshua, you there? I want to ask Joshua a question real quick. Josh, you there? You gotta unmute yourself, Joshua.
Yes, I'm here, but hold on, I'm clocking out.
All right, we'll come back to you, so it could be okay. Diva, would you like to spawn?
No, this is my turn. So I knew you were gonna forget.
I just wanted to make a point.
Go ahead, man.
Because it's called context clues, right?
Right.
So I heard the young man what he was saying about how women should downgrade themselves to choose, you know, maybe this possible man who may possibly do right by her. And I do not hear him saying that to the men, right? The men cannot choose. It's not good to be with a baby mother, right? And like he said, there are going to be some rules and regulations on she better bring some things to the table. That's what I heard him say earlier, right? That he requires her to bring something so he won't have to, you know, if they get divorced, he don't have to support her afterwards. So that's some of the things I heard him say earlier. But I don't know why they're telling women to lower their standards. Like if a woman get to a certain status, whether by her family put her there or her doing it herself, why do she have to reach back and lift the man up? And I guess that's what I want to know.
All right. So what is the question?
The question was, why do a woman gotta reach back and pull a man up? If she's at a high level, why does she gotta reach back and pull him up? Is the question. And we're gonna get to E. Don't worry, I got you, my brother.
Be patient. Treat me like these other niggas.
The question is, why do a woman gotta reach back and pull the man up? She don't got to do nothing. But the thing I'm trying to communicate is, let's just say Bomb Cherry makes, let's just look at salary. I know we always use salary. Let's say Bomb Cherry makes $200,000 and Edom Man makes $80,000. He's a really good man. He's got good morals, principles. He's well on his way and in his career. Let's just say Edom Man and Bomb Cherry go out on a date and she really like him. And she's like, no, I want to take this dude serious. Let me start asking more questions to figure out if we're economically compatible or whatever. And E reveals that, well, I make $80,000. And then she reveals that, well, I make $250,000. What I'm saying is, if Bomb Cherry vetted him out and he hits all checks all the blocks to make it work, I'm saying she don't have to be a conformist and say, well, because of the code or because of the certain specific ideology or principle or whatever, okay, I am not going to date E. I'm going to disqualify him. what I'm communicating, she just missed out on a potential husband in a successful relationship.
Well, that husband though is going to be a man that she basically has to provide for. And we're seeing this, play out because we have people showing us every aspect of their life, but we've been seeing this play out recently with some, high profile, high earning women who are the breadwinners in their family. And it's not easy. I would certainly caution a young woman to think twice before taking on the responsibility of being the primary or sole breadwinner. But I did want you, because we're reacting to different aspects of the list. So I want to just go through the different ones and you just tell me yes or no if they are good or not. Like if that you find you have a problem with that or not. So I know you said the face tattoo you had a problem with. The crazy name, do you have a problem with that? And the logic behind it is if his parents ain't have enough sense to give him a decent name, then he probably ain't got no sense either. Yes or no?
That's real fucked up right there.
That's crazy.
That shit was good.
It makes so much sense though. That list really makes sense.
It kind of makes sense. And also,
Killer's name, John,
question. I want you to answer Diva's question about the
let me answer her question.
All right, go ahead.
First of all, the reason why I'm laughing might not even be the reason why y'all laughing. I mean, she said earlier with her logic, the way she put it together, that she made a stance against my logic, saying that you can't control what is handed down to you or how you're made. My question to her is, can a young boy or an infant control the name he is given?
He can change it when he becomes an adult.
But then you would have to factor
costs money.
You would have to factor in the fact that young infant agrees with what you believe is crazy. And remember how we said things become subjective. He might love his name.
Yes.
I love this name, but you think it's crazy. So now he's disqualified. So where do we draw the line with subjectivity whenever we're using it as a way to negate people? It becomes very dangerous and unfair.
Let me just ask one question, Diva, before you go, Diva. So I could, you know what I mean. Yeah. So Darwin, so what if a man, he went to jail for doing something to women? He went to jail for 8 years. He did something to women. He was pimping them hoes. And then he said he came back, he changed his life, he's turned his life over to God. Would that be acceptable for your daughter?
No.
Okay. So I've got a question. Joshua, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean,
it's like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn, somebody done got you. It says, bye, weirdo. They done kicked you off, Joshua. It's $20 to come back. I was just setting you up to do that.
How did he know that? Like, you've been setting it up for like 5 minutes.
And he still was talking.
Shout out to Joshua with his patience. It's $20 to bring Joshua back. Let me read some of the super chats.
He should have knew you never cared about what he think.
Oh, come on. Hold on. Let me read a couple of super chats and we can get right back into the conversation, please. Hold on.
The real Prism XO $10. It's wild how men call women shallow for wanting stability, but call themselves providers when they actually have it. Have several seats. The Verbal Assassin FAFO $5. Did Bruiser tell the men to settle for unattractive obese women like he tells women to settle for broke dusties? I'm asking for a friend. The Real Prism XO $5. Using community to steer women into marriage is just patriarchy with a rebrand. Watch your purses, ladies. Sharon Samuels Reloaded $5. They argue harder for their sons to have access than they daughters to have protection and sense. Right. The Real Prism XO $5. Men telling women to build with them are advertising their own bankruptcy and yours. Stop selling mediocrity as a foundation for building. Get out of here. The Real Prism XO $5. No thanks. I am not sharecropping for husbands on the low value plantation of rim men. No more mules.
Sheesh. And then so also we got Joshua in the back. It's $20 to bring him back. Go ahead, Diva. Hopefully you remember your point.
Not for that one, but okay. So you don't like crazy name either. Oh, what I was gonna say is, it just seems like there's really, y'all don't want women to be able to make choices. Like to say you, Bruiser, said earlier that women spend more time disqualifying men than qualifying men. Right. This is just to disqualify men. This is a some hard and fast rules to disqualify men. Okay, so you didn't like crazy name. You didn't like face tattoo. What about criminal background? If you got any type of criminal background, avoid them.
No, I don't like it. Yeah, I think the crime, the nature of the offense, matters.
Jeez. Okay. No job.
Can we slow down?
I think the context behind the reason why he has no job.
Oh my God, we got to do a book report on this nigga before we can say no, we don't want him.
No, listen, don't get it twisted. If you as a woman decide that you don't want to date him, I'm perfectly fine with that, as long as you're okay with the outcome, that you could potentially be missing the relationship that you want. As long as you came to grip with that, look, if I'm using these hard disqualifiers, a lot of them are unfair. I'm okay with the fact that I could potentially be shrinking down my options and may run the risk of not having a fulfilling relationship.
So should men have hard disqualifiers?
Disqualified the man with the face tattoos and no job. Right. I don't think any of these are unfair. These are all things that people chose to do, right? You choose, except for a name, but you can change your name. You choose to go to the jail. You choose to put a tattoo on your face. You choose to style your hair in that way. You choose to not work or, impregnate multiple women and don't stay in a relationship with them.
I would do this.
All of these things are choices.
I would say it the same way I would say with man. If he's saying, I'm not going to date anybody who's over 160 pounds, I'm going to tell him the same thing. You may meet a woman that is 170 pounds that's just drop dead gorgeous to you, and she check all the box. Are you gonna say no because he's over 160? That's the question. Where do you draw my question remains, where do you draw the line?
But no, that's the thing is, like, everybody should have disqualifiers, especially women, because women have more access to men coming in and out their life. So for any man to just be able to qualify, it's just crazy. Like I would never tell my daughters, hey, give him a shot. Even though he got the gang signs on his face tattoo, maybe he changed his life. Like, why do my daughters gotta literally, you telling me she can't find a man that meets her standard that don't got face tattoos? Like if we really play out what she's saying, it's not really that crazy. It's really saying, let me have a standard just like men have it. They say they want fit, feminine, and they want all these standards. They got all these disqualifiers. Why can't women have disqualifiers? I don't understand.
First of all, we have to be able to inject reality into this conversation. On a scale from 1 to 10, how likely are daughters running to their father saying, hey, should I date him?
Mine do. I thought that was normal.
See, and that's a problem. You don't want to.
No, that's not normal.
You're gonna jump back down.
Involved fathers are not involved. Involved fathers.
And how likelihood based on what is happening, not in your household. How likely are women? We're talking about an empowered society. This is the era where women have most empowered to be able to do and choose at their own will. They no longer have the hands of a man dictating their choices. Well, there's so many movements that's amplifying their ability to choose on. So what is the likelihood of a woman today going back to her father and say, can I choose this man?
All right, so let's put it in today's term, E. So it doesn't go like that, but what they do is they bring that boyfriend to the house, and that is the way of how they want their father to pass judgment on them. She say, hey, look, I'm bringing my such and such to the house to meet him. That's how it generally happens. Nobody say, hey, dad, what you think? It's more of bring them, introduce them to the family, introduce to that. That's when it becomes a little more serious. That's the reality of it.
And if they don't have a father, they bring it to an awful house.
Actually, absolute 100%. That is how it happens. So, E, if you can embrace what Sharon just said, It's you answered your question with that. She's already selected him if she's bringing him to daddy. She's already decided within her own mind and heart and discernment that that's the guy she want to go with.
Okay,
She just
perfect.
wants to go make sure daddy is okay with it.
Okay, so now perfect. I'm glad that you said. So now when we are talking to our daughters and they start to get of age and we're saying how to have discernment about what kind of man to possibly date. And now say if what would be wrong with Diva's list to have those as disqualified to protect her from potential horrible young men.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you.
Wrong with the list. My goddaughters can't date a goddamn thing. I'm just letting you know that now. I'm at the door. I'm well at the door. You feel what I'm saying? I'm coming. You feel? Yeah. Yeah,
I got you, Trey. I told you, Diva, he got that energy.
Right.
So is it okay? So now when we have disqualifiers for our daughters to raise them up to pick the proper person to bring to the house for the first time, no face tattoos, no criminal record, no crazy hairstyles. Do you have a problem with that, teaching young women to do that before they even choose a mate? So far,
I have a problem with teaching that. I have a problem with teaching crazy hair, things that are very, very subjective and don't necessarily intersect with this person being a bad person.
Well, what about the list as a whole? Because I get that we can say certain things might be.
No. The thing with the hair is there are some styles that we can look at when people, particularly men, style their hair that way, that we know that they're trying to be like counterculture, or they're trying to be anti-establishment, or just emphasize that they aren't they are going in a different direction than most of society.
Damn, Shadow.
Shadow the Titan Watch, $2. BAN, laugh out loud.
Damn.
Yeah, so we see that, and to acknowledge, like, oh yeah, he is probably not trying to, go find a lucrative career and get a wife and settle down and have a family, right? We can look at you and see that. And so now we're gonna sit up here and act like the way we choose to present ourselves isn't conveying a message to society and people that we encountering. Yes, we do it for a reason.
No, but you would have to show me, and that's what I'm saying. And
we did all for a reason. Go ahead.
And that's why I tried to say initially when we started having this conversation, are you looking at it from a anecdotal point or a probability? Because it's not a worldview.
We're looking at it from the mug shots. When we go look at the mug shots, they all look alike. That's what I'm saying. Like,
is there not serial killers named Jonathan or something? I'm confused.
Let me land with this.
The thing I said too is like, and let me say this real quick. I said this to Diva. It's like your list is restrictive to black people. Like there's bad white names, there's bad white hairstyles, Japanese hair, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's just weird that this list was like particularly black men. Because again, we can't take our
I am black. Right. And so most of the women that I'm going to be talking to are black, and most of us deal with black men, not even black.
So let me flip it. So and I also tell men, do this. And I talk to women too. I don't just talk to men. I tell men, you shouldn't discriminate a woman who has what do they call it, with the baby hairs or a weave or whatever.
A wig.
If you can move like that by your logic, you think it's okay that if men see women with the baby hairs, weave and stuff, patterns on their forehead, that is associated with a 304 issue for the streets.
Okay.
You see how unfair that is?
I don't have a problem with that at all. And just like when men talk about how they don't want women who wear wigs or who wear, wigs.
Exactly.
It's not right, but that's their choice. That's their choice.
I'm not saying it's a choice, but are you okay with me teaching? I'm gonna frame it the way you framed it earlier. Are you okay with me building a catalog of my influence, saying that, hey, look, don't talk to women with baby hairs on their forehead or women with their wig, completely make them invisible?
But hold on, but you gotta
That's
translate it
dangerous.
into hold on, but she also have a reason behind it. So you also gotta translate with a reason.
Right. So what
I'm
does
about to.
baby hair
I'm
on
gonna
the
say the
forehead mean?
reason. I'm gonna say the reason behind it is they all for the streets, and they all got a high body count, and they all likely
Yeah,
to be
but
single
okay,
mothers.
we know that's ridiculous, right? Because you wouldn't know.
Now you see how ridiculous your
No,
list
because
is.
we can go and look and see that these men do be getting arrested, deleting women, all these types of things. A man with a criminal background, and we're saying, oh my God, you shouldn't discriminate on the basis of a criminal background. And so basically what it boils down to is y'all don't be wanting black women to have no standards. And a lot of black women don't have any standards, right? So when all these dating shows that we have now, when they ask the women, what are your deal breakers? You see black women typically struggle with that question because the idea of ruling a man out or weeding him out is almost foreign. Like a lot of black women are socialized to give any man who approach her a chance, which is crazy.
So because you gotta understand, Bruce, that so you just said Jasmine Crockett because she had baby hairs in the weave and she don't have no babies. She ain't no baby mama. She's educated and she's about to possibly even be a senator. So you just eliminated somebody that is a very prestigious woman.
Which is why I wouldn't push that. And what Diva's saying, we're trying to tell women to lower their standard. We're not telling you to lower
That
your
is what
standards.
y'all pushing.
We're telling you.
Okay, so now tell me the man with a face tattoo that a woman would be ruling out, who would be
before you load the question on
the
top of what
corollary to Jasmine Crockett.
Right.
Before you try to load a question on there.
I'm not loading a question. I'm
Well, I
asking
was trying to respond to the claim you
conversation.
made that we were trying to get you to lower the standards, which is
Okay.
not true. What
Okay.
we're trying to do is get you to curate your vetting process to the things that actually matter to successful relationships, not hair, green eyes. Why I would have been
Criminal
impressed
background.
with a PhD if she said similar, like his skills, his expertise, his clearance level, his credit score, his business acumen, all of these other things that you can evaluate a man on the likelihood of having a successful relationship. Instead, you're talking about tattoos, hair, green eyes, and I don't know whatever else on the list. But I think the things that's most relevant, we're trying to get women to vet us with those, because you can run into any man that's squeaky clean based off of that and still not have the things that I just listed that are more important for a successful relationship.
Right. So this is the thing. I look at like dating and mating as a selection process. And in a selection process, you're going to have two phases or stages, right? So the first stage is the weed out stage. You are weeding out anyone who isn't minimally qualified. Now, the minimally qualified person isn't the person you want to hire, but they got to at least meet that baseline to be eligible to move on in the selection process. Then that's when you start evaluating based on those deeper, more internal things. Why? Because you are able to, right? You spent some time around this person, or you're starting to spend time around them. The weed out stuff, which is the list I read, is the stuff that, again, on first sight, you can see that or hear that and walk in the opposite direction. So you don't even you're weeding them out. They're out of the process. And I think, a lot of stuff, a lot of times when you look at women going through these relationship issues, you are looking at the man and going, but baby, you didn't know he was going to cause a problem for you. You can look at him and tell, or at least you should be able to. And so this is tapping a lot of those things you should, you can look at, and it gives you some information. Yeah. Like, right. So if you got multiple baby mamas, what make you think you ain't going to be added to the list? And why would you want to deal with a man who made multiple baby mamas, right? That's saying something about him. And so I'm just saying, evaluate the man based on what he's telling you. And what he's telling you ain't just what's coming out of his mouth. And I think some of the stuff that you're going to see through his behavior and how he presents himself is going to be more honest than the shit that come up out of his mouth on the front end, right? Because initially we meeting everybody's representative. But what he been doing and how he been presenting himself, that's going to give you more information. So yes, I tell ladies, use everything. We talk about discernment. This is part of discernment. Being able to look at a bitch and be like,
And listen, I don't
Look
disagree.
at a
It's
what?
just some of the things you had on the list, it just doesn't make any sense. I get it, the 4 baby mamas. But when you talk about green eye and a bad,
Green
crazy
eyes,
hair
people
and
green
a
eyes
crazy
are
name, like,
demons.
and I don't remember the rest of your list, but I'm just telling you, there's some things on that list that just don't even make sense to be on and unfair.
I don't think
Well, it's not about fairness. It makes
right.
sense to me. Like, because like my
Hakeem
daughter.
Jeffries would be knocked off by the name. The hair
Listen.
Jay-Z would be knocked off. Like, we can list somebody.
Okay.
Yeah,
that
and my
fuck
daughter
up.
shouldn't date none of them. Listen, so look, like
Hold
the
on.
whole point that I want to say is, if I was to take 1,000 men with tattoos, I believe 999 will be bad men. So why would I tell my my daughter to gamble, roll the dice to try to find the odds out? That's the point that we keep trying to
No,
say.
but that's the only good point y'all got. A face tag, all right, we could take that. But like names, hairstyles, again, if you're rich enough, you're gonna wear your hair however you want because you don't have to like try to
Hairstyles.
Yeah,
white
but
face
we're not
yourself,
talking
you know
about
what I'm
rich. We're talking about the men that you meet on the street who come up
Yeah.
and try to talk to you
I mean,
or
y'all
would be
weren't y'all talking
interested
about
in
how we
dating.
apply these
You said
to
tattoos
the
is no
people
good.
and y'all saying
It's a no bueno.
The
Face
face
tattoo.
tattoo.
Face
I don't got
tattoo.
no tattoos, but I was in the streets as a younger person living a goddamn life of crime, but I ain't got no tattoos.
Okay.
Hello, before
Yeah,
Bruiser
But
goes,
see, the face tag,
I
I can
had a
get it to
question
you.
for
Well,
Bruiser
my
because we
friend got
gotta
a
go.
bunch of them. He bugged out though. He's bugged out.
I got you. So, hey,
Hold on,
Bruiser,
okay,
what
hold
is
on,
a good crime? No, you let me ask my question
hold on.
earlier. I waited a whole hour. I waited an hour. Damn, Bruiser. What is a good crime that's good enough for your daughter? Because you said it depends on the crime. So, what crime a man can do that's good enough for your daughter to date?
White collar.
Well, I don't like to phrase it as a crime
type
to do
of
that's
bull-
good
They're
enough, but I
loaded
will
as hell.
say a crime that is acceptable is a reckless driving, maybe petty larceny, maybe just be a little bit more extreme, marijuana charge,
PPP loan.
parking ticket.
Okay,
I mean,
so
the list can go
so
on.
PPP
also,
loan go
but
crazy.
I got you. So, PhD, well, you meant felonies, right? You didn't mean misdemeanors, or
She didn't say that. See, that's the problem with the list.
Oh, yeah. Felony.
okay? I thought it was implied. I got it, but we can't imply things. All right, go ahead. You go with your show.
You can
Sharon.
apply them. I mean, you can apply them, but we have to dissect them.
So the thing is that like I think most fathers would say if it's easy to tell our daughters. I think it's an easy list to tell our daughter to say, hey, if you have a felony background, baby mothers, at least 2 or more, he has some wild hair.
I disagree with the felonies.
Right,
I
because
can
black
explain
women, how
why,
can you
though.
rule out felons? Why would you rule out a felon?
So
Because you
in the
can get
state
a
of, in
weed
the state of
charge or
Virginia,
aggravated
So
assault.
what? I don't
Or
care.
threat. A threat is a felony.
Okay, hold on.
state of-
So hold
the
on.
state
So
of-
So you
hold
shouldn't
on.
have
So
been
we
threatening
saying that.
nobody.
So we saying that we are willing to tell our daughters to risk her life with a man that have a felony.
let me give
We're
you
saying
context.
we're
I'm
saying it
saying that
doesn't mean you're risking your life. Like there are
Yeah.
guys who have gotten
That's
felonies
crazy to me.
that everyone
Right.
that goes to
Well, let me
jail.
ask you a question, Sharon. Let's say, for example, let's say I got a felony eluding on a motorcycle. Back when I was 23 years old, I'm 40 now.
My
You're
daughter's
saying
good
that
for
I'm
that.
not a fit for your daughter's life is at risk because I have a eluding charge? Because I went
Yeah.
Yes.
speeded reckless
Absolutely.
driving on a motorcycle 15,
Yes.
20 years ago?
Absolutely, you're a danger to her life. Absolutely.
Okay, see,
Y'all got to start lying.
What if,
y'all.
what if I
Come
caught a
on.
felony charge? What if I caught a felony charge for selling drugs? Now I have a job and my life is
Nope, you're not
on
good
the
enough
right
for my
track.
daughter. Like we supposed to have a standard for who date our daughters. Like why y'all think we supposed to just let these felons just come in our daughters'
Hold on,
life?
wait. E-Man, would you let Malcolm X? Would you let Malcolm X date your daughter?
No.
Hold on.
brother.
Wait. Slow down.
Well
So
played.
hold on. That's a good question. But you yourself, Bruiser, you eliminated a man that was on the panel that he had the same charge as Malcolm X, and you said no, I wouldn't want my daughter to date that man. You eliminated that man yourself.
You said if he was in prison for 8 years, he just got out, and he's in the prison for abusing women.
Right, that's what Malcolm X was doing. What he went to jail for? Pimping.
Okay, so now that's different because in
Yeah, I was about to
context,
say they ain't
abusing
woman
women and
abuse.
pimping women is totally different from my understanding.
He went to jail for theft. He didn't go to
Holy
jail for
shit.
pimping. He went to jail for
Pimping
theft.
is much
What
less
the?
No, they're
harmful.
both abusive, but that's the first thing you probably think when it comes. You think of domestic violence. You thinking about
Thank you.
violence is the first thing that comes to mind. Is what he's probably saying.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
thinking
Well, if you
money.
know
That's what I'm
Michael
saying. That's
Jackson,
the
you
first
know
thing
that
that
he
comes
was
to
pimping
mind.
women.
Let's slow it down.
Not
It's okay. So,
Jackson.
so I, me personally, I would put pimping as a form of abuse.
It is.
For my child. I wouldn't want
It
my
is.
daughter to be pimped.
It is.
Who would want that? I mean, I'm just.
So you're saying that okay, so like if let's just take Malcolm X again. We're talking about him just getting out of prison for some of the shit he did. The likelihood of me approving my daughter to be with him is going to be very low. But being able to watch his growth and how he transformed into the man he is, I would have consideration for that.
Nope.
What
not
I'm
considering
trying to
it.
argue with
You
you,
again, he was never.
you got to. I'm asked her, do you compensate for the fact that people transform? And this is something that you might have to reconcile with when it's time for judgment. Because the same way you're judging people and negating people, you got to be able to embrace the way the Lord is going to do that to you. Do you
Absolutely
expect the
not.
Lord?
Absolutely not.
Hold on. Do you expect
That's
the
crazy.
Lord?
We talking about dating and we
Hold
talking
on,
about
y'all.
dating.
Hold
We
on.
were
Let us
talking about
finish. Hold
judgment
on,
of the
y'all. Let us
Lord
finish.
of your
Hold on,
sins.
y'all.
This
Hold
is
on,
where
y'all.
the
Let us
concept
finish.
stems from.
Hold
This
on,
is where the
y'all.
accepting people for their
You know,
transformation and repentance comes
Hold
from.
on, E.
It's
Slow down, E.
actually
I
an
don't even have.
OG
E,
thing.
slow
Can I
down,
say
E.
I have
something?
Please,
nothing.
please. Hold on.
Let me say
I
something
can.
real quick.
I can
Freedom man.
forgive
Freedom
him.
man.
Okay.
Hold down. Hold on. Go
Accepting
ahead.
somebody from their repentance or transformation is parallel teachings from historical teachings. This is where the concept
It don't
stems
tell you
from.
to date him in the Bible. That's the point. I
Shut
keep telling you,
up,
like, just because I say,
Jesus.
yes, you should be back into society. Yes, you should be able to go get a job. That don't mean that you're good enough for my
Yo, E for
daughter to
estrogen. You
date
gotta
her. This is
relax,
Okay,
man.
crazy.
hold on, but you can say that after he finished, please.
I thought he was finished.
All I'm saying is,
No,
if
you
we're
didn't.
gonna use this
No,
way
you
to
did.
filter people out from pass and go collect your $200, we got to be okay because God wants us to treat each other, our neighbors, like we want to be treated ourselves. And He also said that if you want to be forgiven, you have to forgive others. So I'm saying, if you're gonna use this same logic and way to treat people, you got to be okay with being treated that way when it comes your time.
We are
Okay,
not
It's
about
not
to bring
about
the Lord
treating
into this.
people.
hold
If
on, hold on.
you're
Hold on,
avoiding
Trey.
those people,
I
you
got
aren't
you, Trey.
treating them any
Wait,
type of way, right?
I got
So
you.
there's no treating.
Yeah, so
I just
yeah,
want
that's
to
why
keep it
I was gonna pull out
factual.
that same
Malcolm
that.
didn't get locked up for pimping. Malcolm got locked up for B&E and losses.
Okay, so what I'm saying, that's fine that we could clear. That's fine that that's fine that we could clarify it, and that's okay. 'Cause we should be very exact so that and accurate. That's fine. But we really talking to an overarching point, not exactly Malcolm X. Bruiser wasn't really. He was just using the fact that Malcolm X turned into a great man is what the purpose of him bringing up Malcolm is, not actually to dissect Malcolm's life story and why he really got arrested, right? So let's make sure we are understanding the conversation. We don't got to get caught up in the semantics every single time. Okay, so the issue is that we should be eliminating dangerous people to be with our children, live with them, sleep with them. She is going to be around that man majority of the time, and we should put her in the least probable dangerous spot to keep her safe. And these attributes that Diva's pointing out, for example, the list, it is there to protect her. Not to say that if the man, he has everything on that list, he passed all that. That doesn't mean that is the man for your daughter. It just gives her an option like, okay, you pass this list, now I can have a conversation with you to see if you have moral standards and values, and then we can move forward to step number 2. It's kind of like Amazon. If you go to be in a executive position with Amazon, you go through 5 different interviews with 5 different people, each an hour long, right? And so they and every step that you go on, they are finding ways to disqualify you to see if you pass the test to be a part of them. And so if we was just to use, If we was just to use that same common sense for our own children, that is a safer way. Not saying that it's 100% way, but if we going with this probability situation, it's a probability that she will be with a safer man if we have a discernment list.
I'm gonna need 45 seconds. That's it.
Go ahead, Trey.
Stereotyping keeps you alive. Point blank, period. Everything else is null and void. That's just what it is. You have to stereotype in this world to get where you want and to stay alive and to get where you at. So if you're not stereotyping, then you already losing.
Well, my question is
45 seconds.
my
Shadow
question to you, Teron, is let's just go ahead. My bad.
Shadow the Titan Wasp, $2. 304 have baby hairs in social media. Detroit Coalition, $2. Hey, Bruiser, it sure got hot in here, huh? Shadow the Titan Wasp, $2. Pimpin'. Shadow the Titan Wasp again, $5. West shit rehabilitation. I've been married and got kids. That's not really fair. What?
He's saying that, you know, he pretty much saying that he already he's back into the world. He's reinvigorated. He rehabilitated. He everything. He redid everything.
I don't think he's rehabilitated. You can
he's
see
the
by
proof that
how
y'all are
easy
wrong.
it is to make him jump out his body. Nah, he's not rehabilitated. We'll
he's
see him
still
doing some degenerate shit in the future.
There's a
still
lot
got
of
the
men that
crazy
are the
hair.
proof that
He
y'all
still
are
got the
wrong.
crazy hair.
There's a lot of men
Let me
that
ask you a
got
question, Dave.
And the
did their
crazy eye.
time, got
Hold on.
married.
So it doesn't matter. We don't care about the few men that are the example. That exception to the rule. I don't want that exception to the rule dating my daughter neither.
Right.
But go ahead, Bruiser.
Well, all I'm gonna say is I'm on board with it. If in fact that we do have that much power and control over the choices of our daughters, I would like to believe that that's the case. But if we're being honest, and this might not, we might be exceptional man that be able to have that much influence on the choices of our children, and I hope that actually is a blessing to be able to do that. But it's far too many times, or the likelihood of that happening is very low based on the society we live in. The women are they're gonna graduate school and they're gonna choose based on their own particular preferences. It'll be a blessing for them to consider our discernment and our vetting preferences for them. If that happens, then I'm on the board. Well, but my question to you is, let's just say that you run a company, you're a CEO, me and Uda on a go is applying for the job. Uda, me and him has the same resume across the board. Uda's just he has the potential to be able to bring millions of dollars based off of his skill working in the back of the factory as the for that position. Me, not so much. But the other difference between us is Uda got a felony for a manslaughter back when he was 17. He accidentally hit a kid on a bike and went to jail for 5 years. So he got a felony in his record because he wasn't using his turn signal during it. But he is the best worker you could ever have, and he's going to fulfill the outcome for the company. Me, not so much. Who are you going to hire?
With all that information being known, I would hire Uda.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the past, especially we're talking about grown adults here, the people who are probably well into their 30s, maybe in their 40s. We can all agree that at some point we was the person that we might be talking about. We might have not got caught. It might not be on the record, but we were bad at some point. Like, do we really want to run with this narrative that people can't be good after they change or can't be an option?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Most people don't do a whole lot of changing past a certain point, though. I'm sorry, Bomb. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No,
absolutely.
I was agreeing. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Potential is like we just said, potential is a death trap.
Because I think a lot of us struggle like right now whenever we're trying to get businesses up and throughout the years and decades as Black people, just being Black. Like we've been trying to do away with this concept that we've been talking about for years, because a lot of us, we're just associated with the color. A lot of us don't even are associated with ourselves with the culture altogether, because we don't live that way. But we don't want to continue to push that, something that's been pushed on us as a people. Like, that's all I'm trying to say.
No, so I think the disconnect is we looking for the best outcome, and the best outcome looks a certain way, and we just cannot deny that. We cannot look at what Jay-Z turned out to be now and say, hey, when he was 20, I want my daughter to date Jay-Z because he possibly is going to be a multi-millionaire and businessman. That was not his trajectory at 20. His trajectory was popping a girl off and going to jail and shooting somebody, and he did all those things.
Well, I don't agree.
He just happened to have enough money to keep himself out of jail. He shot his own brother. He sold drugs. You know, so like that is not a man that we want with our child.
Well, you just proved that not using those discriminations can actually work out in a fashion. You just proved that if you don't use these taboo, discriminative ways, you can actually match with a billionaire. You never know. You're basically corroborating that
it's not many billionaires though.
It's not maybe likely, but what you're saying is.
All right, so what I'm saying is that, so the same way how you was praising Kevin Samuels for putting that discernment, saying the probability of you finding that diamond in a rough man that you have 3 kids by 3 different men, you're a little bit out of shape, your BMI is not working, the probability of you finding this high value man and he's going to treat you right and never cheat on you is very small. The same thing is with the list. That if he have these things on the list, the probability of him being a good, honest man is very small as well. And that is the whole that is the balance that we was expecting to hear, is the probability part.
Listen, I understand. I just don't think everything on that list fits with.
But I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it. And I mean, me coming from a guy that lived a certain background too, as well, growing up as a young guy and stuff like that, in the streets, living that certain lifestyle, selling the D rugs, running around with the straps, doing all of those things, I wouldn't want my daughter to be with that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he could change. Yes, I did get a chance to change. God is included a lot in that. It depends if that person has some God in them. It's a lot of things that have to factor in that person as well. I'd have to consider. But you know what I'm saying? But I just don't think she have that time, and she don't have the time to be wasting. She has to hit the ground running. It took time for me to come back in this game to think about it and figure out where I went wrong when I was cheating, being promiscuous, living a faster life, doing all these things. And I just don't want her to have to waste that time while that man is figuring out who he needs to be. You know what I'm saying?
And I
was
agree.
figuring out who I need to be. You know what I'm saying? I was taking a lot of long ass time coming around the mountain. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. We're talking about a man who's still in the shit.
Yeah.
But if you're talking,
let me say this real quick.
40. So, like, if you're looking at all
go.
the shit I did when I was in my 20s and I'm 40 and saying, no, I'm not a good fit for your daughter because what I did 20 years ago, like, that's what I'm speaking to.
You're not good unless she older and she can make her own. But you can't give my 20-year-old daughter, okay? I'm gonna put a voodoo spell on your ass. You got me fucked up. Yes. But I do want to say, some of y'all act like y'all done changed. Changing last year don't count. Okay, you got to be changed for at least 10 years. And even then, it's a if. Maybe it's a buts. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I agree.
And the key word, Cuzzo, that was mentioned during this entire conversation is protection, right? Standards, expectations, red flags, all of those things are measures of protection, right? And when I hear men with children come on an internet platform and espouse the opinions that women should, lower their standards, lower their expectations, remove certain protections, that gives me cause to pause, right? But the good thing is this, right? Because I think a valuable lesson was learned today. I teach my daughter not to listen to what brothers say, but read between the lines and understanding the delivery, understanding the intention, understanding exactly what they're trying to communicate. So no matter how you dress it up, no matter how you artfully articulate your points to try to make it palatable to your targeted audience, right? There's men out here who are imparting wisdom on their children to be able to discern wolves in sheep's clothing, right? Because only a wolf would take umbrage to higher standards. Only a wolf would be okay with their responsible child getting into a relationship with somebody who is less responsible.
Am I the only one lost?
There's certain things.
I'm kind of
Nah,
lost.
I'm lost.
I was thinking that too. He lost us.
There's certain things. Listen, y'all don't realize I got power on this show, right? So I don't interrupt, and I'm not going to interject with anything you have to say to rebuttal, right? If you don't like what I'm saying, the least you can do is show some decorum, show some self-discipline.
It's not that. I'm
all right,
just
drop
lost,
him. Cuzzo, put him in the back. No, put him in the back. Put him in the back. I need y'all brothers, right, to have a little bit more